And we're live.
Are we? Good morning. Let's see anything. Hello.
Yes, we are live. Let's go. Let's do it.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'd like to welcome you to our TopstepTV opening call, and congratulations. Yes, you're at the right place at the right time. We've got an exciting, informative, educational programming for you, and today and throughout the week. Well, today is Friday. Yeah, Friday. So end of the week here, but we will be back Monday, I promise. So we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and sometimes that fortune cookie that says Topstep loves you. Yes. Get ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading and knowledge with John Hoagland and myself for opening call. Good morning, John. How are you?
Good morning, Eddie. I'm doing really well. Happy Friday. Happy Capital Preservation Friday to you. How's it going?
Pretty good. It is Friday. I love your shirt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of funny you mentioned a fortune cookie. I had a fortune cookie last night, and that's exactly what it said.
Topstep loves you.
Topstep loves me. Absolutely.
Konnichiwa. There you go. Does it say, your back of your shirt say rewind? Be kind, rewind. Is it from Blockbuster?
No, actually it doesn't. It just says be kind.
Be kind. And that's a beautiful shirt to have.
Thank you.
Well, let's get to the news here. We're going to fire this off. It is Friday, the 8th of August. Football has started, and Apple sharing a huge flat line on pre-market today, following that two-day skid sparked by our friends in China, telling government officials not to use any iPhones. So what they did is they replaced them with rotary phones. So none of them can actually play Candy Crush anymore.
The thing is, they don't even know how to dial now.
That would I don't know. You remember the rotary phone? Do you have a rotary phone?
Yeah, I remember them.
Yeah,
I'm old enough.
And for those youngsters out there, it's the one where you sort of got to put your finger in there and turn. But anyway, all right. Yeah. We're seeing stock futures pointing lower today. Investors gauging a sharp drop in Apple stock and possible. We've got a lot of talk on the street once again to light the fire regarding the Federal Reserve rate hike this year. Dow contracts lost about 61.2%. S&P 500, 10 points, fell by 10 points. That's about 2% also. And the NASDAQ shed 45 points, 0.3%. Apple shares held near the flat line in pre-market U.S. trading, following a slide about 6% over the past two sessions, and now has wiped close to $200 billion in value off the stock market's capitalization. So lots going on here, even if it is a Friday. But Johnny, what do you got for us?
Well, as far as economic numbers this morning, it's pretty thin. One of the talking Fed's bar is speaking right now, but he is not going to be commenting on any economic policy, so no need to worry about him. 9 o'clock, we have the preliminary wholesale inventories number, probably not going to be very impactful. 12 o'clock, the rig count for you crude traders, and at 2 o'clock, consumer credit is due out. So not a lot of information, not a lot of data coming out. You do have to remember that the equities, the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Dow, the Russell, they're all in rollover. Certain platforms may have rolled you into the December contract already, but the volume is still far greater in the September contract. You want to remember to trade the September contract today. Monday, we'll take a look at the volume and we'll see if it's time to roll over. It'll either be on Monday morning or Tuesday morning where the volume in the December contract will usurp the volume in the September contract. So we're going to stay in the September contract today for the opening call and for the fast market session. And other than that, I mean, we're just kind of looking at the VIX, which is pretty much flat this morning, 1446. Dollar index a little bit lower, back below 105 at 104.9. And the yield on the 10-year flat at 4.24%. Yes, Friday, September the 8th, remember, always be thinking about the context of the market, always being a good risk manager, and remain patient in your trading. DL first in the room. We've got my brother Rick, Randolph to my Mortimer, in with us this morning. Good to see you this morning. And
What's up, Rick?
Good pleasure to see everybody. I want to call out Sarah Hall. Prayers and love to you as always. So, we can't forget also that the G20 conference is happening all weekend. This is where the economic leaders of the world sit around and see how they can split up the world amongst themselves.
Right. I wonder what they got at the buffet. I wonder what they're serving.
Well, it's in India, so I would imagine some chicken satay is on the menu.
There you go. Okay. Okay. Hey, by the way, just to bring it back again, senior officials, not the freshmen, sophomores, or juniors, but senior officials at the Fed Policy Setting Committee orgy yesterday threw their support behind that interest rate steady at the central bank's upcoming meeting this month. So I just wanted to add that in to sort of fuel the fire. One of the Feds, the Dallas Cowboy Fed president, Lori Logan, said it's appropriate to keep the benchmark where it is right now on that 22-year high, about 5.25 to 5.5 this month. Also, our friends, our crude traders, we see crude once again taking a gain here, about 2%. And once again, it's with that news with Saudi Arabia and Russia. They're putting the blame on that. So we'll see what happens the rest of the day. And it's time to, Johnny, I think, to get to those charts, and let's fire it up.
Let's do it. So remember, if your platform has moved you to the December contract in the equities, it's not quite time to do that. Make sure you're checking out the September contract. You can see that right here, ESU 2023. ESU. This is the daily chart. So we are going to be looking at what happened yesterday. Remember, we're in rollover. I was reminded yesterday of why I don't like to trade rollover. I went 0 for 3 yesterday, and that was it for me. So in rollover, the market changes. It acts a little bit differently because the longer time frame traders are more interested in getting a cheap rollover than worrying about directional activity. We've seen a little bit of downside directional activity this week with what happened with Apple and everything else. I don't think we're at risk of changing market state that much at this time. We added 14,000 in open interest, and when we look at the 30-minute chart, I'm wondering what direction that open interest did come into the market. Most of it, of course, came into the December contract as traders move their activity from the September to the December contract. The lack of new data today, the fact that we're in rollover, leads me to have a primary hypothesis of we're going to probably do a lot of range-bound trading today. We can see on the charts already right here, we have an inside extended trading hour range last night from yesterday's extended trading hour range. So the market is already kind of establishing or showing range-bound tendencies, and rollover is going to exacerbate that unless something unusual happens or something unusual changes. All right. Moving on to the 30-minute chart here. Let's scale this so we can all see better. Going a little bit shorter time frame here, making it large. So here's the range from yesterday. We know that we had a pretty good down day on Wednesday. Yesterday, the market really tried to range, but the movement of the day was to the upside, and we added open interest in that, but that is in the December contract. We lost open interest in September, gained it in December. That's a function of rollover, which makes that information that we get from the open interest a little bit blurry, right? Because we can't really tell what direction the market or traders were accumulating inventories. Is it long in S&P in the September or short in the December? So you can't lean really that much on volume and open interest during rollover. Thank goodness this rollover is going to end. Expiration, quadruple witching is next Friday, and then we'll have a couple 3 months of more clear information as far as volume and open interest is concerned. Looking at the very short time frame, settlement 44.56 quarter. Where are we trading? 44.56 quarter. We are right on it. There is no overnight inventory with which to deal with, to use as an advantage for an early opportunity today. The market looks like it's ready to open inside the range from yesterday and even inside the balance area from yesterday. So knowing that it's rollover, knowing that there's very little change in the perception of value of the S&P, I'm probably going to have to sit on my hands, be patient, let the market establish an early range and work those extremes for my opportunities. It's not fun. It's not sexy. It's not, it's not all that exciting, but especially during rollover, I want to try and stay patient. I was again reminded of that yesterday personally. And so I'm going to just kind of preserve the capital that I have this week. It is Capital Preservation Friday, and be extremely patient today. If the market comes and offers me a cheap opportunity, that's what I'm going to be seeking today, early in the session, as the session goes on. And as we always said in the pit, if you're still working in the pit on Friday afternoon, you're probably down money, and we don't want that for anybody. So try and really stay relatively patient this morning as far as your opportunities are concerned. Eddie, with no overnight inventory, no gap, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base.
So we go to the top of the seventh.
Right. It's almost like we're between innings here. So keep that in mind and be patient today.
Well, we got the cup and handle, the ladle there, and I'm keeping an eye on that right now, seeing how that's so. But real quick here, I want to correct myself. Yes, it is September. I'm sorry. What did I say? April? I don't know.
Yeah, I think you said August, and you were on a roll, so I didn't want to interrupt you.
And just want to let everybody know, I think, real quick here, tomorrow's a very special day for somebody here, right?
Who's that?
Is it your birthday tomorrow?
Oh, yes, it is. It is my birthday tomorrow. Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, I see Rick let everybody know that. Thank you very much, Rick. And thank you, Eddie.
Okay. All right. What do we've got? We did the 30. We did the one NASDAQ long.
NQ. So I got to remember.
NQ, looking at the daily.
This is going to be the September contract because they already rolled this over. So the September contract daily. So you kind of notice this on the S&Ps as well. We still see it in the NASDAQ. We're still in the throes of a longer time frame head and shoulders pattern here. We also could be calling this a cup and handle session here. There's lots of different of patterns that you can put into this. The most important thing to me until we get this rollover done is the fact that it's in rollover. I remember in the trading pet in the S&Ps, the directional traders, the people that weren't working the spreads or the back month, a lot of them took the 2 weeks of rollover off. It just changes the way the markets move, and it makes it a little bit more difficult. That's part of what we have to do as traders, though, is we have to be able to adjust. We have to be able to adapt. We have to be creative enough to understand that and then change what we're doing according to the market's environment, right? The market's not in my environment. I'm in the market's environment. So the sooner I can be creative enough to recognize changes, the better off I'm going to be. And knowing that it's in rollover, I'm already assuming that rollover change is in place. So I've got to slow things down and really try and be patient. So what I'm saying about the NASDAQ is largely the same as the S&Ps. I mean, they are a little bit different. It is rollover. Volume and open interest is going to be blurry. We lost 2,200 in open interest in the NASDAQ, where we added 14,000 in the S&Ps. Different situations, different markets. It's all a function of rollover. So again, inside the extended trading hour range yesterday, if we start to fall into range here, that's going to help our longer time frame rollover focused traders get their job done. Their job is to do it and get a cheap rollover done. They can make money, they can lose money on the rollover. Believe me, their goal is always to make money. So again, inside extended trading hour range, inside day, what are we looking at in the 30-minute here, Eddie? We are looking at a very similar situation. The market had a push to the upside, but with the loss of open interest, this looks more like short covering than new buyers coming in. So some conflicting information there. What isn't conflicting is the fact that we're likely going to be opening inside the range from yesterday and inside value from yesterday. No overnight inventory with which to lean on for early opportunities. So again, my suggestion is be patient unless something seriously changes. Let the market establish an early range and work those extremes. Work those extremes. All right. The profiles in the S&Ps, the 4434 naked TPO point of control that we hit to the T yesterday, that was great, but it's not a very strong low. We attempted a late spike in the S&Ps yesterday and also in the NASDAQ. That last 2:30 to 3 o'clock bar extended the range but did not close up there. So we don't have a late spike. We actually put up excess above the range from yesterday. Low excess, low, high excess, high. Does that give us any information? All we did on that late spike, that attempted late spike, was to close the gap from yesterday, which kind of alleviates the idea that we have a potential acceleration day to the downside in the NASDAQ. That did not happen. That was one of our hypotheses yesterday. It did not prove to be true. So again, stay patient, look for you, let the market establish some early ranges, and then we'll focus on those extremes for your possibilities. The early range can tell you in the day time frame where the market has at least attempted to prove that it's too expensive or that it's too cheap. Working those extremes allows you to seek asymmetric opportunities. Asymmetric opportunities are chances for you to risk a little bit for a bigger potential profit. Those are the trades that I'm seeking, and sometimes I even find them.
Hey, John.
Yes.
A couple questions here in YouTube. Ryan's asking, John, can you address the probabilities of market testing weak low, no excess on the ES from yesterday? I know that we're on the NASDAQ right now.
Okay. The probabilities are at where we are right now. I would say the probabilities are pretty good. There's two different weak lows, right? There's the weak low where the market was getting too cheap, traders were too cheap, and the market just wouldn't continue through there. And then there's the weak low that says the market is still attempting to accept at lower prices. Yesterday's weak low in the S&Ps, there were like 4 30-minute periods that stopped right there. Some people would call that support, and it is supportive, but it is likely to be at the very least revisited when the market is in that neighborhood, right?
Okay. Dale's got a question here. ES, open interest, does it have to go to zero before expiration?
It does not. There's going to be probably about, somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000 contracts that are going to expire, and they are going to settle in cash. The S&P is not a deliverable product. So at expiration, when that final settlement comes in, all of the traders that are short above are going to take that money. The ones that are long above are going to pay that money. All the traders that are short below are going to take that money. All the traders that are long below are going to take that money. The traders that are short below are going to pay that money. But the thing about futures and the contract system is it all ends up every day. For every dollar made, there's a dollar lost. So When they settle that contract, and there may be 400,000 contracts still open, all of those positions are just going to settle in cash, and the contracts will expire. We don't want to do that as day traders.
Okay.
We want to make
John,
sure that we are only trading the most liquid month. We never want to see anything expire, because if you end up, in an expiring grain position, you may be forced to deliver or take delivery of 5,000 bushels per contract of soybeans. And
I hope you got a big backyard, right? Yeah.
Right.
Beans for everybody.
Empty the pool.
Another thing too, you mentioned about how a lot of traders used to sort of just avoid expiration. We're getting some comments here on YouTube, and that was the play. I know that when Michael comes on, he used to take nice vacations. It would be a time of rest if you didn't want to trade the spread, and that's usually what the majority of the pit was trading that spread. So we'll talk to him when he does come in here.
A lot of activity there. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Crude traders, once again, we're back in the green, pushing north. And Johnny, what are you seeing here in crude?
Okay, well, on the daily chart, we know we've come a long way in a short period of time. $88 has really capped off price action for this week. We're still bringing in open interest. We added another 12,000 in open interest, which is slowing as far as the number of new contracts that are being created at higher prices. We've also seen volume start to cut off up here. So the upside auction is showing signs of tiring, of being exhausted. So it makes sense that the market needs either a pullback to even out inventories or a consolidation or a range-bound period of time to even out those inventories. Right now, the market has fallen into range. We have 1, 2, 3 days in range, in a range-bound situation. The lower extreme, last week's high. The upper extreme, the weekly kickoff high. Anything in the middle is likely to be shorter time frame traders kind of moving price around, and also some longer time traders adjusting inventory. So the market is offering us a hypothesis and a potential strategy. When the market is range bound, you trade range bound strategy. You will look to sell the high. You look to buy the low of the range until proven wrong. Range bound, fade the extremes. Breakouts that show momentum, volume, you have to go with. All right, so this is on the daily chart. So the market, we added 12,000 in open interest, volume drying up, open interest continues higher. Did we place some short bets yesterday in the fact that we added open interest on a down day? That is entirely possible. That's what we're looking for to happen. We want all of these longs to either liquidate or some new shorts to come in and to make bets against that. That's going to kind of light the fire for when the market does either break out to the upside or break out to the downside. So take a look at the 30-minute chart here briefly. All right, scale. So yesterday's range, downward movement in the day time frame, adding open interest. I would say we probably did place some short bets. We had 2 days up against weekly kickoff high. The market just could not and would not accept above it. So we do have some sellers that have come into this market. We do have overnight inventory that was looking a little bit long. Look what's happening here already on the open. Long overnight inventory, not getting what they were looking for, and that's help moving price higher. They're bailing. They're getting out. The overnight inventory was one of the opportunities that we may have been able to take advantage of in crude if we were quick right after the open at 8 o'clock. Right now the market has been driven back into range, back into value. Once we even out this inventory, then I'll start to focus on the extremes for any opportunities. The high and an early low might be an interesting opportunity for us. I'm a trader that tends to stay out of the middle, which I should have remembered yesterday.
Well, it looked like a good opportunity yesterday, but it just didn't pan out. I mean, you were doing what you saw correctly, but things didn't work.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, there's a plan for everything I do. It doesn't mean that my plan is going to come to fruition, right?
Right. All right. We've got let's see here, Crude. And don't forget, folks, coming up here today, we're going to have Crude with Danny. Danny's going to get a little bit more in depth because he does trade to Crude. We'll have that. But let's get to gold.
Yeah, let's give gold just a minute here because I still think it is. It's kind of on the back burner for me. If I were an active gold trader, I would probably be limiting my activity. The market is still continuing to coil. We lost 500 in open interest. The open interest changes have been inert. I don't think that there's been any major changes in longer time frame inventories. We're down here near weekly kickoff low, which is where we might expect something like that, but we're not seeing it. The long time frame, the market is still coiling, and it is going to build some energy at some point. Just don't see it happening yet. Take a look at the 30. We gotta get this going here, Johnny, real quick. So we've got weekly kickoff low, settlements down here. We had overnight inventory to the long side, largely reconciled off the 7 o'clock bar here. We looked higher. We didn't see what we were looking for there. All of this was reconciliation of overnight longs. We're back into range and value. Look for the extremes of the early range for opportunities. And again, I'm not looking for big things here from gold.
All right. Coming up next here, we've got Fast Market with Hoag and Michael. And let's take a coffee break. We'll be right back. We are back, and coming up here in just a couple minutes here, we're going to have our opening, and look who is wearing a tie.
I lost, Eddie. I lost the bet.
You didn't lose a bet.
But you won.
You won.
We won.
Look at how nice you look.
We got 1 minute, Eddie. We got 1 minute. Yeah, I'll talk about all this here in a second. This is my trading jacket. I should bust out the trading cards, John. Here we go.
There you go.
Trading cards. I should
sell you 10.
Paper trade? Is that what should we do?
I'll sell you 10.
I'll buy 10.
Fast Market. What month?
I got a 10 lot. What are you buying?
All right. Watching the market here. This is going to open up, and we'll see where we're going to go from there. But
the tilt, we got 62.37. So 60.40, 60.40, both S&P and NASDAQ. John, I heard a lot about we're going to open. Spreads, roll.
Yes. Something you have to keep in mind when you're trading the equities during rollover. They act different. They just do.
Yeah, I would be vacationing right now if I was.
Right?
Yeah, I mentioned earlier. We're a lot of places. And here we go. We are open.
Oh. All right, we're open. Tip of the day. John, I heard stay out of the middle, fade the extremes.
Yes.
Stay out of the middle, fade the extremes.
Yes.
Is that the tip of the day, or you want to switch it? Because that's kind of what I heard.
No, that's in rollover. The market has a tendency to try and stay range bound because, again, the longer time frames, the traders that really move these markets aren't focused on directional activity. They want to get a cheap roll. If I've got 100,000 E-minis to roll and I can roll it on the bid, I save myself 100,000 ticks.
Speaking of ticks,
That's a lot.
Yeah, they got a little extreme going on right here. Well, a little, not really. But would this be an extreme, John?
Well, I mean, you're looking at overnight high. I think would be one of the first extremes that I would be looking at. But we are approaching the regular trading hour session high in the S&Ps from yesterday.
Regular trading session. Okay.
Now we've left the opening range at the low of the session in the S&Ps. We saw some pretty good buying coming in here.
How do you like right now? How do you like these levels right now? We got 80% both. Everybody wants to get long. The whole community wants to get long right now.
Yeah, I'm not in a hurry. The opening range is the low of the day. The opening range is about 5 points. So there's 6 points of risk in that. And because I don't want to take it, it's going to work perfectly.
Well, I'm going to get short. Okay, cool. Extremes 80%, and John doesn't want to take it. So,
So you're going to take it then?
Yeah, I'm going to take it. Here we go.
All right.
So here's your NASDAQ.
I got
All
short two at 15,310 quarter. 80% of us think it's going to go higher or long. And I have a 15 handle stop. I'm taking heat on it right away. I got filled at 07s. So John, you didn't want to take it. I took it. I already got 10 handles of heat on it.
Right.
Yeah. Yesterday I was a scratch day, but then by the end of the day, I put a couple on at the very end of the day, and I ended up like $400. I'm going to get stopped out possibly because it's pushing higher and showing no slowdown. John.
Unbelievable.
Oh, unbelievable. I just got stopped out.
All right. So, yesterday's range high was pretty much, I think, relatively close to where you were at. You got to the 100 session moving average on the 30 right here, but it's the overnight high that I was more interested in getting a look at. That overnight high.
44.
43.75. Yep, 44. You got it.
Yeah, it's showing strength here right out of the gate. Look at this. Look at this one. I should have started with paper trading. Did I buy 10? Oh, you bought 10.
Yeah, I did. I sold you 10 somewhere.
Yeah, you bought 10, which means I'm short 10 on my paper trade, S&Ps. Damn, I'm taking some heat, John. Yes, Hoagland, H-O-A-G. Checking. Sold you 10, way down there.
All right.
Paper trade.
Now, Mike, I've got a little time here. This is expiration time.
Yeah, expiration time, anything happens.
And we were talking about how traders sort of avoid trading during this time. You'd go and take some real nice vacations, or at least get away.
I learned that after blowing like $7,000 or $10,000 on a day. I think it was 7. I was a new trader in the pits, trading electronically. It just keeps cruising higher. All right, who's long? Somebody in the Topstep TV channel on Discord. That's what I'm watching. But definitely YouTube chat. We got a bunch of.
Got the YouTube, yeah.
Yeah.
If you are watching, let us know what you're doing.
John, overnight high right here. Eddie, I'll jump in. So what?
Yeah. Well, what I do is just watch and see what happens here. If it can't hold above the overnight high, that's a short. I have to remember the opening range is the dead ass low of the day, so that makes it a little bit iffy. Now the S&Ps has not hit the overnight high yet. Now you saw the NASDAQ looked above, came back down below inside the overnight range. So now you've got your risk. Your risk on a short against that overnight high is the current high, which is 49.75.
49.75. 49. So that's where that's the high. NASDAQ or S&P high 69.
Yeah. But I'm again cautious to do this because the opening range is the low of the day.
You know what? I just bought a crude here, 87.26. So I'm going to sit on that one.
What are you, sim or live, Eddie?
I am sim right now.
Okay. Pop.
87 where, Eddie?
26.
87.26. Okay.
Taking a little heat, but I got faith.
Okay, so you got the highs up here. You got the strength out of the gate. You got the roll going on right now. Stay out of the middles, fade the extremes. We are kind of, I guess how far you go back on your 30-minute. And if you're a 5-minute trader, you're definitely on your extremes. But, yeah, I mean, it's and then you had remember I said the tilt 80% of the community. Remember long?
Right.
Yeah, they're getting paid.
Payday, and only 40% of them are long right now. So those other 40%, I'd take some profits.
Hey guys, can we mention? Let's talk about this disclaimer here. Make sure we get this up on the board.
So, hey guys, jump into our TopstepTV, our Topstep Discord, TopstepTV channel, because that's what I'm watching right now. Eddie's watching YouTube chat along with others and the Discord channel.
Yeah.
But a lot of traders talking in the Discord all day long, in Discord all day long. So it's always fun to Bashy, hi, how you doing? See, told you I'm watching.
Yeah, can we give a verbal disclaimer here real quick as we're trading?
Yeah.
Yes, futures are leveraged products. They are risky. There is a lot of risk. We are not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything that we're doing here. These leveraged products do offer, the risk of losing more than your initial investment. So what we're doing here is entertainment and hopefully some helpful companionship for traders. And we're really just trying to help you find your way to success, not our way, your way to success.
Right.
So just remember, this is somewhat educational. We're going to take trades. We're going to make money. We're going to lose money. It's all in just keeping you company. So we would have hit your stop here in the NASDAQ. Michael, the next level that I see visually targeted by traders in the NASDAQ would be this point of control right up here. It remains unchecked in regular trading hours, 15,376.
Ish, 76-ish. Yes. We work in issues here because nothing, carving up the exact number, that's kind of hard to do.
Yes. So when it comes to trading, we should only be using risk capital. What is risk capital? Risk capital is money that you can afford to lose. Fortunately, Topstep is here. We're going to put that risk capital up for you when you are successful in the trading combine. You don't have to worry about that. That's why we are here.
Right. And hey, if you're wondering why Michael looks so nice today, no, it's not prom. What happened yesterday is we asked our traders and so forth to smash the like button. And once we hit 500 likes, he had to wear a tie today. So he went the extra mile and is wearing his trading jacket. But hey, if you are here and you like what's going on, smash that like button, subscribe, because we're going to be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday with you, alongside of you. And hopefully that you join us each and every day while you're trading. So hit that like button. Let's get that number up, and maybe we'll give another target here. So we'll do that. But hey, Johnny, Amanda, our good friend Amanda has a question for you. John, I understand the cheap rollover. Any chance we have a short covering rally today because of the down week?
It is entirely possible. Amanda's been watching for quite some time, and she knows that when we have a directional move all week, sometimes the Friday you get some profit taking, you get these sometimes vicious opposite moves. Yes, it is entirely possible, Amanda. Thank you for the question. You look at it. This was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We have a relatively weak low in the S&Ps, not so much in the NASDAQ. There was an attempt at a late spike, Amanda, yesterday in the September S&Ps. We had some pretty negative delta that created that attempted late spike. It did not complete the late spike, however, but the market is attempting to continue to move higher, and a lot of that could be some potential shorter to medium time frame profit taking from the rest of the week. Excellent question, Amanda.
Hey, real quick, Ian, this goes out to everybody too. The clock on the chart's about 9 seconds behind real time. It's about 8 seconds that you're going to be getting that delay, and it's something we can't fix. That's just YouTube. Yeah. So consider that. Make sure that you know that about 7 to 8 seconds behind in real time.
It's like a CNBC thing. You watch them, they're like, oh, the bell rings in like literally like a minute. I think it's like a minute, if not more. And then you hear it, Kramer behind Kramer while he's bickering in his favor.
Right.
Well, they also have to take out the swear words.
They have to take, yeah, I'm sure Kramer's favor.
Yeah, I just have to grimace when you do it.
I had one time this week.
Dirty words.
What a dirty, filthy mind you got.
Michael, I got a comment. Your hair today is fantastic.
Well, you know what? My wife says grow it out. She's like, if you got to grow. I'm 40, 45, 44. Geez. Yeah, so she said if you got it, grow it out.
Before you lose it. Yeah. Enjoy it before you lose it.
Yeah.
Hey, John. Angry Chair's got a question here. Do you only highlight the New York session with the volume profile each day?
I do, and I'll show you why. Okay. When you look at the overnight session, there's no profiles. Look at the volume. No volume. It's short time frame traders picking each other's pockets. The New York session is when all of the participants are available to affect the market. When all of the participants are available to affect price, I think you get much cleaner information. Of course, you know that clean is a subjective term, right? So I trade the regular trading hours, the New York, Chicago trading hours. So that's where really my focus and where I get most of the information, because most of the information is coming during regular trading hour sessions. Overnight, it's shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. A little bit more in the London session, you get a little bit more volume, but the bulk of the participation from the longer time frames is happening during the regular trading hour, as you say, New York or Chicago time frame.
No. I am out of my crude trade. I got stopped out.
You lose.
I lose.
It's all right. It's all right. One loser, no big deal. Hey, I still have my key card from the trading floor. Wow. Just checking out. I have more of this jacket for years. Just checking that out. The old Michael.
A little dusty, huh?
DC's asking real quick about my crude trade. Well, you know what? I'm looking at it right now. I've got that 86.87 here, yesterday's settlement. I am showing the 200 SMA right on that level too. So it might be a good floor. I think if we go through it, I might watch it coming back up again through it. So I might get back in again. But it is Friday. So
TGIF.
Yeah, TGIF. So I'm cautious here today. Took a little hit, and that'll be it. Hey, I'd like to say hello to Patrick Wheeland with us today. Hey. Hello, Patrick.
Hey, Patrick.
Yeah. What's up, Patrick? How's it doing? How's it doing for the week? I want to get you on next week. Guys, Patrick Wheeland's in here. Huge fan. Throw his link to Patrick.
Honey, make some more pancakes. Patrick.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Go put a cup of coffee on for you, or do you want one?
Coffee's always brewing.
Yeah, Patrick, if you're in here, tell me how the week's going.
He says he is taking profits and going fishing.
Ah, damn it. I am not taking profits. I'm down on the day.
Oh.
This could be fun.
Fishing and trading.
Yeah, here's the big thing about being a trader. Patrick is up and going fishing. I am down, and the last thing I want to do is be not fishing. I want to be fishing, but I want to be playing golf too this afternoon. But trading the entire day. No chance. No joke.
Not on Friday, no way.
Not on Friday, not on roll. I used to be going on vacations during around this time. I'm going to take off the tie since Eddie put
on the pasties and Speedos and have
very
fun.
low. Yes. Hey, you know what? I was going to wear this, but I thought that might send the wrong impression. If you know what I mean, a red jacket.
I don't know. Red jacket. Wow, that was pretty. What do you use that for?
Oh, dude, I bought this at the thrift store. What do you mean? What did I use this for? I bought this in 2000.
Pimpin'.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say you got a catalog.
2001, if you can see it. 2001. I bought it at a thrift store and I wore it to Christmas at my grandma's house every year until she passed.
Oh,
she loved it. She loved it. So I got it like 2001. Man, I was like 20.
Hoop it wants to know if you're playing piano at Gibson's later.
Oh, I'll go there and get some cracked crab legs though.
We had somebody that worked at Topstep that was actually a piano player at the Chicago Gibsons in the Viagra Triangle.
No way.
Yeah, he was. He's kind of a tech guy. He was trying to learn the business, and all of a sudden he just disappeared.
John, new highs real quick. 60. What was the levels you like? 70s up there?
NASDAQ, hang on, NQ.
Just so everybody knows, Tilt is telling me that it's 50, 47, 52, whatever.
So mixed.
48, 52. That's basically long bias is 40, 60, 40. 40% people are long bias. So that means you're a little bit more of short bias is getting this little pullback. All those longs, that's why I'm going to share you guys with the tilt. We're eventually going to have it on here or possibly in something, and we'll be sharing that here soon. And it'll be available to anybody in Topstep. Not anybody that's at a Topstep cannot have a Topstep indicator. So that's going to be really cool. The point of the story is all those longs got paid. Remember this morning, John?
Yep.
So
that level, that point of control, 76 even.
76 even. Okay.
DC wants to know what I look for before I head back into a stop that gets hit. I'm not looking to jump right back in again. I mean, I'm going to take a few steps back, reevaluate, because I was off on that one. Game plan didn't work too well. So I'm going to sit here and let it develop a little bit more so I can get a little bit more positive move if I want to put another trade on. But good question, DC. And DC says, bless you, Michael.
Well, I know. Thank you.
Bless you, Michael. For sure.
Hey, John, if you go the hourly on the NASDAQ, you got a couple. You got the 200 and the 100 up there. 50 was just like butter. So I want to get your take on that one. We're also making new highs. Yet again, 63s. And you had 70 what? 70 issues?
Yeah, I think it was 73 on the 30-minute. The 1 hour, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, the 1 hour, you got a little bit of cruising altitude to get up to.
Yeah. So
it's just been strong the entire morning. So if you're fading moves, it is a little tough today. So but the extreme, if you go fade the extremes, you could still sit here and say this could be a fade around here, and it could just quietly
go back
to settlement today.
That's something I would do like after the first hour of trade, once that early range is established. But one thing I'm kind of liking about the S&Ps here, this point of control here, 67 overnight high, 69. So this might be a little bit of a target-rich environment up here. We just went up to 68, which is that point of control, that naked point of control. We haven't been there yet in the S&Ps or in the NASDAQ, but we've also taken out the overnight high in the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ may be leading higher a little bit here, but this little, we'll see if we can get above the overnight high and come back down below. That might give me an opportunity to look for a reversion to the mean here in the S&Ps.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey, we got Canadian Future Trader in here as well. Canadian Future Trader, I like your site. I like what you're doing. Very cool stuff. Thanks for being here.
Right.
Paint dry. I like watching paint dry every now and then.
Yeah.
Right? That's why we did TopstepTV, because it's tradertainment. John, this is like almost fairly close to how things were in the pit. And when you're like, hey, yesterday, like, you guys are talking more than you are trading. Well, yeah, I mean, there are people you can go watch that'll trade all day long, which is fine. I don't believe that trading all day long is the right route as a trader. To each his own. And we did this kind of stuff in the pits with other traders where you trade, and then you go quiet and you talk, and then you go down and get a sandwich, and you come up and be like, hey, the market's moving, blah, 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 and then you get in the market.
Yeah, it wasn't like we were going to be sweeping up when the markets were slow.
No.
We sat around and told jokes.
So speaking of sit around, in the trading pit, in the Dow pit, I don't know if Eddie, you remember this. Eddie was in the Dow pit with me. 68's coming up too, John. 68% of people are long right now in the NASDAQ. 69. Longs are coming in here. That or shorts are getting stopped out. So you guys got to think like that. Like, just because the bias is increasing here at TopStep and all the traders, your trades inform the tilts trades. Everybody who has an open position will inform, except our live traders, all of our live traders in the prop firm, and they're trading live. We, TopStep, for 13 years, have always put thousands of traders in live accounts. If you're going to stick with somebody that's going to go sim your entire life, you're not a professional. And I'm saying that because nobody sticks on sim their entire life if they're trading well. And here at TopStep, we move you to a funded account at TopStep Funded Prop Firm. So that's where our traders are. But your trades here, like XFAs and trading combines, you guys are all about 70% long here.
Oh, what's the tilt in the crude here?
Oh shit, I don't have that.
You know, we were talking about that settlement with DC here, and I was going to take a play there, but I didn't, and I do see the market coming back down. But you know, we don't do the woulda, coulda, shoulda. I'll wait for the next bus because I know another one's right behind it.
Yeah, I'll tell you, is it CLV3? Yeah, right? I think
yes.
60% short.
Okay. A little heavy. So I would consider that about a 50-50 on the fence.
Yeah. I mean, I when they talk about sediment, we talked about it yesterday when you get in a cab and the cab driver says, you should get long Bitcoin, and it's trading 64,000.
You go short.
You go short.
You go short.
And
where'd you want to go again?
Yeah, when the last person to know, and that could be like Nebraska. I'm from Nebraska, and I'm sorry anybody from Nebraska, but I grew up on a farm. If somebody, if I'm telling you, how about this? If I'm telling you to get into Bitcoin at 64,000, you should short me. You should fade me. and don't get me wrong, my first $30,000 losing account was a pump and dump because my dad got into it. I lost 30 grand at the age of 18, 19. And you're like, hey, how'd you get 30 grand? I'm an entrepreneur. Started at 16 on a vending company. Had like 80 accounts throughout Omaha. Sold and imported juice from Mexico called Humix.
Hey, a couple things here, Johnny. Can we take a look at the Dow? Let's not forget our friends in the Dow. And also, as our post says, let us know what you're trading. Let us know what you're trading in the YouTube. Let us know what you're trading in the Discord. Let us know. I mean, let's participate here. We're all under the same sort of roof, just sort of hanging out.
One of
these markets too.
One of the things I wanted to mention is, there's a million different time frames. My time frame trading is a lot longer.
John, I just got short 362 halves. It touched the 71s, pulled off of it really hard, and we talked about the 73s ish. So the 71s, right? Is that what you're talking about?
So you're short, right?
I'm short from 15,362 Haver.
362. Well, I mean, you had opportunity for better trade location, but it's good. I mean, I would call that almost a touch of the naked point of control we were just talking about for an opportunity. So that's not a bad spot.
It was. We were talking about that. Weren't we talking about the 370 level? I usually write this down.
Yeah,
we were looking at it just off this naked volume control here.
I just got my target hit. So
nice.
$300.
There we go. Got a poll here in. Somebody put a poll here in YouTube.
Who went short 369? Savage. You're in the money. I got short. 362s, and 71s was the high. Savage is listening to that 373. Well, hold on, 73-ish number that we were talking about.
So if I could finish the thought I was on, there's a million different time frames for traders to trade in. I happen to be in a little bit longer time frame. I may not trade until 10:30 to look for the right opportunity, which again isn't flashy and sexy, but that's the time frame I'm used to. I'm trying to shorten my time frame a little bit for entertainment reasons, but at the same time trying to not get my ass kicked at the same time. So, be patient. There are going to be some really good opportunities where you're going to see us make money. You're going to see us lose money. And right now, you just saw Michael take a nice trade.
I could use a good ass kick, and I'll be very honest with you.
I'm still down. I'm still down today because that short that I had on, and I'm trading live, folks, and all that kind of great stuff. I am trading live. Eddie put on a Crude sim. John has a live account sitting in front of him, and why did you put a sim trade on, Eddie? Because you get a feel, you get a touch of the toe. I would always trade sim before I started. Hey, 71% of NASDAQ folks are short now.
The thing is, the reason I did the sim is because I've been trading S&P.
Yeah.
I haven't traded Crude in months.
Oh, so you didn't? So you didn't want to go in there with real money?
I didn't. I gotta check it out.
It's a smart move. It's just
I mean, the thing is, you guys are doing ES and NASDAQ, and Crude's going over here going, hey, what about me? Bada bing, bada bang. And so that's why I sort of moved over there.
K is short from 368. Savage is short from 369. Hey guys, so if I hear a comment from yesterday, you guys are all comments and no trading. We've been talking about 70. Sure as hell we're commenting 71s, 371s, and it sold off 40. No, hold on, more than 40 handles since touching that area ish. And we have a couple traders that took us up on it. So you guys, hey, 80%, 81% of people are now short. So those shorts that are in here right now, maybe think about taking profits. Think about taking profits. You guys are the traders. We're at Topstep. We're backing you guys, and we're getting you to the fun level the best we can. That's what we're trying to do here at Topstep TV. So we will not trade a shitstorm. We're in a shitstorm. No, I can say that. I can say that word, right, Jack?
PG-13. I think
yes.
We're okay.
Just not back to back.
If your beloved S-bomb is so important, you can do it.
Here's your little pop. 66% of people are short now. Don't show up late to the party. And shorts that started the party way up there. I got Savage and K. I'm gonna call you guys out. You got G Cop. Jimmy filled 3 handles. FOMO is getting real. Yeah, FOMO is getting real, but don't let FOMO get you. I can't pronounce. That's me.
Now, one of the things here too, DC was asking me is what my size is. I tell you, I put the one lot out there first. Test the waters. How deep is it? How cold is it? I usually call it the sacrificial lamb. If it doesn't work, then you sort of reevaluate. You got to take a look again.
Put the toe in the water. What do they say? What do you dive in head first? You don't know if it's cold.
You hear about those accidents, right?
Yeah. I don't want to get. Yeah, I had a friend die.
God from him.
Best friend of mine. I actually pulled him out of the water. I pulled him out of the water when he dove head first and broke his neck. Love him, Michael Hansen. R.I.P. Love you, brother.
Let's see here.
Still holding 1 of 2 from a 365.
Well, we had a poll here in YouTube, and so far this morning, 57% are trading NASDAQ, 35% trading ES. Wow, okay. And 5% trading other, and me and DC are trading Crude. That's about it.
I got a lot more Crude traders.
We do. I'm kidding.
60-40 Eddie, 60-40 Crude to the short bias. 60-40 for the S&P for the short bias. NASDAQ 60-40, 55-44 to the short bias. Everybody's a little bit short, but it's a little bit whatever.
It's a little bit country. It's a little bit rock and roll. Yeah.
Right. So anybody who I seem like a handful of people got the 360 area. I mean, anybody in the I saw 369. We can play this game. Who got closest to the turn? 371 was a turn because that was a high, right, Johnny?
Yeah, it looks like right around there. High is 71.75, almost 72. Oh.
72. So now S&P showing some strength here. It's on its highs. NASDAQ pretty far away from its highs. Let's say about 30 points, 30 handles. Handles are points if you want to talk in points, not in ticks. Ticks or quarters, halves. 75. Remember 75 is like orders at the orders, wasn't it? Used to call it at the orders. Maybe that's a grain thing. Yeah, not too much, not too much. No, nothing, Eddie, nothing on the releases coming up? Oh, I got no sound. No sound.
1 second, gentlemen.
You guys can hear me? Cool. I think the other guys are muted because I see the mute on all of them. There's your technical difficulties. We had like one. This is probably the biggest one of the week.
How does that happen? Oh,
there he is.
here we are.
Eddie's still muted. Yeah.
Why was I muted? How did that happen?
We all got muted. Somebody came in. The feds are muted.
My agent. No, I'm sorry about that. We've got Robert coming up here. Robert's here now. Well, you know what? 2 minutes into Robert, let's get the stat guy in. If you like numbers, of course you like numbers because you're here trading. Robert, come on in and give us some enlightenment. We'll be right back. All right, Robert. Welcome, Robert.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I see Hoag's looking great with the Be Kind shirt on over there, and P's got the hairstyle happening, and the tie for I put down a losing a bit, but I don't know about losing. I think it was a game because 500 likes there in like 15 minutes. Had to wear a tie, so kudos to you for taking it on.
I canceled the hair. I got too many compliments on it. I gotta.
I wish I had your hair.
Looking like Fabio out here.
Thank you. Hey, 71% long S&P for all those folks that are trading SPOOs. And SPOOs is what you call it in the trading pit. SP. Why would they call it SPOOs, John?
I think it just came from like SPU, the September numbers. So they
September numbers,
yeah. SPOOs, and then it just went to all of them.
That was like the Swiss franc, the Swissy.
Swissy. Right.
I mean, they had nicknames for just about every pit.
Yeah. I don't think they did for the Dow. I don't think they didn't have the Dowie or anything like. The Dow was just the Dow.
Yeah, Nazi for the NASDAQ.
Yeah,
Nazi.
The Nazi.
They went to one syllables on everything. All right. Speaking of none of that. Robert, why don't you give us some stats. Enlighten.
Absolutely. This is all coming from a trader community here, and this is across the board. These are not funded traders. This is everyone across the board, and I will specify what's funded and what's not. Typically, traders are 75% or more traders trade the NQ than the ES, but yesterday it was 51% different. For some reason, a almost 25% of the traders on the NQ decided we're just going to trade the ES for the day. That was yesterday. Might have something to do with what the comments were about the contract rollover coming up and listening to Hoag's suggestions there or taking things easy. So don't know what that is or the full reason behind it, but those are the stats. That's how it works.
So you're saying Hoag scared everybody out of the markets yesterday? In a good way.
Yeah. I think he pulled him over to ES because not many. Usually it's 75% of all Topstep traders are 75% of trading the NQ, but for some reason yesterday that gave him almost 50-50 NQ to ES, the two biggest instruments. So go figure that one, right?
Hey, NASDAQ back on its highs. It just made new highs. 70% of people, 65 on the NASDAQ are long, 70% on the S&P. So as long as you're getting paid, folks, as long as have been getting paid, that's what I got so far. Go ahead, Robert.
Again, I got to tell you, I don't know how you guys do this. Like, rule number one for me is do not trade the first 30 minutes of the U.S. Open. And all you guys are like, first thing I'm doing is trading the U.S. Open. So to each their own. You can have it. Thank you very much.
That's what we've been saying. Each their own. It's the great game of trading. To each their own.
Yes, sir. And I love it how some were long this morning and some were short and both got paid. That's wonderful. It's a wonderful deal here.
Hey,
yes.
78% are long now in the NASDAQ and 71 in the S&P. Go ahead, Robert.
No problem. We want to be informed. I mean, that's what this is all about, right?
John, what levels do you have up here in the NASDAQ and the S&P for our folks?
Well, a little bit of supply up here in the overnight from the night before last and value high from the previous day. It took a little bit of a stop here below the overnight high. I'm not looking to short it now because it seems to be continuing over the overnight high. The opening range at the low of the day is the main nuance, and if you didn't take it, you're kind of waiting for the next opportunity, and that's what I'm doing. So value high from the S&Ps yesterday, day before yesterday, actually 44.76. But there is another naked point of control all the way up here at 45.08. NASDAQ, NQ. Let's get to the September.
Yeah, go to the hour first, John, on the NASDAQ, the hour, and then we'll go to the 30. I like to pull out and then kind of cruise down to the front yard.
Okay, so on the hourly, you've got the point of control a little bit lower. It shouldn't change for that, but we're still wrestling with the point of control from yesterday, which again was 76.
Yeah.
Above that, I mean, there's space as far as naked points of control all the way up here to 549.75 and a value high here from the day before yesterday at 15,422, and look what's happening right there. We've got the 100 and the 200 session moving average converging right at that level.
That's what I want to show you.
That looks interesting.
So 420, is that 420? Not Eddie's 420. Not Eddie's 420, but the 420.
Yes, 420 is
Friday.
That's the number.
So you got 420. Sorry, Robert, we'll get back to you. 420 on the 100 and 100. Sorry, 200, 100. Simple. We keep things super simple here. You can have all your charts or your whatever oscillators and all your studies on your charts to each his own. 200, 100 right here on the hour. Now, John, I said this too because go to the 30 minute.
Here's the 30.
Because there's the same price. I think it's the 200.
200 at 420.
So you got you're gonna be doing battles with some of those unless there's a ripper coming in here and saying, hey, I'm taking this market higher, and it's pushing one of these big market capped weighted stocks in a position. I mean, to me, that's where it starts to get a little bit dicey. And also, you have that level right there of the 376s that you're on, going all the way back to this is a 30-minute, going back to that little range back there. Yeah,
it's a point of control from Wednesday.
And then if you look at it, we've had a big pull off from 81. So was it 81s? Yeah, I got to keep scrolling. 83s, 82 half.
82 half was the high there.
82 half is the high. Touched it, pulled back hard. And John, when it was up there, you're like, hey, I'm going to wait and see. And I think a lot of traders could also be like, I'm going to wait and see because there's all this movement and it's been showing. And then the market goes, no, flip.
Yep.
We'll wait and see. And all you guys that wait and see for a better opportunity.
I remember the tilt was like 80 plus when we were out.
It was. It's another good thing to learn. It was 77, so close to 80. And then they were in the money, the herd. And when I say the herd, the 70, that's a lot of, lots of people trading, open positions. And a lot to be learned from traders, period. Whether we're talking to traders or they are showing their charts or we are sharing an indicator about traders. Lots to be learned because we are all the in the markets participants. Robert, why don't you give us a little new?
We want our stats, man.
You know what? Hey, this is the way it goes. We're talking live markets, right? These are fast markets. The market is not going to wait for anybody, and it's not going to pause for anybody, nothing. So we got to take it when it's here. That's just how it works.
It doesn't care about anybody.
It does not.
It's as sad as that sounds. It doesn't.
Exactly. It doesn't care what stats are going on. It doesn't care who made funded yesterday. It doesn't care who had a great P&L. It doesn't care who lost an account. It's just gonna, I'm just gonna go over here and we'll just take it when we have it. So
fear, that's the other guy's problem.
That's the other guy's problem.
Exactly. We got one more community. Chloe S was on a winning streak for 11 days. That streak still holds at 11 straight winning days. That one, again, is not a express funded account. It's not a funded account. This is a full community stat. She did not trade yesterday.
Hold on. What's the full community stat?
Chloe S, a winning streak, number of winning days, is 11 days. She had the winning streak of yesterday. Excuse me. I can make one correction. That is an express funded account. My apologies. I take everything to see who has the longest winning streak, and it combines them. Chloe is a winner. Express funded account. She held it yesterday as well, but did not trade. So 2 days ago, held it yesterday.
Where's she at today?
11 straight trading days, winning trading days in XFA. She did not trade yesterday, so that stat still carried over. Right, exactly. So, but nobody overtook it. Did not trade yesterday.
She traded today?
I don't have that screen up to tell you if she is or not.
Okay, cool. Let's watch this one, guys. I love winning streaks. If you don't love winning streaks, so do you have to make money every day? Well, winning streak, what counts as a winning streak, John? You know this one, and Robert. A winning day and a scratch day. A scratch day. And when you talk about scratch day, you can be up $5. That's a winning day. That's a winning day.
2 out of 3 outcomes in any trade are positive.
There you go. So we like
Absolutely.
W's. We talk about winning days. To get a payout, you got to have a winning day greater than $200. Well, why do you have that? Well, you put up a winning day before you take money out. It's kind of pretty straightforward. But
yeah, you need to make money before you can take it out, right? Let's take a look at some individual stats. We'll get a graphic up here to make it easier to follow on some of these things. These are all express funded account traders. Now, Michael, you asked me yesterday to go through the funded account and make sure we do the live funded account. We will be doing that all the next week. Just a little struggle there trying to get some extra credentials for me to get into the live account side of things. So one more day. These are all express funded accounts, to be clear. JDT is on the top. These are in no particular order, just the top 3. Previous day P&L was $14,329. Super job for Datey. Average winning trade, and this is going to get juicy here, $7,957 was the average winning trade for this particular trader.
What is it Datey?
Datey, that's how I have to pronounce it. Dadie, Datey T.
All
If
right.
you're watching, if you're listening, congratulations.
Yeah, hell of a trade.
Absolutely, but here's the interesting part. Only won 33% of the trades.
How does that happen, John? John, how does that do that?
Katie's keeping the math on her side.
Yeah, there you go. Average winner greater than average loser by a lot.
Absolutely. We're only talking like $47 shy of $8,000 for winning trades and just under $2,000 for losing trades. When you do that, you can keep that you can keep, but that winning percentage can be lower because that's how it works. Okay? The kicker here is the winning trade duration, and this is ES, by the way, 6 trades on ES. The winning trade duration was 5 hours and 35 minutes yesterday.
Holding.
Isn't that unbelievable? That's incredible. Here's the kicker. Losing trade, 4 minutes. We'll get that up on the graphic too. So when she got into a losing trade, her average losing trade was 4 minutes. The winning trades are 5.5 hours. Congratulations. Average daily profit of $3,500 over just 4 trading days in her express funded account. That is unbelievable. We'd like to see that percentage come up there with those numbers, but we understand it. 4 minutes in a losing trade, 5 hours in a winning trade. When you have an $8,000 win to a $2,000 loss, you can afford that a little bit. Just be real careful going forward.
So a 4-to-1. Let's put a column in here on what R&R is on each one of these people. So this is like a 4-to-1, isn't it?
It is.
We're gonna put the ratio
Just
up
over
there.
4-to-1. Yep, I will make a note of that right now.
You think so, Johnny?
Yeah. That's my favorite stat, man.
We will put that up
It's
there.
called keeping the math. Yeah, keeping the math. And if anybody wants, as Robert keeps going, anybody wants to see other stats, before you do all that, smash the like button. Go over to Topstep Discord and the Topstep TV channel and say, you know what, I want this stat. I want to see this.
Sure, I'd be happy to take a look at that. Moving on, Brian R. had the highest P&L yesterday in an express funded account, $21,933.
Almost
$22,000 for P&L yesterday.
Wow.
In a day. It's absolutely incredible. Average winning trade, $1,383. Average losing, $1,224. Notice how those numbers are a little closer together. It's not a 1-to-1, but it's pretty dang close. But winning 80% of your trades, you can have almost a 1-to-1 ratio. You only need to win 52% on 1-to-1 to be profitable.
Yes.
Trading NQ, average trade about 4 minutes.
You have to have a good batting average, or I should say on base average, which is a win percent, right?
Beyond, but yeah, that's where it's a winning percentage would be, and on base, just getting in there, getting those trades. You know, if you have a winning trade of $10 and a losing trade of $9, you're winning 50% of those. You're ahead of the game. That's just how it works. Trading the NQ only took 7 trades, but the average daily profit was $3,655. 6 days in the XFA account, the express funded account. Now, it's very interesting that I saw these stats from all of these traders that are up in the top 3 here. They've only been in the express funded account, 4 days for one, 6 days for another, 6 days for the third one. So right out of the gate.
Who's eligible to get paid out? I guess 4 days. Never mind. They're not yet. So 4 days. Leads to the 5th day. They will be
5 days. Yeah, 5 days of $200 or more profit. You can take your payout.
Yeah, take a payout, folks. Take a payout.
Absolutely. Take a payout on these things. And that's what I'm hoping. So I'm hoping to see Brian, because Brian was up here yesterday also with a very high P&L. So I'm going to assume that Brian will be taking a payout today and transferring to live next week, and we will keep you up to date on that.
Hey, Robert, we need one of those fire emojis next to Brian. I don't know if we can do that.
Yeah, it's absolutely
2 days in a row. 2 days in a row, and you're talking about his days. That's fire.
Exactly, and yeah, he's doing fabulous. 2 days prior to that was a gentleman named Samuel G. He did 26K one day and 23 the next. He's now in live.
Awesome, nice.
That's why he's not on this sheet, the express funded account. To be honest.
I mean, yeah, because you got the live traders that you're gonna be sharing us with, but who what was his name that got pulled up live?
Samuel G. 2 days ago was 26K on his express funded. Yesterday was 23K on his funded. He's not on the express funded list today because, again, I don't have the funded program right in front of me. So he got pulled off of this list, and whatever he made in funded today, we'll get those numbers for you.
Nice.
Live funded.
Pro ball, yes. Now he's at the pro level. The pro level with real money, backed by the prop firm, trading real products and real exchanges that aren't made up CFDs or off exchange trading or whatever. It's real products on real exchanges with real
money. Topstep takes the risk. Just prove yourself in the combine. Get over to express funded. Take a payout. Move you into live and play with the real money here. Nicholas T. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, excuse me, I plotted this yesterday, but so 2 days ago had a P&L of $20,800. Had a P&L yesterday of $17,000. He lost a little bit on a little bit of trades, not too much. And why is that? Average winning trade 318, average losing trade 486. We see that correlation. He's got his average losers are a little lower than his average winners. Does have an 89% win rate. Just wasn't enough to take it over and push him over the edge on the profitable day. So he ended up losing a little bit yesterday. Not too bad. average daily profit is still $29.80 over 6 days of trading. That said, I believe he's going to be taking a payout today as well.
Hey, Rob.
Yes.
Here's a good question. We talked about that trade that you had for 5.5 hours, right?
Yeah.
All right. We've got a question here. Do you got the stats on the time for that trade as far as time of day? Was it during the opening bell, closing bell? Was it overnight? Was it...
Yeah, I can get that stat. I don't have that stat in front of me. These are all set up. I looked these up prior to the show and then plot them out so we can have them on these graphics. But yes, we can get that information to find out exactly when that trade was.
Hey, Rob, I also have a request. I have a request. Can you get what percent of the funded traders took a payout? You talked about payouts quite a bit. So next week, at some point, tell us what percent took a payout this week. Is that fair enough?
I can do that.
Can I get a fries on the side? And
oh my goodness! Sorry. One thing I want to know before I do have a graphic here that we have Mr. James internal has built for me, and this is be a little bit of a surprise to everyone. But I think
Robert, sorry, I got to cut you off. We're making new highs in the S&P and the Nasdaq. Yeah. John, anything up here that you like that we're talking about? 72% of people are long right now. Only 65 on the S&P. Nasdaq is 73% are long. All up here on the highs. We talked about this 420. Eddie's favorite number, 420 up at the 15,420 level.
Yeah.
Because we got a 200 period on the 30-minute right there. We have 100 and a 200 period on the 1 hour right there. It's a little bit past settlement, and we've had strong out of the box trading all day long. Sorry, not settlement. Yesterday's settlement.
Right. Yeah, the most important nuance as far as the profiles are concerned today is the fact that the opening range remains the dead ass low on both of these contracts. So I'm not looking to short. What I am trying to do is remain patient, let the early range establish itself, and then find opportunities in and around that range.
Because we're almost an hour into the market open, cash market open. Yeah. All right. Cool. Just want to share that. We got a little pullback in the Nasdaq, nothing much, but still sitting on our highs in the S&P.
Yeah. I'm enjoying I'm enjoying the joy of missing out right now.
That's why we call this tradertainment, Hoagland.
Yep.
Gives us something to do.
Absolutely. This is, but you never know. Like what's the thing there is ACH, right? Anything can happen. This NASDAQ and this ES, they could have skyrocketed right now. Yeah, but who the hell knows, right? Yeah. So we got to take a pause and watch it. The market's going to move. It's not waiting around. That's for sure.
All right.
Hey, Rob.
What do you get? Go ahead. Sorry.
Rob, real quick here. If you can, see if we can get some stats from these YouTube streamers on our XFAs. And we've got some questions about that coming up in YouTube. We'll see what they're doing, see how they're doing. But the reason that what Rob is putting out are the top numbers, whoever it may be. It may be it may be our president. If it is, you're going to see Joe B. in the little graphic there. But whoever it is, I mean, we're not picking and choosing. But no. I see what you're saying, Adam.
I'd love to see Don T trade, though. The old
Don T.
Got a feeling he put on some big size, and I don't know how he'd pan out. So it's maybe, I don't know. That'd be really cool to see the presidents go, ex-presidents go head to head with the current president. We should put a poll. Put a poll
and tweet it out there somewhere. Someone's.
And if anybody right away jumps into Donald Trump, not getting into politics, but you got to kind of go off how many bankruptcies some people have had in their life, because that kind of goes how many blowout accounts you have. I'm just saying. I'm not even talking about politics, but you got to talk about financial history of these folks.
I've been that close. Never hit bankruptcy.
We need that.
God, yeah. There was one point that I thought I was going to go bankrupt, and I was in a pit. I was sitting down. I got to do this real quick. I was sitting down just like this, sitting down in the pit, and the broker, walks in the pit, big one. Eddie, who I'm talking about, Hulk.
Yep.
And it goes 87 bid. And if you say 87 bid, typically in the Dow with a big fat round number, 90 bid would be a big order because it's trading like 85s. And he goes, 87 bid, which you would typically in the pit think that's a smaller order, right, John? Right, Eddie? And then you go 90 bid if it was a big order. So I just go, sold. And I'm sitting down. I go, sold. He goes, 300. And I go, holy. Right away, I'm like, Papa.
He can't do that to you. If he doesn't put a number on it, you get to pick what you want.
Well, I didn't at that point. In his clerk's ear, they heard sold, which therefore the client heard sold, aka filled, aka he couldn't shave anything back or do anything, and I couldn't go, no, I actually meant 20.
But he didn't put a number on it.
I didn't put a number on it.
He didn't.
He didn't. Well, I didn't give him time. I didn't give him time. Yeah,
so
he's
like
87 bid.
Sold.
Yeah, and I go, sold. And he goes, 300. And I'm like, oh my God, that's 600 minis in the Dow. The Dow's like 5 up on each side. Bid offer, 5. Do you know how far you'd have to rip through the offer? Or hold on, I was long. No, hold on, I was short. No, he did 300. 87 bid. Yeah, he bought them.
So you're short.
Yeah. So, yeah, I know. It still gets me nervous.
My pop is sweating listening to this.
Yeah, 87 bid. So therefore, he's bid, and I go sold, and he goes 300, and I go gut dropped. I was 27 at the time. I'm 44, so I always keep telling you. I don't know why. 27 at the time, and I'm like, oh my God. And my trading, I just paid off my condo. My condo was like $265,000. Just paid it off. I was like high on life. I'm like, this is awesome. And I had $10,000 in a trading account. I always kept it. Get up to 50 grand, pull it. Get up to 50, pull it. And I'm like, holy shit. And the market started to like rally up, like to 95s. Now I'm 600 short. Needless to say, it was about an $8,000 loser of just getting out of the position. A couple guys that are my buddies behind me, they're like, I'll take 50. I'll take 25.
Yeah, they'll do that too.
Those guys are bros. Yeah, so that was a scary time. That, John, was my feeling of going bankrupt in the trading world.
It just frees up,
I'm trying to think what happens.
My hands was shaking. I was literally going to touch it in your hand. Like your emotions in this game of trading, you get it to, you don't want to get it to the edge of your emotions where you put so much on. That's why they call it puking, right, John?
Yes.
Yes. And puking in the trading world is literally you take so much heat, you're like, you blow out of that trade.
And sometimes you actually puke.
You actually puke. So.
All right, guys, we got about 2 minutes here coming up, half past. Chicago time right now, 9:28, 9:30 here. We've got Danny with So Crude. So, yes, Crude traders, we did not forget you.
All right, Robert, you want to leave us with something funny or something good, stat-wise?
Listen to you. Come on, man. Make me laugh or something.
If we have that graphic up, we can throw that up on the screen, and then I will go through. It's going to be a little easier to look at. I was working on it this morning. If we don't, I'll move on. But hopefully, we can get those facts up on the screen here momentarily. While we're waiting for that, what's that?
Robert, I have some unfortunate news. Do you mean this graphic or something else?
No, it's the other one that I was working on this morning. I wasn't sure if I was going to get up there or not.
I regret to inform you I have seen this graphic yet.
All right, Robert. Thanks for coming on. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Robert.
Wow. Where's the Price is Right thing? Oh, man. We were looking forward to it.
All right. We're going to take a break here. Coming up next. Yes. So Crude, dude, we got Danny coming up next. So take a little one. Get yourself a new juice box, juice, whatever, coffee, tea.
It's Friday. You can say it. It's Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
Go put some more ice cubes in your bong.
Yeah. Do I have time to go get coffee?
Yeah. Can we get coffee?
Yeah. Let's take a quick coffee break.
All right.
5 minutes. Come back.
Let's take a coffee break.
All right.
Don't
Peace.
forget, hit the lucky.
Welcome, Danny. Welcome back, Dan.
Good morning.
Crude with the Crude dude, Danny. Happy Friday, brother.
Same to you. How are you guys doing today?
What do you stand
down a
for,
little.
Danny?
We plugged Caddyshack so much. Caddyshack, guys, watch it this weekend. And Rogue Trader. Trade Places. Those are
There
our
you go.
three favorites.
Every Friday we'll come up with a movie suggestion.
Could also watch
For the weekend?
Floored.
For the weekend. Little homework.
Floored.
I'm a big fan of Floored. I like
Floored's
that
a
one.
good one.
Yeah, you might even see me in
I'm a
Florida.
big fan of Floored.
I'm in the background there a few times.
Johnny, you're in Floored?
In the background
You're
a
in
few
Florida?
times, yeah.
Hell yeah. You know, you should let everybody know. You can watch it on YouTube, I believe, and then we'll get the time, and then we'll get a screenshot of it. Maybe James Harden, maybe you're listening, you do a screenshot. You gotta watch the whole movie to find it.
Slowly scroll through to see if you can see the back of Hoag's head.
I'm sure you could
Then
probably
bring it
see
on
all of
here
us
and we'll-
if you look hard enough.
I was not down there at that time. I was not that old.
That was before my time.
Well, guys, let's talk about this crude oil. I got to say, I made a rookie mistake here this morning. I don't often close out my trading platform. It's usually running 24/7. I don't turn the monitor. This monitor you can see behind me, I don't ever turn it off. I walk by this room all day long, and I look over here. I'll keep a quote board up during the day. And that's kind of what I pay attention to. And last night, my computer reset itself. It forced me to come in here and open up my program, my platform this morning. I went and opened it. And apparently, I never saved my template with my auto OCOs in place. So I put on a trade this morning. I'm long 87.08 right now, looking for a check. Everyone knows I've talked about this before. My standard auto OCO is a 50 tick target with the 30 tick stop, or 500 by 300 per contract that I'm trading. I looked over, I saw we had traded through my 500 tick target, but my position was still on, and realized I did not have my auto OCO on. So rookie mistake there. I missed out on my exit point. For me, this trade is still valid. So I have not closed it out. I know people are going to say, well, you hit the target. Why don't you just peel it off? I like this right now. I still like being long the crude oil market. Especially yesterday, we saw a draw of 6 million barrels. I think we talked about that yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
The expectation was a draw of 2. It 3x'd it. So what does that tell you fundamentally that this market's going to do? And Hoag, we got weekly kickoff high right up at 88. So
Yep.
To me, being long this position right now, I am still okay with it.
Yeah, it still seems to be kind of magnetizing up towards that 88 level. It's tested it 3 times this week.
Mm-hmm.
So, but at least you didn't get to your stop and didn't have it in.
Very fortunate with that one.
Yeah.
Dan,
We all make silly mistakes. It happens. We're all human.
We're talking about in the YouTube chat, talking about DC and myself looking at crude, and I decided to jump into crude to try it. I've been trading ES, haven't traded crude in months, so I did a sim trade, got stopped out, but I really like that 86.87 level. The settlement from yesterday, we talked about that. I had the right call, but I didn't commit to the trade. Taking a buy on that settlement when it did hit it made a nice move up. But the thing is, I just wanted to share with everybody. I didn't get angry. I didn't get pissed. I put it in my. I filed it under confidence because I saw something that I liked. I made the right call. I didn't put the trade on, but I'm not going to get all pissed off about it. So hopefully we all sort of other crude traders saw that was going on. But that was a settlement, 86.87.
I'll tell you, Eddie, I love that settlement price. Settlement's going to do one of 2 things, in my opinion. The market's never just going to sit at settlement price. I mean, yeah, sometimes for sure it might float there for a little bit, but it's going to do. I've always looked at it as one of 2 things. Yes, I am. I will. So when I look at settlement price, it's an accelerant. So that market's going to come down and hit settlement price and accelerate in the direction it's going, or it's going to be like a diving board. It's going to hit that price and rally up. And yes, so the position that I do have on is a live trade. So anything I do talk about here will most likely be a live trade unless I say I'm in a simulated market. But yeah, I have live trades going all day long.
Hey, speaking of live trades, actually, they're not live trades. It's everybody's trading in our community that is not live trading. 73% of you are short NASDAQ. 73% of you are short NASDAQ. Danny,
Wow.
Crude, 43% of people are short, just to give you a heads up.
I like the long side. So the vast majority has the same bias as I do at the moment.
They do.
Does that make you nervous?
Oh, yeah, that's true. I don't know, John. Today, the majority of bias has been getting paid.
Getting paid in the equities for sure, right?
In the equities for sure, yeah.
I'll tell you, no matter what you hear from, that's where I struggle, right? Like, that's why I've not been a fan of like group trading or like with guys that are like submitting their biases to you all day. It makes you question yourself a little bit. I think in the beginning, it's great to negotiate that and talk about that through people. But like, I know myself right now and just how I trade, I need to keep other opinions, from swaying my opinion. I have, I think, a pretty solid understanding. My success rates have been, I would say, pretty good over the last number of years of me trading. So
I take the opposite approach. I always have, because I've been around opinions and I'm pretty opinionated and I have a flexible.
You opinionated?
No.
I got a strong opinions weekly held. That's a trader in me. Strong opinions weekly held. I like it right here. But I always think, prove me wrong. I'm ready to be proven wrong because I want to learn from being proven wrong. And I like to hear other people's opinions because I hear their opinions and I'm like, okay, great, that's their opinion. I'm gonna always do it out. So I take a different approach. Maybe it's like I've always been around traders in the prop firm I was with. You sat around them all and they would talk. And yeah, you're right, Danny. When you're cold, for me, when I was cold, hearing them trade, I would kind of jump on the easy one that kind of backs my confirmation, but then that's the majority rule, and you don't want to be a part of the majority. You want to be part of the minority in the bias side of the world sometimes. So
couldn't agree more. And I will say there is a balance to it, right? Like,
yeah.
I know the person that, like, the groups that I've traded with in the past, like Michael, you and I've traded together. We have similar.
Yeah, you and your dad, your mentor.
You got to make sure you're with the right people that have the right thought process to you.
Yes. 73% of people are short NASDAQ. You got to sell off right now. Shorts are making money. 78%, 82%. I'm going to get long right now. I'm just going to get long right now.
What's the jacket? What's with the tie?
Dude,
you missed it.
I just want to look good. I got long 32 quarters. 32 quarters.
Hoag's still winning. He's
following my lead.
On.
Oh, yeah. I saw Johnny wear ties this week, and I'm like, you know what? No. Eddie, now I'm taking heat on it. I just had just a little bit. So I'm long
got
right
the shirt on, though. The shirt that can't be beat.
Oh, I think the whole shirt that can't be beat is Eddie's. I mean, if we get Eddie's picture in here, if we got a quad box, yeah. I love Eddie's shirt. So, Danny, I lost a bet. Actually, it's not
didn't
really
lose. We had our traders smash the like button like they should right now.
Danny, put it on Danny, Eddie. Put it on Danny.
All right. If we get 500, no, let's go 600 this time.
I just closed out my trade.
You closed it out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
470 a contract.
Good job. If we get 600 likes here today, Danny is going to wear a tie and his white hat because he doesn't like white.
Oh, a helmet.
Eddie, can we put cut off sleeves on Danny? Can we go a little bit more rough on the
You want to do that? Okay. How about like what do they call it? A Dago tee?
I don't own a Dago tee.
You got to get one. You got to get one. 600 likes. Come on, hit that, smash that like button.
I'll tell you what. I'll put on some.
No, you're not allowed to call it. Eddie's calling it. Eddie's calling the shots. Eddie, I threw some recommendation. You do what you want. Do what you want.
All right. Yeah, a Dago tee and a white hat.
Eddie.
I will get you I'll order you one from Amazon.
I think they're called strapless T-shirts.
Strapless T-shirts.
The other two.
Wait a minute.
The other two, strappy tees or something. The other two names for them aren't very nice.
Well, I'm Italian. You know what? I'm Italian. I can do that. Okay, bada bing,
Okay,
bada
there
bang.
you go. There you go.
Okay.
I'm still
All
sitting
right.
here.
So what has to happen if I
We
gotta
get
wear-
600 likes today.
All right, don't hit the like button, folks.
Nope.
Just a Friday.
I hit it.
Get out of here. Go home.
I'm smashing it right now. I just
I'm gonna
called my
hack it.
Yeah, I have a group text going on with my whole family, and I'm going to tell them to smash the like button over here.
And just so you know, hitting the like button is lucky. It's lucky for you.
It's good
So
karma.
Make sure you hit the lucky like button.
Yes,
Yeah.
karma, baby, karma.
Danny wears a tie. No. Robert, Danny does not wear a tie. Danny wears a cutoff sleeve or whatever Eddie recommends. Eddie, you can't. This tie look, I think it shouldn't be punished to be wearing a tie. I actually feel
No,
a little bit more classy and professional in my sitting here.
More
It was-
distinguished.
it was
In my
just the start of
solitude.
something great. Okay.
All right. Well,
Cutoff sleeves.
like
Cutoff
button.
sleeves.
I'm gonna let you guys be here. You guys watch that like button for me.
Wow,
Keep me
424.
posted on
That
what
was
I
a
gotta wear.
jump. He's got a
Okay.
hard smashes.
Danny wears cutoff sleeves. Is that what we're going with, or Danny wears tie?
I guess we'll go with your
Well-
cutoff sleeves then.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
Well,
that's fine.
hey,
It's got to be
Hoagland.
white though.
Hoagland
Because-
said both. Danny, John, hey, Eddie, you want to meet in the
All right,
middle?
I'll do a button down. I'll rip the sleeves off of it, and I'll put a tie on.
Yeah,
right, that'll work.
Topstep will reimburse you. There you go.
That'll
Oh,
work.
yay.
There you go. All right, get to what's the
And you
number?
got to sing the
600?
Marines hymn.
Oh, I like that.
No.
And the next contest revolving around Dan is going to be a dream date with Dan.
Wow.
Hey guys, I'm still long from 32, and we want to put my position on here, 32 quarter. Still sitting here. Actually, I'm going to just cover it here shortly, but you can put it in there. Actually, I'm going to let it play out. 15 handles up or 15 handles down from the 32 range. And
So you're long.
I'm long, but I feel like I like the entry, but I don't like the fact it's sitting down here because I call it growing legs or cracking the floor, so to speak, and the pull, or somebody's about ready to pull the rug out from underneath me. So I'm just going to cover it right now. So I think this can. I did it already. I covered 34s, got 32s. Nothing a 60-40 on the NASDAQ tilt. Sitting here
Guys,
right now.
before you get too deep into NASDAQ, I'm going to leave you be. We've moved away from the crude. Have a nice weekend,
Yeah,
everybody.
sorry. Hey, Danny, hold on. We have
Thanks,
to do
Dan.
a virtual handshake. Danny wears a cutoff sleeve T-shirt. No, cutoff button down, Robert. Cutoff button down, or whoever's running the headline story, and a tie. Right?
All right, deal.
Deal. We gotta get to 600, Eddie.
600's the number.
We'll see you guys later. Have a nice weekend.
All right, take care, bro.
Great smart.
All right. Danny's not here. Everybody starts smashing that like button.
I gotta go smash it myself.
Yeah. G-Cop, I didn't sell. I got long 32s, and then I covered at 34s because I didn't like the fact that it was still hanging out around what I thought was a good entry, which at the time it was for a hot second. I had 10 handles in it a little bit, but yeah, I'm glad I'm out. It's trading 25s right now.
Alyssa says, consider the like button smashed.
Yo! What are we at, Eddie, on likes?
I got 456.
I got to call my Rolodex of folks right now.
We could do it. We could do it. Buck and a half.
Buck and a half. All right, so John, let's
Yes,
talk about these markets real quick. It did just
Yes.
it did just sell off down to a what was it, Nate? No, hold on. 22 half. I was long from 32 half, so I would have had 10 handles of heat, but I would not have been stopped out because I have 15 handles. I am liking it. I am liking it still on this pullback. But
So we're on the 1
Friday.
hour now. Let's go back to the 30-minute. That's mine.
Yeah. And remember,
so the
Friday,
initial
John.
balance has been established, right? The initial balance is the first hour of trade. The low of this bar, 270. The high of this bar, 390.75. Okay, look at where the third bar went up to. It stopped. We've established the initial balance. The initial balance is where two-sided trade is assumed to be able to take place. As long as we don't extend and accept above the initial balance or below the initial balance, we're range bound. Now, the third bar here, the 9:30 to 10 o'clock bar, stops short. Now think about this, Michael. If you took that short at 376 and you had a 15-tick stop, the high of it was 975. 90.75. That keeps you in.
It does. In a low cheap trade.
I mean, if you're a static 15-tick stop and you took that short right there, you would have taken some heat. Let's not kid ourselves, but you would still be in the trade.
You'd still be in the trade. Yeah, I didn't do my math correctly. Sorry. You're right.
Right. So, but now with that first hour of trade, you can kind of look to say, all right, well, the opening range is the low of the day. That's important. We traded up to the point of control. We did not accept above it. Now we're kind of rotating back to the low. So this gives us kind of opportunity at these extremes to look for opportunities that are going to be cheap. And if we get full rotations, that's a lot of dough. I mean, we're shorted 80, 380. We can come all the way down to 280. That's 100 points. 400 ticks.
That's a good Friday morning, right?
Now, that would be a full rotation inside the initial balance. It would be a hell of a Friday morning. So,
I got a question here, guys. Actually, a couple here.
Yes.
Michael, do you trail your stop or not? It's from Luke.
No, in out. Trailing is looking for a big move. There's not that many huge moves in a day. What I would do is there is one thing I do trail. If I have more than one lot on, of course, and the market starts moving my direction, I'll let it hit my 15 handle target. But as it's coming up to the 15 handle target, I'll cancel a couple of those. So then I'll let those ones run. So say I have 4 on, I'll let a couple run. I cut my position in half, take profits on 2 of them. So now I'm taking profits on 2 of them. Therefore, those 2 that I leave on, I can move that stop up to my break even. And now I'm sitting in my head with pretty much a free trade, so to speak, and a bit of a cushion. So that's what I like to do if I'm going to move a stop, but I don't chase or don't trail it past really my entry.
Unless it's some sort of very long, very strong trend in one direction that you believe is going to continue, then at some point you gotta protect some sort of profit. But I always seem to put my trailing stops too close. They always come and take them out, and then the market continues. So I'm very cautious, and I leave a lot of space on them.
Michael, you're trading the NASDAQ today. You're a NASDAQ trader. Coming off of YouTube here, what do you think of a short on the point of control on NASDAQ around 15,387-ish?
That's what we were just talking about, right? Eddie or John?
Yeah.
387. You're talking about 70 somethings.
76.
That's a
point of control from 2 days ago was unchecked, is now checked.
Well, there you go, DC.
I mean, DC, if you're talking about retesting that, John, if it comes up and retests that, our high was
90 quarter. 90.75. Right.
Yeah.
I'm still a moving average guy, and we were talking about the 420s down to now they're lower than that. You have the 200 up there, and then on your 1 hour you have your 100 and your 200.
Right there.
Yeah. So to me, on a Friday, if it wants to make a college try up to those are going to be hard to graduate, so to speak, past those moving averages. Just because it's a Friday, I think window of opportunity starts to really shut pretty quickly. So
you're right on it. Friday.
Yeah.
Friday's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to try and make a little bit of money on Friday and then go golfing, or like Patrick Weiland said, let's go fishing.
Fishing, golfing, just kicking back.
Kicking back. We should find out what he catches.
I'm afraid to ask. Johnny Hoagland, our good friend Fred Decker, the old OG.
Yes.
OG.
What's up, Fred?
With the opening range being left at the low and the range extension higher, do you think the short trades in the S&P are a mistake? Value is developing higher.
All right.
Fred Decker, I love that you and Hoag are like in tune with this, and you have been for quite some time.
Fred's,
Right,
I tell you, Fred's a good old friend.
30,
He's been working hard a long time.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
We all have. We all
have good knowledge, and some of the best questions I ever get are from Fred.
Yep.
So
Fred's a smart guy, man.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So the initial balance in the S&Ps was extended. The first hour of trade took a look above and then rejected. So I still think with the opening range, the low of the day, in the current context of the market, in other words, we're kind of, looking at the daily, it's rollover. I'm not looking for any major range extensions on any of these equities markets today. I still think it's worth a cheap short up against the high. Yes, value is moving higher right now. It's outright higher. But again, with the current context of the market, knowing it's rollover, if I get a cheap short up here, I would probably take it. If I get a cheap long down here near the low of the initial balance, I would probably take it. I think the only thing we did, Fred, when we extended the initial balance was take out the stops above the initial balance and test the Wednesday's value area high, and that has now shown a sign of rejection. So I still like the idea, and I would take it because it's cheap. Some of the best trades I've ever taken, and Fred, you know this, have been almost solely because they were cheap.
There you go. From one sharp mind to another. And I hope that we all sort of got something out of that one.
My age, having a sharp mind during a day is more of a rare occasion, but thank you, Eddie.
Sharp like marbles.
So whoever guesses my age tomorrow gets $1.
Make sure you got a PayPal account. Send it as like friends and family.
I don't even know how old you are, John. I mean, I know roughly. 36, 37, right?
36,
Yeah.
37, right? Yeah, I started in the industry 4 years before I was born.
Look, we got guesses already coming up in the YouTube channel. 58, 63, 24, 65, 60.
Let's see if anybody wins. Nobody's got it yet.
43.
Sean says trailer runner.
Luke, I like you. 24, that's good. That's good. No,
53, 56, 58, 59, 69,
Jim,
63 and a half. 60. It's my birthday today, and I'm 63 and a half.
65 comment.
I was in labor for 6 months.
No, Jim got it. 59 tomorrow.
No,
John,
I think 59 was. No, yes. Okay, good.
Hey, John. Oh, how do you feel? How do you feel?
How do I feel?
No, age-wise. Everybody has a feeling. You talk to an 85-year-old. I still feel like I'm 42.
Well, I didn't have any drinks last night, so today I feel like 45.
Oh, if you had drinks,
do you feel like a Colt 45?
Yes.
Get some beer.
Colt 45.
Feel like a Colt 45 and get me a liter.
But after a Saturday night, probably more like 78. Lacey's Thursday high.
Colt 45. In college we used to. I was in fraternity, so you used to tape 40 ounces, and you would be Edward 40 hands. You had to tape 2 of them on, and all the pledges had to sit there. I probably shouldn't be talking about hazing, but it was hazing. and you'd have it duct taped, Colt 45, and you sit there and you play Edward Scissorhands or Edward 40 Hands, which is Edward Scissorhands if you guys ever watch the show. And you have to drink them all, and whoever drank them all could get them cut off, and they were the winner.
And then you were, oh gosh.
Yeah, I know.
That's 80 ounces of malt liquor. That's a good start.
That's a good start. That's a TGI. That's a Friday after class. What is it? FIC? Friday or FAC?
Well,
Friday?
it's like an hour at series.
It's an hour at series. We might someday talk about our series story, John. Those that don't know, series. Yeah, series is the. What was that, Eddie?
No, there's a lot. Just the other day we were talking about the food at the CME, but we were going to move over to the Board of Trade and start with food over there. Maybe we start with food first, and then we go to the liquor department.
That's good. That is true. And for all those that don't know, Ceres Cafe is in the at the first floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. It is, I would say, Chicago famous, hands down.
Best drink in the city.
Best drink in the city.
Best
The
drink.
bar opens up at what, 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock?
I usually have breakfast with my dad in there about 6:30 in the morning, and they were already drinking.
They're already
drinking. Yeah.
Hey, 75% of NASDAQ folks are short, only 60 for S&P. Crude oil, Eddie, or crude oil, only 40% of people are short. So
we
more.
just topped some new daily high. I tell you, that springboard was at that settlement level, 86, 87. I'm glad that some of the comments here that they did take that into consideration and got some profit off that. That's cool.
Overnight inventory evaporated, then buyers came back in.
Wow, look at this sell-off. 92s, 86s, 89s.
DC, those pit stories will be coming. Stay tuned. We've got a lot of good stories from the trading floor.
Yeah. Ceres Cafe is the cafe on the first floor. Ceres is the goddess of grain. CBOT was the commodities exchange typically. It all makes sense, sort of. John, do you like it down here at all? Or anybody like the NASDAQ or the S&P at these levels? You got a big pullback, back to settlement.
So this is where the market in the S&Ps has begun to create balance. We've got lots of volume here, very little volume on the way up. This is an interesting area. I don't like trading the point of control, but because there's low volume below, it is something I would certainly consider. Now let's look at the NASDAQ.
And earlier you said, you said fear is the other guy.
NASDAQ. This is the area the S&Ps are in right now. This where the volume kind of died off. This was the push to the upside. We started creating balance here. We're below point of control. We're below the value low. We're back to the opening range in the NASDAQ. This is where the buyers came in. This is not a bad idea to look for an opportunity for a long. You got to keep it cheap.
Yeah.
Guys, guess what time it is? It's 10 o'clock Chicago time, and it's time for Talking Shop. We got Andre ready to go, all greased up and ready to go. It is Friday. Andre, come on in, man. You know what? We're going to take a couple seconds here. We'll be right back with our friend Andre.
Dre.
Hello, Dre.
Hey, what's happening?
Andre,
happy
what's up,
Friday,
buddy?
brother.
Happy Friday. Happy Friday is right. That market just broke down nicely, huh?
Yeah, really quickly, John, is that you talked about, sorry, Andre, I want to get you involved. You talked about the extremes and then staying out of the middle, fade the extremes. If you look at a higher time frame, wouldn't this be fading the extremes and now it's coming back into the range?
Yes, because we're back in the opening range in the NASDAQ. Now, it's a pretty substantial opening range. I would want to look a little bit deeper into the opening range for an opportunity so I can limit risk, but it may not give us that opportunity.
So a short time frame trader would be like, John, you're throwing me all off. You're completely wrong. But a longer time frame trader would be like, damn, John, that's pretty good.
Well, yeah, I mean, because the shorter time frame traders are looking at different information, a lot more information, a lot of noise in some of those smaller time frame charts. But if it works for them, great.
Yep. Cool. I just want to throw that in there because we were talking about it earlier. Andre, what's up?
What's happening? You got a trade on?
I have nothing on right now.
You're flat. Good. So I have your attention.
It's cold in there, huh?
Yeah, you have my attention. You were a Sigma Chi at Kansas. Did you ever play Edward 40 hands?
I'm familiar. Yeah.
Bad tuna salad said. Yeah, Bad Tuna Salad said that it was actually the real goal of it was not to pee your pants. And you're right, because, John, I go back to this. Your hands are tied with 80
duct
ounces.
Oh,
duct
my
tape.
goodness. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, they're duct taped to
You
your
can't
hands.
go to the bathroom.
There's only one way to take them off your hands. You got to
drink
finish the bottles.
Ow.
Yeah, they got to get light.
And then you can go to the bathroom.
I don't think I could do it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you'd be surprised what you could do.
But unless you can go to the bathroom hands-free, John, I don't know.
Maybe I get help.
In Hoke, there you go, Rusty.
Oh, boy, we're reliving the glory days, huh?
Well. Yeah, we had to throw it out there. We were talking about 40s.
Yeah.
Eddie's talking about 40s and 420s, and it's Friday. I don't know.
Well, it is Friday.
No, that's why I stayed independent.
Yeah, it is Friday. So that kind of leads me in, I guess, what I wanted to touch on, if it's cool with you guys. It's our first week here at Topstep TV, and it's Friday. So I figured we'd talk about weekend routines and how to kind of reset for the next 48 hours after, this afternoon. Well, starting this afternoon into Sunday afternoon. Then kind of, gear back up for the Sunday reopen. So I don't know how you guys, I'd like to hear how your guys' routine is, but I guess I'll share mine first. Rarely do I trade to the close on a Friday. I'll watch it perhaps, but right now we're still moving, so I'm not checked out of the markets just yet. But rarely will I trade into the close. Chase your losers. Try to, it's kind of pointless. You're kind of chasing your tail at that point. The volume's thin, markets are thin. You're pretty much just forcing trades at that point. So you shut it down in the afternoon. I heard Michael say he's going to go play some golf. Another guy's going to go fishing. Get outside. Get away from the damn computer. Get away from the screens. Reset. This is time for you to unplug and get away from the markets. What's happened has happened. You can't do anything about it then. But the worst thing you can do is compound any of the errors going into the Friday close. Really just blow up your week, piss away all your winnings, or all your profits and stuff like that. You just really kick yourself into the weekend. It just makes for a shitty weekend. So, then I'll likely reflect on the Friday. I'll journal, kind of reflect on where the market is, what the market did that week, highs and lows, what my profitable days were. Like Michael says, meat and potato days, a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Was I able to capture the opportunity, take advantage of what the market presented, if there was anything, or was I disciplined and sat on my hands and didn't force trades? Maybe it was a light trading week. We don't know. I guess then on a Saturday, completely checked out, go outside, spend time with family, friends, have a good meal, have a drink, what have you, reset, refresh, kind of take time for yourself to, mentally reset. You can't trade. There's nothing you can do. The markets are not open. It's the one day where markets are not open. So get the hell away from the markets and, take time for yourself, I'd say. That's
Orders
Saturday.
from headquarters.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Now, I'll jump in here. Ditto. 100%. Exactly what I would do. Saturdays are probably the greatest day of my life as a trader because you have there's not an accidental position. You have to know where the markets are at. I used to dream like, oh, I just put on 100 lot and I didn't know about it. And You have these weird. I wouldn't have any of those on Saturday probably because I would be doing things that didn't. Whatever, as a younger trader, on Saturdays. But Chicago had what's called day drinking on Saturdays, and I think
just Chicago.
40 hands.
Chicago has day drinking.
Yeah, just Chicago. Just Chicago, yeah.
We started it.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know, man. Utah probably doesn't have day drinking. I don't know.
They do not. I doubt they do. Maybe in Park City. But yeah, like Patak, like you were saying, like I remember having those dreams like midweek, like, oh my God, did I have fat finger? Do I have a position on? I have to call my clerk up and say, what do I got on right now? But someone's barking.
Johnny's got a delivery guy at the front door.
That's what it is. Good. Hopefully it's a nice bottle of whiskey or something to get you going for the weekend. But yeah, Michael, like you're saying, Saturday, I don't know what you're going to do this weekend, but play some golf, get the hell away from the markets. Then you roll into Sunday, have a lazy morning, have a nice breakfast, keep resting. Then, when the afternoon rolls around, I'll open up the Barron's, I'll open up the Wall Street Journal, kind of prep for the upcoming week, see what the numbers are. I know off the top of my head, on Wednesday, we got CPI coming in next week. And then Thursday, we got PPI coming in next week. So I'll, start thinking about the implications of what the numbers come out higher than expected or lower than expected. But I won't put full deep thought in it. I'll just be aware and cognizant of what's coming up, what the markets are looking to do, what the markets are looking for participation. So, kind of gear up and, roll into the Sunday reopen and, 5 o'clock Chicago time. If I'm at the computer, or close to my phone, I'll check in, see what the markets are doing, just to get an idea of what Asia's trying to do, what Asia's been thinking, how they're processing the information over the weekend.
Did you ever get Sunday scaries? I got Sunday excitement because as a trader, Mondays were my favorite days of the week.
Hell yeah.
Well, I mean, just because the markets were open, but Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursday, like you said, was the trading days.
For sure. It's God, there's nothing like hearing that opening bell, man. There's nothing like it.
Right?
It's an adrenaline rush for sure. It's I know you guys been on the floor. Just even if you can't hear the bell now, just the 8:30 open, the 7:30 open, you still hear the bell in your head. So yeah, hell yeah, I get jacked for it. But that could be a gift and a curse because sometimes I remember Patak when you and I used to drive down to the Board of Trade. We'd be blaring the rap music and the the rock and roll, and you get too hyped, and then you get in there, gun slinging, and maybe you overtrade a little bit. So you got to kind of keep the motions in check and can't get too hyped and too giddy right off the bat.
Hey, Andre, I'd be remiss if we're talking about Sunday scaries that the all-time Sunday scaries was going into the Board of Trade at 5 p.m. on Sunday to work nights, which I did for a long time.
That, man, my friend, been there, man. Yeah.
So did Andre. I remember those stories. Yeah. Jack, you had to do that too, huh?
I did it. I lived as a vampire for a full year. So it was great. Friday morning, you get off at 7 a.m. Beautiful thing. But then that Sunday night takes it back.
rolls into Monday, which rolls into Tuesday. You don't know what day it is, and you're just disheveled. But yeah, I remember those days for sure. But you learn, there is value to that point. There is value. Some of the new traders, depending on your time zones, trading those overnights was a valuable lesson. Markets move a little bit slower. You kind of see how things develop and the dynamics, how they play out. But man, those Sunday scaries on the Sunday reopen, I don't miss those.
John, did you do the same thing as a floor trader before all that, or did you just? How was your weekend set up?
Well,
mine's the same as Andre's. I'll look to preserve the week. I do highs and lows, a journal. I reflect, and I check out. About noon on a Friday.
Got to check out
for sure.
Yeah.
No, it was kind of similar to the Edwards 40 hands, but they were bottles of whiskey on Fridays. But now,
you wake up making out with a curb.
Were you there, Eddie?
You kept calling me curb all morning.
Oh man! Oh shit!
No, nowadays it's just I do the weekly kickoff levels at the end of the day on Friday. I sit back, I look around, I spend time with friends, spend time with family. Friday night, Saturday, Sunday until about 4 o'clock. I'm probably doing stuff around the house. And you guys know me. I mean, my body is a temple, so I work out real hard on the weekends.
I know.
And then I'll sit down on Sunday, 5 o'clock, or after if I'm making dinner or whatever. And that's when my kind of week starts, is because start looking at the monthlies, start looking at the weekly, start looking at the dailies, go through the profiles, take a look at the volume, the open interest studies, all of that stuff, and then start trying to just kind of get my head around what I'm looking at for the week. And so what I loved about doing the market prep and doing the opening call and doing all of this is because I have to do it. I have to do my homework. Otherwise, what am I doing here? So I love the accountability that this provides to me.
Absolutely.
Would you take Kirby out on a date over the weekend?
Jesus. You just had to, didn't you? You couldn't help yourself.
I couldn't help myself.
Couldn't help myself. You look good, by the way.
Thank you.
You pay off your bets.
Yeah, I pay off. Let's see if Danny does. Hey, by the way, Eddie.
Where are we at right now?
Yes, we are at 495, 105 more.
Got some work to do.
And Danny's going to be wearing the cutoff button-down shirt with a tie coming up next week.
Please, 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 everybody, call your friends, family, and loved ones. I need Danny to get in a cutoff sleeve shirt and a tie and feel uncomfortable for a session. Hit the like button, and if you've already done it, then hit your contacts in your phone and share them the YouTube link.
I like what JMB says here. Temple of Hoag would be a good cult name. Actually, that was an old band name of mine.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. That's a good band name.
That is a great band name. Hey, you got 68% long and NASDAQ. That's what we got going on. This is a nice little pop off the
off that opening range low. Is it range bound? You got to fade the extremes.
Okay, so now we're coming up to the 35s. I kind of like this short, but it's 68%.
Now this is the middle of the range you're in.
I know. I have my notes. Stay out of the middle, fade the extremes, and I call it my tip of the day. And that's because I was listening to opening call.
Nice.
Eddie and Hoag start every morning, 30 minutes before the market open. We're in fast market.
8 o'clock Central.
There you go.
Central.
There you go. And then after this, Eddie, what do we got going on? Because we got some giveaways.
You know what? Coming up here, but first, let's not skip our friends on Shoulder Tap. Of course, we got our risk managers coming up. After that, yes, a lot of requests of, hey, you guys giving anything away? Yes, we are. We've got Top Quiz. We'll be giving away, I guess we've been doing it every day this week, a 150K account, a 100K account, and a 50K account, and a date with Hoag.
There you go.
A date with Hoag.
I want to visit one with Hoagies.
Just don't tell my wife.
You got kicked to the curb, Hoag.
Just don't tell my wife.
Man, dude, China's going in on Apple. I don't know if you guys just saw this headline. China restricts Apple Watches, AirPods. They're just going full blow on this Apple restriction.
Yeah, they've closed down a lot of fruit markets too. They can't even eat apples.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Eddie,
it's getting loopy for Friday.
Bada bing! I don't know what's in your cup. What's in your cup, guys?
Yeah, I know.
Should I mute Eddie for 5 minutes for that?
Penalty box?
That's a warning. Next time I will. We will not have jokes like that.
Jack, hey Jack, we definitely need a little design here that puts somebody in the penalty box and have their picture there.
2 minutes, like 2 minutes on mute, like that show on ESPN.
We'll work on it.
All right, so Andre, what like?
Yeah,
the weekend. We talked about the weekend. It's
the weekend. Just overall, just reflection. It's kind of reflection. This afternoon, I'll reflect. The markets were choppy this week. We got a lot of Fed speakers. Kind of looks like we're ticking towards I'll just think about it. I'm a nerd when it comes to this stuff. I just think about Fed and interest rates, in my spare time on my walks. But it's trying to figure out what they're thinking, where this market's going to go. And right now it's kind of been choppy this week. Are we up or down on the week? I couldn't even tell you.
Down.
We're down, right? Okay, is that 3 weeks in a row then?
Yeah, I'll put the weekly up.
Throw your daily in.
Yeah. So I mean, so we're going down, down, down. Rates are going a little bit ticking higher, so kind of see if that trend's going to continue or if something's going to buck that trend. And that only thing that bucked that trend would be Wednesday and Thursday CPI and PPI. So, just thinking about things like that. Also, by the way, I'll call up my trading friends. I'll talk to you, Patak. Just shoot the breeze on the phone. Talk to Burdell's and the Grandines, like my trading buddies, and just see what picking their brain. How did you trade this week? What did you see? Oh, I traded like crap. Oh, so did I. In trading we always say misery loves company. So I try not to get too attached to the people that are down. But hey, it's nice to know that you're not alone in this fight.
That's the great thing about having trading buddies. I've said it this whole week. That's why I also been encouraging everybody to go to Topstep's Discord and just start meeting people. Be a fly on the wall if you want to start it off that way. Eddie's a trading buddy. Hoag's a trading buddy. I have lots of trading buddies. Eddie's a trading buddy. And it's just like, and then I have the other ones in my group text.
Yep.
And you'll talk to the ones you call them on Friday, be like, hey, how'd the week go? And then, of course, you're going to start bitching about something. But in general, you're all there to kind of learn from each other. And
it's like a therapy. It's like a therapy session too. I mean,
Yeah, one thing too is we're getting a lot of positive feedback here from our friends and our traders. Some not realizing how beneficial having this as they're trading, and we really respect that. I mean, it's one of the reasons that we put this together. That was Michael's idea. Hey, let's hook up with the traders. Let's be their trading buddies, and I'm loving it too.
Yeah, no, I enjoy it. It feels like the pit, right, Eddie?
That was it. It was like a team, a family. Each pit, you knew you basically knew about everybody. How their family's doing, what they're doing, what they like, what their hobbies are, and this is great stuff.
Yeah, and eventually we're going to incorporate. We try to incorporate as much from the TopstepTV channel and Discord to the YouTube chat. So this isn't just us speak to you. We're speaking together. And, the active folks will probably have you on here. We're going to have fun traders on here. We're going to have our partners, Patrick Whelan and trades by Matt and Isaac and John and Casper. We have a great group of folks. This is just a trading community. That's why we're like, hey, dude, no trolls, no negativity.
No,
trading's hard enough. You want to troll? I'll say, screw the bear, not screw the bear, screw the Colts. All that kind of stuff. And go to Twitter. Literally that.
Twitter. Yeah. Or X. Sorry, go to X.
We prefer Gremlins.
Gremlins.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we don't need trolls. We need gremlins.
So what do you guys think? You gonna make any more trades today? Only if opportunity presents itself, or pretty much we'll see. I'll go ride it into the close.
I'm not riding anything in the close. I'm out of here. I'm out of here in about 45 minutes, an hour. I'll watch the markets and then let the chips fall where they may without me. So
yeah, we'll also have a full trading week next week, Monday through Friday. This was a shortened week, so maybe that had something to do with it.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm not up on the week. So Johnny is probably because Johnny pegged the week. But I'm down a little. I think for the week, I'm down a G. Live trading. Yeah. It's easy to being down $1,000 in the week, 2,000. Yeah. You can make that up. Up. Being down 10 grand on the week.
Yeah. So here, to that point, Patak. Yeah, let's not turn that down 1,000 into down like 3,000. Trying to chase going in this afternoon or going in this close, because then you'll kill yourself all weekend.
Yep.
All right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. It is 10:20, and Andre, your words are gold, man.
I appreciate
that, my friend.
Oh man, I appreciate it. All right, boys, you guys
follow it up. Dre, you have a great weekend. Be safe, stay healthy. Catch you back here Monday. We'll do some trading.
Rock and roll, guys. That was a lot of fun. Have fun, everyone. Bye.
Yeah, Andre.
All right, we're going to take a little break here now for shoulder tap, and we've got Mick ready to come in here, but we're going to take a slight break. We'll be right back.
20 seconds or so.
20 seconds.
Smash the like. We got to get
smash. We're almost
lucky.
there.
It's a lucky like button.
It's going to be. All right. Shoulder tap, pat on the back, time to share some success and time to avoid failure. We've got our good friend Mick, the risk manager. Mick, I tell you that mustache is just kicking it, baby.
Thanks for the compliment. I've been getting a lot of compliments on it. I tried to get rid of it, and my wife told me to keep it. It's my dad's stash. I've had it since my daughter was born.
Oh, bless, man. God, how is she doing?
She's the happiest little baby. She's great.
And you're a great guy, but you're going to be the best father, I tell you.
I'm trying. I'm having a lot of fun with her. It's hard work if nobody's told you that, but it's the best thing ever.
Your little princess.
It's Mick's first. He has a girl, and she's beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaking of beautiful, Michael, you look beautiful today in your outfit. I like the old trading jacket. Did you see the picture I sent to the one we got framed up in the office here in the trophy room?
Do you have that? You should pull it out and bring it over. But yeah,
it's hung up on the wall over here right now.
Mm-hmm.
We can try and get creative and change the shot around at some point in time.
Let's take a picture on your phone and post it. Give it to Jack.
Oh yeah, give it to Jack. Jack will put it up there. James will put it up there. Yeah,
I'll do that.
Well, I like your mustache. Is it Fu Manchu if you would have just left it go right here? Is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
The Al Herboski.
I heard you guys talk about losing bets and stuff like that. You know, maybe we could incorporate something like that into there.
Oh, you know what? Hey, we're inside of 70, and Danny's going to be wearing that cutoff shirt. So 534 right now. Smash that like button. We got to get to 600.
Speaking of Hodgman, I saw he did pretty well in the markets today. Big shout out to him. Shout out to Alex S, our one of our developers, our contractor. He and I spoke this morning. He does a little side work for us, and he was tuning in yesterday. So he gave me some good feedback. I'll share with you guys after the segments today.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I was kind of telling Michael about this yesterday afternoon, and then we were talking about it a little bit this morning. Yesterday, a lot of our traders, the ones with big account balances, had a rough day, and seeing a little bit of that today too. Typically, and you probably, Michael was asking me why, what's going on? Rollover, but they've also had a pretty good start to the week. I know we had a shorter week this week, but a lot of times, and this was something that I went through myself, a lot of times I see these traders have big winning days, big starts to the week, and then afterwards you see losses. I think some people, once they get a bigger P&L or beef up their account, they kind of feel like they have a little extra wiggle room and cushion to trade with. They might take some marginal trades. They might think that they can risk more on a single trade. And this is the result of it yesterday and today. There's a lot of red on the boards behind me.
And it was just awful. Awful.
So, Mick, what lessons do we learn on this one? I mean, John talked about roll. That's one. You talked about starting the week early, big out of the gate. You start thinking, and I've been there before. You start thinking you're God's gift to trading and doing great, and then you get slapped.
Yeah, it's a big problem. It's something probably everybody goes through. You get the ego, you're on a hot streak, you think you're invincible and nothing can happen. They call the business trading, but it's really managing money, risk management. So, the advice I would give to anybody who's up well early in the week, let's say you're up $4,000 in the week, you come into Thursday and Friday, you should be planning ahead on what you can risk the remainder of those sessions for that week. If you're out to a good start, head start early in the week, you got to make sure you walk away profitable.
Yeah.
Keep a certain percentage of those profits for the week. Keep a certain percentage of those profits for the day. You can look at your month. If you're up $10,000 on the month and you're coming into the last week of the month, by gosh, you better make sure you're keeping 75% of those monthly profits so far.
So that's your recommendation, 75%, or during the day I'm up $2,000, keep what in my pocket, and if I go lower than that, I need to stop and get out of there?
Really good question. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing, and I think it depends on the trader. It depends on the trader's strategy, but I always like to say when you're up significant profits on the day or on the week, it's important to keep half of those profits. If you're up $1,000 on the day, you give back half of it, walk away up 500. That's a really good day. Now, some people might hear me say that and be like, well, I might risk $1,000 on a trade. That's fine. Then scale those numbers. But what I will say, for you as a trader, if a significant winning day is $1,000 for you, think about it like that. If a significant winning day for you is $3,000, think about keeping half of it. But the more significant from your trading that those profits get, keep a larger percentage of it. You might want to only start out keeping half of that, but as the profits get more significant, think about keeping 2/3 of it, 66% of it or 75% of it. This is good money management, and that's how you ratchet up your account balances.
So we got risk management that builds it, and then you got account management, money management that keeps it. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, there's all sorts of management when it comes to trading. Emotions, all that stuff, sitting on your hands. A lot of management. It's hard. You got to be disciplined.
A big reason why we talk about discipline all the time here. We don't talk about, there's not really ever a yellow conversation here at TopStep ever. It's just, there's no longevity in that philosophy or game.
No kidding. And it is a game or a business of longevity too. You know, I see, and this was me. I know with a lot of traders out there, you get the quick wins. It's exciting. You know, it doesn't really matter if you can have big P&Ls up, big P&Ls down, and then at the end of the year, you're nowhere. You got to think about longevity, hitting those base hits you guys have been talking about in the other segments. So with that, I'd love to share a couple traders that I want to highlight today. We've got some good stuff.
Let's get
we've
going.
got some stuff to learn from.
Yes.
So Lavani G. Lavani's one of our traders in a live account. He knocked it out of the park in his XFA. We called him up to live, trading out of Philadelphia. Something I want to highlight here is you'll notice average daily P&L minus $156. Lavani's been trading in this live account for a little while, and he is treading water. And that's what I want to highlight. He's treading water in this live account. He's not knocking it out of the park like he did in his XFA. And I want to stress that that's okay. Lavani's having some up days. He's having some down days. Overall, he's a little bit below where he started. He's taken a nice big payout for himself. And I just want to bring this into reality for traders that, you know, not making money is a part of this business for periods of time, be it market environment, be it if you have something else going on in your own personal life. You know, you're not going to make money every day, every week, every month. And to be quite honest with you, I know pretty successful traders that don't have winning years. They like to look at a 5-year window to determine, you know, how are they doing. So Lavani, really nice guy. I've spoken to him a number of times, and I just wanted to, you know, share with our viewers out there that it's not all about making tons of money or struggling. Treading water is something that you will go through. The best traders go through it.
Yeah,
and
right
if Lavani,
yeah,
sorry, if Lavani's out there watching, I just want to say, keep those losses, those losing days a little bit smaller.
There you go. There's our risk manager helping our traders make more or keep it in their pocket more or just be better each and every day.
Yeah, that's the goal. Get better every day. If you're not progressing, you're regressing.
If you're not adapting, you're dying. If you're, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All the catchy phrases.
Uh-huh.
All right. Next, I want to talk about Luis G., one of our traders in the XFAs. Now, this is something to highlight.
Nice.
Not a lot of information here, but flawless trading so far, 100% winning days, averaging $1,800 or more each one of these days. So this is nice to see. You know, people have streaks, people break streaks and stuff, but right now he's on a hot streak. So
people just streak.
This is really nice. Wanted to highlight that. One thing, and I was clawing at something to find to talk about improvements. The statistic down at the bottom there, win-loss duration on his trades. He's staying in his losing trades a little bit longer than his winning trades. It's working for him right now, but that's something for him to consider, whether it's a subtle tweak or he just keeps doing what he's doing and continues on with the 100% winning days. Something to be aware of. Just something you want to be aware of. Don't even need to take action, but be aware. And one other trader, I don't have a trading card for them up here, but I wanted to talk about Hader. He's one of our live account traders. We called him up from XFA not too long ago, and I was actually going to highlight him today because he was up $3,000 on the day. I'm turning that highlight into a learning experience.
There we go.
I saw that he, right as I was taking the notes when he was up $3,000 on the day, about moments later, down $3,000 on the day. He had a 14. He had a 14 lot on in the NASDAQ. That spike, he was on the wrong side of it. That upside spike, and I wanted to, you know, still highlight him, give him a shout out for having a nice day early on, but then something to learn from. You know, keep half of, like we said earlier, think about keeping half of your profits early on. And then I want to also highlight that trading that kind of size the money can come and go so quickly.
Yeah, swings are swings, man. They're big.
It can come and go so quickly.
That's never happened to me.
Yeah, it never happened to me. They're big up on Friday morning and then blowing it all. I mean, you go into the weekend and you're just kicking yourself, and that's
it's so deflating. That'll lead you to do stuff that gives you those Sunday scaries you guys were talking about.
But the thing is, you don't want to you don't want to keep redoing this in your mind over the weekend. I mean, that's why John talks about, hey, if you're up money early in the week, take that 3-day weekend, or don't trade large, trade small on a Friday. You want to go into that weekend with a good feeling.
Yeah, Eddie, I agree with what you said there. Big time. Fridays, scale it back a little bit. Most of the business for the week has been done come Fridays. So, just like if you're up big on the trading day, the further we get into the closer we get to the close, the further we get into the session, the odds of continuations and setups playing out decrease. Those are statistics. Statistical facts. So
I like to
scale back a little bit, and the same thing goes for Fridays on the week. Mondays are good for trading small, get a feel for the start of the week, the theme of the week, and then Fridays. I know so many people that down on the floor in the grains room, they'd leave for lunch on Fridays and they'd never come back until the next week. It's just, it quiets down. It's Friday. All the business has been done. Going back to Hader, the guy I mentioned who was up $3,000 and went down to $3,000 today. He probably doesn't have the money in his account that he should have to be trading 14 or 15 contracts. When you have the ability to trade that size, it's great if you're adding to winners and whatnot. But, this losing day today was a very large percentage of his account balance. And that's another thing we should always be thinking about. What percentage of my account am I risking on a day, on a week, maybe even on a trade? Because from a risk management standpoint, that's something that's a little spooky for me. And we need the longevity to be profitable over time. So
what I love about your opinion, Mick? You've seen thousands and thousands of traders. So this isn't actually, it's more your shared experience more than it is your opinion. It's your sharing your experience on thousands and thousands and thousands. Mick's been with Topstep how many years, Mick?
Coming up on 9. Definitely the 8.5 mark.
He's seen the evolution of the space. He's seen traders do all the things he just said right there and more. He's seen it all. And he puts so many traders into live accounts. And again, guys, Topstep has been putting people in live accounts, trading live markets since 2010. Nice. So anybody who keeps you only on a sim account your whole life, and you're a great trader, like some of these traders that Mick talks about and Robert at Stat Guy talks about, you're not really playing pro ball if you are a great trader and you never get on a live account, backed by a prop firm, or trading your own personal brokerage account. But backed by a prop firm, you need to be on a live account if you're kicking ass, and that's what Mick is doing. He's calling people up. He's also sharing us with all the shared experiences that he's seen, and he talks to these folks, so he's also heard.
Right,
seen a lot.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
I've seen.
Yes, exactly, Eddie. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I want to bring the good, bad, and ugly, because I know there's a lot of people out there that only talk about, do this, you'll make a ton of money. A lot of that's BS and snake oil. Like we're real traders here. People have highs, people have lows, and it's good to share that, because like trading is a business. In any business, people in business learn from the failures and missteps of other people in business. So when you can learn from others' mistakes and not make those mistakes yourself, you've got a leg up in the game.
Yeah.
Mick, one of the things too is you got the positive, you got the negative. As traders, we all experience that. It's not how many times you fall off the horse, but it's how many times you dust yourself off and get back up again.
Yeah, and learning from what made you fall off the horse, and don't do it again.
Back to the dad wisdom from yesterday. If the market's going with you, you'll never have enough on. When the market's going against you, you'll always have too many on. So that's a lesson Hader found out about today.
Hoag Senior, his dad gave him that
Yep. Hoag's been doing that for 8 years.
What else we got here? Anything else, Mick, before we close the shutters here on Friday?
I've got nothing. I'm happy it's Friday. Got some nice plans lined up for the weekend. It sounds like you guys do too. Hoag, happy early birthday, my man. Love you.
Thank you.
Real quick here before you go, Mick, and everybody listening, let's have a round of happy birthday to Hoag. You ready?
Here we go.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. It's a shipwreck. Happy birthday,
dear Hoag.
Happy birthday to
All
you.
right, well, I can never get that time back.
Notice we were all super hesitant about singing on live TV.
I really thought Eddie would play the song, but hey,
that's like
we'll get copyrights. Yeah, we'll get tagged on that.
I'll give you an A for effort, but don't quit your day jobs.
Who would want to? We're having so much fun.
Speaking of day jobs, I'm going to get back to it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right,
Mick, thanks. Love you, buddy.
Mick, smash the like button. Smash the like button.
Yeah, don't forget. And anybody else in that office better be smashing. Let's see Danny wearing that cutoff sleeves. But anyway, I've had a great week. I've had a great time today. I really appreciate you two being my buds throughout the week here, early morning. And, I tell you, we've been in this, just combined. We're probably looking at over 100 years combined, just the three of us in the business. And each and every day, I learn something new every day from you guys, from our traders, and from the markets. And I tell you, I'm loving it.
So close.
I would say Topstep
keeps us coming back.
Yeah, exactly. Topstep TV allows us to keep learning, Eddie, and I think that's what we, really pushed for this. So I enjoyed the week, enjoyed our kickoff, enjoyed being here with you folks and everybody, my buddies here. And talking shop more than just everything. We talk everything. And we're all really about all of our traders here at Topstep. Those are the ones that we're getting up there, that we're helping get to the funded level just by either tradertainment and keeping you from over trading to giving you some insights like John and Eddie and you shared on helping people prep each morning and opening calls. So join that next week, 8 o'clock in the morning, 30 minutes before the market opens. And then we get on here at 8:30 right when the market opens, does fast market. So I had a great time with you guys this week. Looking forward to next.
All right.
Yeah, before you guys go.
Yes. Oh, look it. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have our giveaway.
Yes, indeed. So I'll get you guys off the screen. Audio's still hot. I shouldn't have to say that. It's always hot. Anyway, we're doing Top Quiz, giving away combines, 150, 100, and 50K. If you haven't played before, you go to kahoot.it or click that link I put in the description. If you go to kahoot.it, the game pin is shown, and you'll see those people signing up there.
Nice.
What we're going to do right now is put a little music. I'll leave this up on the screen. I don't know about you guys. I've been sitting here since 7:30 in the morning, and it's fun. Yeah, it's so fun. I have some things I need to take care of for about 2 minutes, so I'll let people sign up, and then I'll be here with Alyssa to do our trivia.
And right after that, what happens?
We go right to Squawk Radio. Eddie, are you ready for that?
Yar, I'm ready for Squawk Radio. Right.
The world famous Squawk Radio. Tune in, guys. Top quiz. Awesome. Squawk Radio is going to cap us off or bring us closer to the end of the day, and then we'll turn those machines back on. That's a great segment.
Yeah, Hoag and I will be back. I'll probably be cracking a barley pop during that.
Ooh, I like it.
Friday.
Maybe we should do that. We'll have a drink together.
There you go. Why not?
Always a pleasure with you, Hoag.
All right. I'll be doing my 420.
It's legal here.
Better than smoking cigarettes, I know that. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Have a great weekend. I'm going to go hang out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the week-ending Top Quiz. What was that noise that just happened? Was that you, Alyssa? That ping?
I think it was. Let me go ahead and mute my computer.
Okay. I was worried it was on my end. I have 400 things open here. I'm Jack. I'm joined by Alyssa today. If you hear any sounds from the other room, Lukey is watching Elmo right now and very curious. Yeah. So anyway, if this is your first time, you will get 8 questions. You want to answer them right. You want to answer them fast. You get more points for answering quicker. They're multiple choice. And most importantly, part of the reason why I extend this intro, we're on an 8-second delay here. So Alyssa will be playing and we will be commenting on the questions, but don't wait for us to read them. You want to start looking at your device now, because when I start it, it will appear there. Lastly, we got 150K, 100K, 50K combine to the winners. And we're pretty much ready to go. If you don't get in today, we'll be playing again on Monday. I got to cut it off at some point. Alyssa, this is my least favorite part, is just cutting it off when I see these names coming in.
I know.
Who will be last? I'm just going to give a few more seconds here.
This is awesome. 200 people.
Bob asked, can you win more than once? I suppose so. We'll see if it happens. To my knowledge, it has not happened yet. All right. You guys ready to start?
Let's do this, Jack.
Let's do this thing. Ready, set, Kahoot. Top quiz, 9/8/2023. 3, 2, 1, go. A group of kangaroos is called what? Is it a pack, a pod, a troop, or a bloat? Any thoughts here, Alyssa?
I do have many thoughts this morning, Jack. I'm being pulled towards a troop, but I feel like it also could be a pack.
Well, you are right there, Alyssa. It is indeed a troop of kangaroos.
Yes. All right.
So hopefully you locked that in.
I did.
Negbook is in first place right now. The Rover in second. RD in third. All right. Let's get the next question up here. The contract unit for Chicago SRW wheat futures, the ZW, equals how many bushels of wheat? 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. Any thoughts here?
Oh, I want to go 2,000. That's
okay.
Yeah.
Hoag actually said this earlier out of nowhere. There's no coordination, but it is 5,000 bushels of wheat, and I think that's like 164 metric tons of wheat. So you could bake a lot of sourdough.
That is a lot of sourdough.
Just like the pandemic. All right, Alyssa, how you feeling so far?
I'm feeling okay. 1 for 2. 50%. That's still an F, but we're going to go up from here.
That's the hope. Negbook still in first. The Rover, the top 3 remain unchanged.
Wow.
All right. Here we go. Question 3. What team has won the past 3 titles in the English Premier League? And that's soccer for all you Yankees out there. Liverpool, Manchester City, Manchester United, or Tottenham Hotspur?
Okay, Manchester's on there twice, so I'm going to go with it's one of them. And I'm going to go Manchester City.
That's good deduction. Because that is indeed correct. Let's see how many soccer fans we have out there. It is Manchester City who has won the past 3. Okay. You're moving up the board. Rover's on fire. RD takes the lead.
Nice.
Okay, you prepared?
I'm ready.
4th question coming up.
All right.
In nominal US dollars, who was the world's first billionaire? So first person to literally have $1 billion. We're not talking about, with inflation, Genghis Khan was a billionaire or something. One of these was the first billionaire. Any thoughts?
I kind of want to go JP Morgan. I'm also pulled towards Rockefeller. I'm going to go JP Morgan.
Well, you went with the right era, and it is John D. Rockefeller was the first person to do it. Huge. Big money. That was in 1916. He became the first billionaire, which is wild to think about.
That is, crazy.
The Rover, RD, and crew with TZ and Darren catching up. All right. 4 more
Mick
questions.
is the highest climber. Good job, Mick.
There we go. Question 5. The Parthenon was dedicated to which Greek goddess? Was it Aphrodite, Persephone, Demeter, or Athena?
It's Athena, I think. Right?
It is. If you know it also, wait till there's like 8 seconds left, because then it won't sway. Yeah, everyone knew that. I'm terrible with all the Greek gods and stuff. I did not pay attention to the classics in school, I suppose.
It's okay. That was probably the only one I could have gotten right.
Are you into those? Like,
not really. No. Here and there. Not really.
The people that are into it are really into it to a shocking level.
I'm definitely not one of those.
Let's do it. Next question. Well, first we'll see who's on top. Pretty much everyone got that one right.
Yeah. The Rover.
Rover doing it. March 9th, 2009 was the bottom of the market in the Great Recession. What was the lowest price traded that day in the S&P 500? Was it 1087, 834, 666, or 498?
Oh, it can't be the Satan one. I'm going to go 834.
Well, Alyssa, it is the Satan one, which is crazy, but that was literally the bottom tick in the intraday bottom tick in the S&P 500. I don't know if people thought, well, the hell with it, you know, everything's going on, we're going to hell, let's just stop it there. So congratulations to whoever sold at 666, because we're at 4,500 now.
Right.
All right. That might have been a Separation Sunday one there. Crude. Bashy. I've seen Bashy up near the top of the board before. All right. Bashy. Here we go. And you know what? I forgot to mention, we'll be giving out, we're doing the quiz because it's kind of fun and a way to easily give out things. We'll be giving out things in the comments or stuff like that. We just need to find the right way to do that. All right. 2 more questions.
All right.
What is the longest running scripted television show in American history? Is it General Hospital, Days of Our Lives, Guiding Light, or Sesame Street?
I think it's Days of Our Lives.
Well, these have all been on, as you can imagine, a very long time. But it is General Hospital.
Shoot.
If anybody is a soap opera person out there, let us know. I'm interested about what that lifestyle is. Do you ever watch those?
No.
No. Did you watch, not live because I'm older than you, but did you watch like the OC?
No, I didn't.
That was like a modern soap opera. They have a few of those now. I think Riverdale is too. I don't watch it.
I saw Riverdale, yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Crew. Oh, go Pack.
No.
I don't understand why we have so many Packers fans.
Where's our Go Bear at? Somebody. Next time, Go Bear.
My God. Okay. Get ready. Last question. What is the longest river in the world flowing through only one country? Is it the Nile, the Mississippi, the Amazon, or the Yangtze?
This feels like a trick question because the Nile is the longest one in the world, right?
Well, one country too, so I'm not saying anything.
The Amazon? The Amazon?
It is the Yangtze.
No.
The Nile and the Amazon both run through multiple countries. The Mississippi is one country, but the Yangtze is longer. So that's wild. Time to see who came out on top. You ready for this, Alyssa?
Right. I'm ready.
All right.
Better not be Go Pack.
3rd place. the Rover.
Nice.
Getting the Wild Rover this weekend. Oh, no. Go Pack. The winner is Crude.
All right.
Crude, great job. Thanks, everybody, for playing. Fred Decker now saying go Pack in the comments. Do they just reproduce you guys out there around, like, Green Bay, Door County, Manitowish Waters, Milwaukee? I'm trying to name more. Lacrosse, FIFA.
That was impressive.
There we go. Eddie says go Bears. All right. Bears Packers are playing this Sunday. Alyssa, thanks so much for joining. Right now, we're going to take a quick coffee break to get things changed up for Eddie and Robert doing Squawk Radio. Hang around. Hoag and I are going to have a drink this afternoon if anyone wants to join us, and reflect on the market week at 3. So, Alyssa, thanks. Great job, everyone. The checks are in the mail, and we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Jack.
How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Back. So, did you win the 150K combine, Rob?
Did I win it?
Yeah, for our top quiz. No,
I did not. I actually stepped away just for a brief moment there. First time.
That is so cool, man.
This morning. You're doing great. Yeah.
Every day this week, we've given away 150K combine, 100K combine, and 50K combine with Jack hosting Top Quiz. I tell you, some of those questions they're not easy, but see, you got to give him props because he does all the research on those questions.
Right.
So.
Right. Exactly.
Really cool.
A lot of moving parts. This is we were at this rehearsal stuff for like 2 months, and this is our first week adding more content, adding more channels as we went. A little soft launch, and then an email, and then a Discord, and then a YouTube, and we just kept adding things to it this whole week. So it's a pretty good week. A lot of moving parts. We got a lot of stuff ironed out. Not too many tech things going on, and
it's a never-ending puzzle.
Good for the traders. Yeah, good for the traders and good for the gifts and the swag that was given out. And in the contest, we got MP wearing a tie, and hopefully we get Danny with
inside of 30
with a button-up cut-up. I know.
Here's the thing. If you're just joining us, if we get 600 likes, come on, smash that like button. We need inside of 30 more. Danny's going to wear a ripped off sleeve button-down shirt with a tie on Monday. So, we got one more there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we got to get it. We need to get that. These are going to be all. They'll be all pinned up all over the place.
You got to be careful there, Rob. I might put something up on. Hey, if we hit a certain amount, maybe Rob wears a blonde wig. For
whatever you're gonna do, get participation going.
All right,
absolutely.
All right. Well, we're here for Coach's Call, and I want to let you know that if you got questions that are sort of pertaining to things that are holding you back, and I'm not talking about ex-spouses. I'm talking about trading. Okay. Any issues, any speed bumps, things that you need to discuss. If you got any questions, please post those in the YouTube chat. Rob, you're watching Discord chat, correct?
I'm watching Discord chat. I'm going to put a link in there now just so we can see it.
Okay. And, well, one of the things when we were doing Coach's office hours, we'd always talk about 3 of the basic, boring things that you need to bring with you each and every day. And these are things that we forget that we need to have. And one was discipline. The other one was
patience.
And management. Come on,
management. I was thinking that. I was like typing in here, putting links in. It caught me off guard. But yeah, discipline, management, and patience.
Patience, management, and obviously when we log in and we start trading, I mean, we're stoked, we're excited. The opportunity is there. It's it's like we love trading. So when you put that chart on and you put on TopstepTV and whatever you do and you got your coffee and you're sitting there and your hands on the mouse, we tend to forget the basics and the simplicity of things that we need to apply each and every day on every trade. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I mean, this is going to keep you moving forward. When I was coaching a lot of my traders, that when I first was introduced to them and talked to them, they were spinning their wheels. They were trading, keeping their head above water, but not getting where they really wanted to be. And I introduced the basic boring 3: discipline, patience, and management. And honestly, I think management it covers everything. You got to manage your account and you got to manage yourself. Patience, you got to be patient. That's one of the harder things. Now, yours, I know that you say patience is your hardest, right?
Yeah. Patience is my hardest. It goes with my personality. I like to go. I move fast, make quick decisions, and sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. But I have to manage my patience. I need discipline to manage my patience. That's what's going on.
I mean, sometimes there are like disciplines, my bad fall, but I've got good patience. And the thing is, management sort of picks up that discipline that I'm not too well at and can help me get through a good day of discipline. So, I mean, if you don't got all three, you got 2 out of the 3. If you got 1 out of 3, maybe you should start looking to get that second one in. If you got 3 out of 3, most likely you're one of our funded traders paying yourself out.
100%. And the funny thing is, you say there's 3 of them, right? So we don't want to look at 30% of each one. You got to hit that big one first. Like if you're having trouble with discipline, that should be 51 or more % of your focus, if that's what you're having trouble with, right? So I am super disciplined. I don't have a problem with discipline whatsoever. I can manage. I'm a little bit slower on, but managing, right? And my patience is what I need work with. So anytime I'm looking at it.
So discipline is, I mean, you got to have discipline with that working out aspect.
You do. Yeah. It's like discipline over time.
I got the patience. I mean, I'm the one that sits in front of the oven waiting for a pizza to get done in 30 minutes. But that's why I'm good at patience. Discipline, I'm always in the, come on, is it ready? Is it ready? Yes. But anyway, Rob, let's jump into this. Some of the things that I have written down here regarding a good practice. Now, these are all going to be questions. So I'm asking you as a trader. Rob and myself will go over these. Number 1, for those that are listening and watching, do you set clear goals? Okay, now define your short-term and long-term goals. What are your short-term? What are your long-term for the week? What are your short-term for the day? What are your long-term for the day? Knowing what you want to achieve will help you stay disciplined and patient as you work towards them. What do you got on that one, Rob?
I think you hit the nail on the head. As usual, you got to stay disciplined, patience throughout the day, constantly, with every trade. I'm curious to see what someone else put in there. We posed a question out there to our YouTube community. I didn't see anything come through Discord on that one just yet.
Okay, if you got any questions, by all means.
Run past that first and run past that specific question again. You gave a question and then some context behind it, but what's the initial question there, Eddie?
Well, I'm going to go over some of the things I've written down that can help you with patience, discipline, and management. And the first one was, do you set clear goals? Do you set goals for yourself during the day, during the week, during the month? Do you have a monthly goal where you want to be at a certain point in trading? So have those.
Yeah.
Short-term, long-term. Takes you 5 minutes. Not even that. What do you want to do? But here's the thing. I mean, don't say at the end of the month, I want to have $100,000 in my account. You might, but realistic goals, okay? Things that you can achieve, pat yourself on the butt, buy yourself a beer and say, hey, I did it. All right. It builds confidence. Next question.
It's not just having the goal there. Sorry, but I'm moving on there. It's not just having that goal, it's having a plan for that goal, right? So if your target was $100,000 a month, great. How are you going to get there? If you have $100,000 a month target and you're trading a $5,000 account with micros, it's going to be pretty dang tough to get there, So you got to be realistic with those. Yeah, you got to be realistic with those. So have a goal and have a plan in place, and then stick with it.
All right. Second question: do you have a game plan? Do you create a plan each and every day? Do you have a game plan for the week? Develop a detailed plan. Trading roadmap, if you want to call it, to reach your goals. Break down your objectives into smaller, manageable steps, just like we just talked about here. Break it down. Have certain targets before you hit that goal so you can build your confidence.
Yeah, 100%. Breaking it into small, manageable tasks. That's one of the strengths that I was doing business consulting in the past, was taking these large, complex scenarios and then breaking them down into small, individual, manageable tasks that you can perform. So $100,000 a month, great. That's your goal, cool. What do you need to do that? How was that come in today? What is that? What instrument are you trading? How many points do you need? What times can you trade that?
All right, it's got a question here in YouTube. Actually, two. Hanro, best thing to do as far as the new contract, the front month, back month. Watch for volume. Once the volume in the back month gets is more than the front month, then you switch that over and trade the new month. Jimmy Decker has a question. I have a problem of not identifying when a trade is no longer going my way until the profits have left. Okay. Like a Mary trade for too long, like to marry a trade for too long, but taking $100 off $1,000 move scares me. Any suggestions?
If you mean taking $1,000 off, meaning if you're at $1,000 move and it comes back $100 and then you close it, that's a good thing.
In principle, yes. But management on that trade, I'm going to say I got to give you a D-. Remember, hey, if you're up big on the day, I'm up $1,000, and I'm seeing every trade nice and clear. And the thing is, we're not going to tell you to stop, but what you need to do is you need to put aside some of that profit that you do not touch. $1,000 on the day. I myself would probably trade. I'd put $700 aside, and I'd trade with $300. And if I lost that $300, you know what? I'm not going to sweat about it. I gave it a try. I had a good day. I'm walking away with $700. So
yeah, I may have misunderstood that question. I thought that if he was in $1,000 profit and it came back and gave back $100, what should he do? The answer is to close the trade, right? Keep that $900 with you. So I may have misunderstood that question.
Okay, either way.
If the question was $1,000 and you're just going to take $100 off and let it go, I'm with you. That's a D-. Yeah, just take it when it's there. I mean, if it's $1,000 and you're looking for $1,100, that's a greed factor. You know, that's a pride factor. That's an ego. Hey, I made $1,100, hit my goal. You know what? It's $1,000 a day is nothing to sneeze at. That's hard to do.
Yeah. Brian, Brynus, is it Brynus? Agree. I agree. I don't give back what you made, Rich.
Yeah.
All right. Next one. Remember what questions are open. Anything over in Discord there, Robert?
Nothing in Discord yet.
Okay. Next one. Question. Do you have let's see here. I can't read my writing here. It's wrong page. All right, here we go. Do you prioritize tasks? This is sort of under management. Identifying the most important tasks will contribute to your goals. Focus your time and energy on these priorities. All right. I mean, at times you forget what's more important at that certain moment. But know what needs to be done first. When I'm putting a trade on, I'm always looking for, once I put my entry in, now I'm looking at my exit. My entry is set. Okay, now I need to move on to my next priority. My stop. Is this where I want it to be? Is this where it should be? And I'm always checking. I tell you, I'm a nervous Nelly when I do that. It's like I check, I double check, I triple check. And my dad taught me that. He goes, you can't cut wood twice. And he was a carpenter, and it sort of made sense. Like I say, CYA, cover your butt.
Yeah, my dad had a similar thing to that. He wasn't a carpenter, but we did a lot of home building stuff, and it was measure twice, cut once. So it was.
There you go.
It was pretty close. Then he had a joke. He said, I cut this board 5 times and it's still too short. So something like that. But yeah, put your tasks in there, put them on your list, part of your plan, check them off. It's nice to have a structure to it. It doesn't mean the same thing every day, all the time. But if you can have a structure, let's just put 5 things, top 5 things that you want to do, and do that like clockwork every time. Bam, 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 bam. That's the only way you're going to see where the adjustments need to be made. Eddie, listen to this. A long time ago, I did sports therapy.
Far away.
Yeah, about 10 years ago, I was.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, about 7 years ago. Excuse me. 7 years ago, and then 10 years prior to that, I was a sports therapist. I worked on very high-end elite athletes as well. I'm talking Olympic athletes, professional players and stuff for football, baseball. But I also worked on locals that might be like running a 5K or a 10K or training for a marathon. So you have these levels. Not saying one's better or worse, but when you get to that elite level, say I'm a weekend 5K runner, and I'm on the Jamaican 400-meter relay team in the Olympics.
You're on a good team.
Those are two different people, right? Just we would say it like it is. Now, what I found is that working on these elites, they were so strict and so disciplined, and their training was on a straight line. And if we use this for one thing, let's just say I'm a person now. I'm this 5K weekend runner, and I watch my diet. Well, sometimes I do better, sometimes I do worse. Sometimes I do better, sometimes I do worse. And this is going to be maybe a little hard to visualize. I'm going to take this pen right here, and this is my line. Above it, I do good. Below it, I do bad. Well, the weekend runners would do good to here and do bad to here. So they had a breadth of it like this. The Olympics would do good to here and bad to here. So they were such a straight line. They were just so on point. This is task-oriented discipline management, patience, everything we talk about. Everything was exactly the same. And why did they do that? Because they knew as soon as something wasn't right, they can go back to that line and go, oh, I had an extra piece of bread that day. Okay?
Shame on you.
Yeah, but you can see it so much clearer, you know? To think of it just as a very different analogy is you put a whole bunch of lines on a piece of paper or a whiteboard or something. Just grab a pen and draw a whole bunch of lines. The straighter each one of those lines is, the easier it is to see the one that's a little bit off. Right? So if all these lines are all wiggle, 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 you don't know which one. If one of them is 5% different than the other, or 10% or 9%, you don't see which one is 7% worse. If everything is within a 1% tolerance, if something goes a 2% off, it stands out like a sore thumb. So that's why I just kind of a rant there to say, like, just stay disciplined, get your plan together, do it over and over and over and over again. You have a practice account, use that. You can clearly see what's going on. It doesn't cost you a dime. Put your trades on, follow your process, one after the other, like clockwork. Whatever it is, right or wrong, whatever it is, can't second guess it. Don't get emotional about it. You're not losing anything. You're testing, right? You're trying it out. Put those tasks, put that management, keep that discipline. You will come up with a winning strategy. I assure you.
Yes. Now, is that a true story?
That is a true story. Yeah, that's right. About the training stuff before. Yeah, true story.
All right, that's cool. You even had like a little graphic with that pen. I like that.
Well, I did that. You know, it's funny when I had the.
I understand that. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
No, cool.
When I had the sports practice, I actually made a little video on that. I took a whiteboard and drew a line on it and said, "Okay, I'm gonna do good this day, bad that day, good this day, bad," and then I'm gonna do really good and really bad. They just stand out like crazy.
Right. Right. All right. How about this one? Okay. Question. Well, let me see if I got any questions here. I got any questions here?
I got a couple right here. This is
okay. Well, you know what? Let's bring him in, because coming inside of about 10 minutes here, we're going to have one of our other coaches, coach that you haven't met yet. You might have, but Vince is going to be with us here. Half past the monkey. So what do you got?
Excellent.
You got a question? What do you got?
Yeah, I'm kind of glancing through of them right here because there's 4 that came through almost at the same time. So let's see. Well, after doing the combine, what happens is you get your target of 50K, target on the 50K. After the you get moved into the express funded account. You'll get a notice if you hit it that day. Once the day closes, you'll get an email that says, "Congratulations, you passed." And you'll get the information to sign in for the express funded account. So that's a pretty simple one. Sarah was kind enough to go in. Sarah, one of our mods, was kind enough to go in to answer that. But anybody's listening, wanted to make sure we put that in there.
Yeah.
Here's one for you, Eddie.
Okay. Well, real quick here, if you got questions, and they have that edge for support. I mean, we'll do our best, but please try to keep questions related to our segments. I mean, we're here to teach. We've got a great support team, so hook up with the support team and they'll get your answer. So you got something for me? Hopefully, it's a box of ho-hos.
No, it's even better than that. Paulie Mesmerick asks, I need to know if I can listen to that song that samples "Turn the Machines Back Online." He wants to see if we can get it somewhere, if it's custom made and it's been stuck in his head all week long. So
well, you gotta talk to Jack. Jack, how did they get that one? You just pulled that one off of the vid? Turn on the machines.
There you go. There's one more in here. Let's drop this. It says, Robert Peter, your old friend here. I've been working at Bookmap part-time. It's improved my trade entries and plays very good. So they took a look at the Bookmap platform. It's an interesting one if you haven't seen it. Question is on scaling. I need advice on how to start scaling. So rather than make 10 points structured on like ES or 40 point on NQ, how can you scale in and out of those trades? A lot of trouble on scaling where I can maximize my best trades. Thanks, you look great. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Real quick here, real quick, Hanro was saying, why can't we hear him? Jack, you're being unheard. Wow, he's really light right now. Sorry about that, Hanro. Can't hear you, Jack. We lost you again, but he's there. Trust us. He had made that, put that sound together even with the music.
Here I am.
So there you are, Jack.
Yeah, now I can see it moving. I was saying that, that's the only piece of original music that we have. Just built that in Logic from my old music tech days in college. So glad you liked it.
Finally, it pays off.
We'll send out the MP3 at some point.
There you go. Brand it up.
Please remember, if you've got a question, put a question mark after it. Some of these, I don't know if they're questions or comments, but I can spot the question mark, and it's beep, 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 beep. It tells me, okay, there is a question. All right. Moving on.
Scaling. Peter, Trader Pete had a question just on scaling. For my take on that, if you're looking for a 10-point trade, that's not much to scale on. Those are pretty much in and out. There's not a lot on there, and you even said 40 point on NQ. That's I don't want to say that it's easy, but it's not hard. I mean, but sometimes by the time you take your finger off the mouse and can that trade, NQs move 40 points on you. So I don't know if I would say scale into a 40-point trade. Personally, if I'm going to go after 40 points, I'm going to take 10 4-pointers or 40 points with 8 5-pointers, I guess.
All right. Let's see here. All right. Next. Here's a good one. Do you, as a trader, have a routine? I'm not saying get out of bed, do 20 jumping jacks, 20 push-ups, 20 squats, and rinse and repeat. Run downstairs, throw in 2 pieces of toast in the toaster, press the coffee button, open the window, let the dog out, pet the dog, feed the dog. I mean, there's, you know what? I probably hit home with a lot of people right there. But I'm talking about a routine as we get prepped for our trading. Now, one of the things that I find most important in trading is not the charts, all right, not the data, not your platform, not your work area. It's your mindset, okay? And that's the number one thing each and every morning, even on the weekends. Weekends you're going to be a little bit more flexible because if you're not feeling up to doing anything, you could just hit that snooze button, roll over, and sleep for another hour and a half, whatever. But what I'm talking about here is when we get out of bed here for a trade day and we're ready to go, ready to trade, ready to see what we can do. It all starts up here. Okay, it's all the mindset, and a lot of things is, as you're doing your routine. that's the first thing I check in the morning. I mean, if you were out with the guys or out with the girls last night for quarter beer night and you spent $10 in quarters and you're not really seeing to you're a little foggy, let's put it that way. Surprising you'd probably even get out of bed at that point. But anyway, make sure that you can honestly ask yourself and answer yourself. My mindset is clear, focus, I'm thinking straight, I feel good, and I'm ready to trade. And that should be like on a checklist. You should have that checklist where you're doing it, even if it's in your head next to the mindset. Have something where you can check. So that's my spiel.
That's a good spiel. And I just recognized I do need to give a shout out to Trader Pete. I know I think 4 or so Pete's that are traders, and I just pulled up the little icon there and I see who it is now. So good friend. It's been many years. I'm glad he's doing well. Congratulations to you, sir.
How you doing, Pete?
Yeah, trade plan. Do you have a specific one that you like, Eddie? Not real plan, routine. The routine you were just talking about.
Well, the routine, as long as I can get out of bed and say, okay, I'm focused. I can think. Say my alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. No, I don't do that. But even if you need a little test, something like that. There's a lot of things where you can sort of, get the brain juices flowing. Put on the news or so, watch the news, get yourself going. But I really don't have a specific, but that's the number. That would probably be my only routine is as I do get out of bed, how am I doing today? How am I feeling today? And that sort of preps me. And then everything sort of spider webs out. I'm good at this, let's see, but nothing as far as that. Now I know you, Mr. Discipline, Mr. Eagle Scout, you probably got a real tight one.
Yeah, it's
routine I'm talking about.
Yeah, it can be cumbersome at times because when you get that mindset and you get into that discipline, you have yourself, and then you have like a circle of friends and family, and then a circle that's out here, and you end up extending that out a little bit because, well, let's say I have to get up early in the morning, and my routine is I'm in bed at this time to get up at this time, blah blah blah. You could be right in the middle of having a great time and be like, I'm out, gotta go, sorry, and everybody else goes on for the next 2 hours. So it can get a little bit rough like that sometimes. But for the morning routine, I get up, I like to move around a little bit, do the old shower, do the old hygiene and the brush teeth to get some food, make sure I get my coffee ready. And with my trading style, I don't necessarily have to look back at the markets too much. That's just not part of it. I'm this little piece along movement trader. So, this is Friday. What happened on Tuesday to me, just my style doesn't really matter. So I don't need to go back and study that stuff. But the news that I like to hear is TopstepTV.
TopstepTV. Hey, I tell you, honestly, and we'll bring you behind the scenes here. We were really working hard. This is you just can't throw something like this together. No. Everybody's got to have their part, and do it. And this is just the beginning. Oh my goodness. This is there's no top, there's no apex. Sky is the limit here. And if you're listening, I know that some of you have given us suggestions. If you got something that says, hey, that'd be cool with TopstepTV. If you want to email it to us, or if you want to post it. See, when you post it here, it might get lost. It might get lost with the scrolling and everything. So you got a good idea, break it down, and definitely if we use it, we'll give you props, we'll give you credit for it. But I tell you, many minds are better than one. So let's do that. But anyway.
For sure. We listen to those suggestions. Absolutely.
Yeah. I got a few questions here in YouTube. This one's okay. You ready, Robbie?
I'm ready.
Okay, Robbie. Hello, Robbie.
Hello.
Hello, Robbie. Right, Governor. After way over leveraging one day, It sounds like that's like the beginning of a book.
That's the end of its story right there.
After way over leveraging one day, I've come back break even with significantly smaller positions and smaller losses over the last few days. How do you keep the faith when the goal seems so far now? Oh, I'm going to say, I mean, let's just have an analogy, okay?
Yep.
Mount Kilimanjaro. All right. Isn't it the tallest mountain, right? You were there, weren't you?
Everest is the tallest mountain.
Everest. Okay. See, I'm not too mountain savvy. Did you watch a video of how they reach the top? I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not sort of. It's not a quick trek. I mean, they're doing like an inch by inch by inch by inch. I mean, and then they stop. And they stop for time. Okay, you good? No, nobody fell off. Okay, cool. Look at that frozen guy over there. All right, let's keep going. And it's inch by inch, which is, I mean, that's crazy.
They do that, Eddie. It's watching the documentary on Everest as well. Years in the past, the same way. They take it. It's a piece at a time, and sometimes you have to come back down. If you start going up, you get that altitude sickness going on, right? And sometimes there's your P&L. You're on the way up. You're almost at that peak. You're almost at that goal, and you get some of that altitude sickness, and you got to come back down and go back down to base camp 4 for a little while before you can come back up again. So with that said, sir, I didn't, or trader, I didn't get the name or anything, but Mr. Trader person who asked that, if your goal is here and you end up making up and you lose, drop this goal for a minute. Just make it here. That's your next thing. Just like
There's
Eddie
that
said.
pen again, guys and girls.
Yeah, it is that pen again. I'm a visual guy when it comes to this stuff. But take your goals for those listening, and what I mean by that is if you're targeting $3,000 and you're at 25, and now you're at 22, and now you're at 2,000, now you're at 18. Don't target 3,000 anymore. Target 2,000. Get yourself back up.
Yeah.
Then once you get 2, go to 22. Then once you get 22, go to 25. That's where it comes into. You have the end goal in mind, but hey, it's a goal to win the World Series, but sometimes you have to bunt to get to first base. It's just what you need to do.
I mean, another thing too is like, don't worry. I mean, even if you're putting up small profits each and every day, as long as you can be happy with yourself saying, I am moving forward. All right, whether it be inch by inch and taking a break and then more inch by inch, or if it's foot by foot or leap by leap, you're going to develop. You're going to develop into a better trader. And once again, patience, discipline, management. Manage this, okay? Be the manager that says, okay, kid, you know what? You're doing fine. All right. Have the patience that says these small days will build up. Small profits add up. Have the discipline that says, you know what? I'm moving forward. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, and I'm not going to veer off the path. So hopefully that helps you, man. That's a good question, Drake.
Yeah. Yep. Drake, very good.
Okay. We don't see Vince. Where is Vince? Let me just check with him. Don't see Vince.
For sure. All right, keep looking at that. It's just baby steps along the way. We'll harp on that all day long. Put the discipline in, manage that, stay focused.
Okay.
Stay patient.
Okay, he's got the right link. I think he's got the right link.
All right, I'm gonna check into Discord, see what we have going on over here.
Okay. Rob, you want to take over while I'm trying to get this?
Sure.
Any more questions on your end?
I don't have any questions on my end, but I can comment on the market. We're looking at 4 charts on the screen while Squawk Radio is going on, and we leave these up here. There's the S&P or the ES, the
Robert,
NASDAQ.
You can put up your charts if you want, but just let me know.
We'll hold off on that momentarily.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody else heard. Did everybody else hear you say that? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I heard you. Okay.
Okay. Just want to be sure if you were talking in my ear or talking to the public.
All right.
But just take a look at the charts, and what's neat about these, you can see some of the structure and similarities. Now, we're looking at the top 2 up here. We're looking at the ES in the top left and the NQ in the top right. Very similar movements, right? Why? They're the equities. They're following the indices. NASDAQ top 100 stocks. S&P 500 is the 500 stocks. So it's a thicker market. So it takes a little bit more to move it around, but the structure is pretty close to the same. Whereas the bottom 2, if you're looking at this, the bottom one is bottom left is oil, CO, and the bottom right is gold, which is GC. Those are different, right? They're not indices. They're not part of the equities and following the stock markets. They're the commodities. We have gold, obviously we know, and that it shot up in the morning, but true to its form, typically, when the indices and the markets go up, typically gold tends to not go in the same direction. And if you're watching gold, watch silver. Those two kind of mirror each other. And Hoag in the morning show talks about laggers and leaders, or leaders and laggers. Sometimes one leads over the other. A lot of times it's the NQ will lead the ES. And why is that? Well, the NQ is only 100 stocks. It's a thinner market. It's only going to take a couple of them, the big ones, right? Facebook, Amazon, Google, Netflix, Microsoft, Apple. Those are the big ones that are going to move that around. And I want to say I did this study on this one time, and of those top 100 stocks, it's around the top 7 or 8 of them will move the market. So if you have the top 7 or 8 stocks that I just mentioned there going up and the others kind of dropping off, it's still going to pull the market with it. And with the NQ having a thinner market and having these stocks pull it quickly, it tends to lead the ES. Tends to. Always? Absolutely not. Tends to. So if you see that NQ and there's news coming out, and especially around earnings times, and these big companies are posting their earnings and things are looking good for the top 4, 5, 6 companies, and they're all tech work and they're starting to pull the market along, maybe a good opportunity to take a look at ES and jump on that bandwagon as well to ride that along with it. And then gold, as you see, is going the opposite direction, which is common. We like to speak in vagueness, but more often than not, put it that way, you'll see gold going the opposite direction as the indices of the dollar. I'm not too big on oil. I don't know a heck of a lot about it. I know it's definitely a thicker market on the oil, and it can definitely be pulled around with news and with events. We saw oil this week increasing higher and higher and higher, and due to news and events in China and the Saudis holding off on their oil exports and production. I think it was, I believe it was 1 million barrels a day, and they're going to go through that for the rest of the year. So we may see oil climbing up and up, which means we'll see our gas prices going up and up as well, unless some economics can come in here and mention something about the U.S. pulling into reserves or whatnot. I am not really strong on that. More technical, but just by sharing some of these charts on the screen right now.
Yeah, I'm back. Okay. Seems like once again we're having a technical difficulty with Coach Vince. Not Lombardi. No, not technically. I am Coach
Speaking
Lombardi.
of that,
Packers will lose this weekend. Oh, did you hear that? See?
Yeah.
How about your Pats? I mean, you guys had a great team over there. I'm talking with
20 years
over in funding, and we usually have a year bet who's gonna be better, the Bears or the Pats? And it's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But the loser gets to put in the goals that need to be for the competition. Most rushing yards, most field goals kicked, most touchdown passes. So he's getting it together. I had to remind him, but I don't know. It seems like you got a good quarterback over there again. We'll see, though. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We had a great run, almost 18 years or 20 years with Brady, but 18 years of goodness on there. We were so spoiled, man. Up here I'm in Massachusetts, and actually Tim that you were just talking about, he's only about 35 minutes from me, and we've had coffee times, so he's a good guy. But with the Pats, we had great
Here you
time.
go. You see this?
What's that?
You see that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you can't.
Yeah. I can. Yeah, go to number 12. Yeah.
That's his rookie card.
The rookie card. That's the rookie card.
The rookie card. So I'm not going to give up my address. This, go look it up. Look up Tom Brady's rookie card.
Is it signed?
I think here's the thing: if you got a card worth this value, don't have the player sign it. It actually goes down in value.
Really?
Yeah, because there's people that collect autographs. There's people that collect trading cards. And then in the middle is a small percentage of people that collect trading cards with autographs.
Okay.
So the thing is, if you were to sell this to a collector who was looking for Brady's rookie card, and the autograph was on it, he would not even get near full price, top dollar. So remember that if you're collecting that. So keep that in mind. I don't know what is the going rate with Brady's rookie card. I haven't looked it up in a while. But did you know that he signed up with
Delta?
Not as a mascot, but as an advisor.
Yeah, like analyst or something. Crazy.
To the company. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get it. But we don't know what goes on behind the scenes, and you never know when they come up with something. I've seen that too many times happen. Like, look at TopstepTV. I have to run this back here, but what's going on? What's happening with Topstep? We're the people. What's going on? We haven't heard anything from this. Like, well, for 2 solid months, 8 hours a day, we've been working on this project. But it's like when it comes out day one, you have no idea how much longer it took. So even though Brady had signed with Delta as an advisor, that might have been 2 years in the making, and they could have a plan that they're putting in place that will be released 6 months from now.
Really?
So,
okay.
And maybe as a shocking news, you never know. When
it wasn't like
happen.
A drunken stupor where, let's do a deal. Oh, yeah, hell yeah.
It could be that too. I was in the room.
Well, Mr. Brady,
we had a good run up here. There was a couple of years in there. I think it was 05, 06, 04, 05, where the Red Sox won the World Series, the Patriots won the Super Bowl, the Celtics won the championships, and the Bruins made it to the Stanley Cup and lost the final game. It was a great year. Yeah. We had a great season that 1 to 2 year time frame. It's like it was untouchable. Yeah.
Well, we had the Bulls there for 6 out of 7.
Absolutely.
That was a treat having Michael Jordan.
It goes in cycles, right?
Goes in cycles. Yeah. So now, but anyway, here's a question I think, Rob, you'd be able to help us out on this one.
Okay.
Why not have a rule that if we beat the required 6% amount up to 10% over 4 days plus, they pass? Why would that work? Why wouldn't it wouldn't work?
Read that one more time. I want to get those percentages in.
Why not have a rule that if we beat the required 6%, amount up to 10% over 4 days plus, they pass?
Because if you only need 6% to pass, why would you want to trade 3 additional days to make 10?
Okay.
That would be the question. It's like, you only need 6%, you can do it in 2 days. So the suggestion being, well, why not give it to me if I make 10% in 4 days? So maybe I'm misunderstanding the question, but that's kind of what I took out of it. And I will tell you why the percentages are there, and why the days are there. It's just so we don't get lucky. I've done it myself on both ways. I've made a super good trade clicking the wrong button. I literally went to go long one day, I had my market. I'm like, oh, this thing's going to take off on me. I sized up a little bit, and just when I was pushing the finger down on the mouse button to click long, it just on my desk, it's a wooden table, the mouse, it's an optical mouse, it jumped a little bit and it clicked the short button. I was like, no! But right at that time, the market dumped on me $800. So am I a good trader, or did I get lucky on that trade, right? That's what these are in place for. Okay. So if we say, sure, yeah, okay, yeah, you have to trade a couple of days and make 6%, but if you do 10% all at once, we're going to give it to you. Hey, I'm going to take a gamble at that. I'm going to place a trade and just go all in, see if I can win. It's not what we want. We want consistency.
Robert, I got another question for you here.
Yes, sir.
What do you do to measure potential price movement strength for the rest? Well, this is for the morning session, but Robert doesn't really trade the morning session. But let's go with the question of how do you measure potential price movement strength?
Potential price movement strength.
So that's a tough one.
I honestly don't have an answer.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you knew, then we'd be working for you.
So let me throw that out there. As far as a lot of traders will take something similar to this and say, wow, there's a massive volume on that candle, and look at all the orders that came through. While I agree with that, it's still historical. You can have a massive candle with a massive amount of volume in there. It does not mean that's going to keep on going, right? And what if one trader is looking at a 5-minute chart and they go, wow, look at the massive amount of volume on those couple of 5-minute candles, but then not the remaining 6 or 7? And the trader looking at a 30-minute chart can look at the same thing and go, not too much volume on that candle, because it's a different time frame, right? So you got to trade what you do. I don't even use candle volume, to be honest. I don't at all. Volume profile, from coming in from the side with point of control, absolutely. Candle volume, I haven't had it in maybe 4 years on my chart. Every trade is different, so just being honest. But I don't know how to tell. I wouldn't know that answer as to how to tell. If I did, I'd put my life savings on every trade and go with that. But sorry on that one, I don't have the right answer for you.
All right. Let's see here. Let's get back to where we were. We were talking about self-control, develop a routine. Moving down the list, here's one. Learn to say no.
Ooh.
It sounds very basic, but if you apply it to your excitement to trade, I mean, it's so very easy to see money just fly by when you're clicking a mouse. Now, I think we got Vince. We got Vince back in. I think we got him back in, but I don't think his mic is working. But, every once in a while I'll go to the casino with my wife, and I see how she sort of just click, 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 click. And you watch people. I mean, $1 a click, $2 a click, $5 a click, $10 a click, $20 a click, and they're just click, 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 hoping something happens. There's got to be somewhere where you say, no, enough is enough, or no, I'm not going to do this. That goes with over trading. And once again, I'm going to circle back to management. Learn to say no to yourself. Shut yourself down when you need to be shut down. Tell yourself this isn't good for the big picture. It's not good for the team. It's not good for the company. I might feel a little bit better if I do this, but if you're using your noodle, it's not good for the big picture. It's not good for the company. It's not good for the team. Say no. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to revenge trade. I'm not going to let these emotions take over. And that's one thing that I've really never seen in coaching is telling yourself to say no, but we've got to remember we have to.
Exactly. Hey, Vince has just jumped in. I see him up on the screen here. Can
we
you
got
say hello?
Him. Vince.
All right. Hey guys. How you
guys doing? we got 30 seconds with you, and then How much time do you got? Let me ask you that.
Yeah, whatever you need. Yeah,
all
sorry.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Vince is going to take over the rest of the show. Me and Robert are going to go fishing.
I'm going to say,
and we will see you later. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys can jump on the show there.
Okay.
Vince can hang around.
Vince, you can use this link to see the output. I don't think he might not need to, but Jack just posted a link in the Rendezvous chat. But who are you? What do you do? And why are you here?
Who am I? That's a good question, Eddie. Who am I?
Who are you?
Yeah,
Young
so
Jedi.
a little bit about me. So I've been trading 20 years this year. This will make 20 years. Got into trading. I loved trading from back when I was in elementary school, 3rd grade. Did a little school project where we bought a stock. We picked a newspaper. They gave everybody a newspaper, and we picked a stock out at the time. And I picked Motorola. Got a good buy in around $29 or something like that. We held it till the end of the year. Put in our sheet, see where we're at. Sold out about $44 or something like that, like for 50%. And that started my journey into the trading thing, right? So just about after that, my one of my uncles, he was a gold broker. He had a seat down in the gold pit in New York back in like 83, I think it was. And he was down there until about 99, transitioned over to the NYMEX crude pit, leased a seat there till he was probably like 2008 or 9. Volume dried up a lot, seat prices got out of control, and he just forced pretty much into retirement.
So what was that stock again?
Motorola. It's when beepers were pretty popular at the time. Pagers. You beat people, you put numbers in, and you could read it upside down.
I remember having those at the end of them being hip. It was like, and then it was like, I got my beeper, and then everybody else had phones. It's like, dude, you got a beeper? It was like still being on MySpace when Facebook was out. yeah, I got my MySpace thing going on. MySpace, come on, we're around Facebook. MySpace,
yeah.
But yes, Motorola. I wonder where that stock is now.
I have no idea.
So anyway,
I don't follow it anymore. I'm a futures trader.
But that's cool, man. You hooked up with your uncle, and he got you sort of hooked on trading.
For sure.
So cool.
Yeah, just everything. I've always been like a super competitive person. Athletics, baseball player, football player, karate. Struck the karate a little bit. So I've always been very competitive, and I've always been a numbers guy. Numbers flashing on the screen just seems to be my thing, right? So definitely that got me, into trading. I'll never forget my first trade, futures trade, was back in a couple days before New Year's Eve, 2003. Mini Crude had just come out earlier in the year. So you couldn't trade. I couldn't trade the big size because I only had like $2,500 in my account. So, I remember I took the trade. I put on a Mini Crude. I took it off, and within a couple minutes, I was long crude, made $150, closed down my platform. Right after that was done, I went to the liquor store that night. I bought a bottle of Dom Perignon for $99, and I was like, "This is what I'm gonna do," And that pretty much started my journey. Actually,
getting drunk. There you go.
No, not getting drunk, but celebrating with my first crude trade.
Be successful and make sure you get the Dom.
How to be Dom?
It's Dom was a big thing on the trading floor around Christmas time. Guys would have gifts to these big traders, filling traders, and they get gifts to the runners, to the phone clerks, to the. You might get an envelope with $1,000 in it. You might get a bottle of Dom. And the thing is, I think I still got 3 bottles of Dom that I've never opened. And nice. The wife was like, "Oh, are we ever going to drink those?" And I go, "Probably not now, since they're probably 10 times the price that they were when they were purchased. Do not touch them." No, but Dom. So that was the beginning of your 20-year trek.
Pretty much, yeah. So the Mini Crude started it off. It was my first trade in futures, and been with futures ever since. Like right after that, the following year, 2004, I started studying for my Series 3 and my Series 30, right? Because I was really interested in the industry. I was trading my own account at the time. I was like, you know what? I love what I'm doing. It's exciting. There's a lot of ups and downs, obviously, but I ended up getting my Series 3 and my Series 30. 2005, I ran a branch office for a futures firm. And I was branch manager for about almost 5 years. We were there, and then, I kind of went on my own, continued trading my own account. And then in 2011, I kind of started my own thing, became a commodity trading advisor. And that's where I've been sitting pretty much ever since.
Okay. All right, cool. And how'd you find us here?
All right. So the story is this. So I remember, well, first off, my son is he's a high school football player, right? And I've been taking him all over the country, really, like going to combines and all these things. And 2021, during this whole COVID thing going on and everything, I was like, you know what? I'm looking for a new challenge. I'm trading my own account. I'm trading some accounts for other people as well. I was like, you know what? I want a challenge. So I found the Topstep Combine, right? Combine, football combine. So right. That's how I found you guys, right? So, I went through the combine. It was a 2-step process at the time. And I passed the combine. But I kind of messed up the first time because the first time I was up like to the profit level in like 7 or 8 days. And I continued trading. I was above the $3,000 on the 50K. And I continued trading for some stupid reason instead of just shutting the platform down. And then I ended up taking me an extra 2 weeks to repass it. So I passed it, continued to trade, and then ended up passing again a couple weeks later. But then the other thing that intrigued me too is, I remember my uncle talking about market profile, and he used to be in the pit, and he would use like a graph paper. And he would, color in the boxes on the graph paper, creating his profiles. I never knew what the hell he was talking about. He would talk about it. I'm like, I don't know what this guy's talking about. And I came across Hoag doing some trainings, and, it kind of just resonated with me. I'm like, I've been wanting to learn about this for a long time. And there was my opportunity. And at the time, you guys were offering the personal performance coaching. So I was one of Hoag's performance students. I was in his performance coaching program, and I learned the profiles from Hoag. So that's pretty much what got me in. One was the challenge. Two was, I've always been interested in the market profile, and everything just aligned. The stars aligned, and that was pretty much it.
All right, and then the stars aligned, and everything was good. So you went through our program. How long were you with Topstep Trading?
I started trading with you guys back in 21, so it's going to be 2.5 years.
How many combines you go through?
Well, I went through the one. I passed it on my first attempt. I got funded. I did not fail that account, but I ended up closing the account. Okay, and then I started to dabble with some other strategies. So, I closed the one, I got back into another one, I passed the second combine. I don't know exactly how many I've been through. I've probably been through quite a few because I've been testing new strategies out, especially when I was learning market profile. So in the beginning, it was kind of tough for me to kind of flip what I was doing, because you put yourself in some situations where you're like, man, I'm scared to buy here, but profiles are saying I need to buy here, So to get into that.
That's something we've got to, we all have that. This morning, it sort of cost me. I made the right call. I shared the call. But previously I had just gotten stopped out. Mm-hmm. So, I had taken a few steps back. I was reevaluating, and then I saw a good chance to get back in. I didn't. Fear of clicking the mouse. I didn't. I'm like, oh man, I missed it. Didn't want to chase it. But it ends up, it ended up a very good trade that I didn't do. But, I didn't get mad at myself. I just considered it, okay, you know what? You made the right call. You just didn't put it on. And the thing is, I don't trade crude. I'm an S&P trader. and I was on a sim. So I'm not going to jeopardize a live account trading a market I haven't traded in. I don't know. I was thinking a few months, but it's been probably like over a year. So that's what I did, and I can relate to that.
Yeah. Beginning when you're always attempting a new strategy, it's always, you can test in your practice account, right? But I always wanted to feel skin in the game, so I just continued to test my strategies in the combine. And that's just how I did it. I wanted to feel the pain a little bit. You want to feel the pain.
It's the thing is, if you can recover from the pain, yes. Yes.
I think coming from the athletic side of things, being competitive, it's easy to brush off the losses for me. Others might not be as easy. I talk to a lot of traders now, so it's, I would say a big part of it is being able to get rid of the venom, like Ho would call it, the venom. So, I've been helping a lot of people try to deal with that. And I think a majority can be, get rid of that venom by having a more consistent approach to the market. I think what's going on is people are getting, they're over trading. They take a loss and all of a sudden they got to go and, battle the market. And I think that causes things to just spiral. So we need to learn how to just, take it on the chin, pull up your bootstraps, get back into the ring and go back at it.
All right. So you're listening to Hoag. You're listening to here. You've been following along with Topstep. Jay does that too. Jay did that too. Went through the program, got funded, got the payout. Did you get a payout? Did you get an interview? Did you get?
I didn't. I did get an interview. At the time, it was just around the holidays, and it kind of just got away from us. Okay. So we were going to be doing an interview, but
see, ladies and gentlemen, he blew me off for the holidays for somebody else.
Sorry,
Eddie. You could have.
I was drinking too much Dom Perignon.
Too much Dom. Yeah, right. What it's something where, that's fine though. I mean, if you're busy around the holidays, by all means, that was okay. I wasn't, too worried about that. But, just always remember.
You don't understand. I could have had class. I could have been a contender. I could have been somebody.
You didn't. You didn't, man.
Could have been a contender.
I could have been a contender. I could have been interviewed on Top Step. Let's move on to your coaching. Let's move on to your coaching here. Got you in. What are you doing nowadays to help traders move forward? What are some of the bigger problems that you're talking to the traders with right now?
Okay, well, I would say the biggest problem, besides emotional trading, is they're not trading a plan. Like, you really need to have a plan in place and discipline, because and I try to tell everybody wants to come in and they want to blow through the combine in 2 days, 3 days. And the first thing I do is I got to slow them down a little bit, right? They want to just put on size and go at it and just shoot for the moon, and try to pass the combine in 2 days. So the first thing I got to do is bring a lot of people back. This is a long-term game. You want to stay consistent. You got to have discipline. You got to have a trading plan, because without it, you're just going to be working hard for nothing, right? You're going to have your good days, and then you're not going to put in your stop, and you're going to blow your account. Everything you did for the week, you give it all back on a Friday. We're not here for that. We're here to, be consistent, grow the account, get funded, stay funded, and be able to trade for a lifetime, really.
Right. The thing is you can never learn enough. There's always more to learn. I think we talked about this earlier in TopstepTV this morning. That there's just so much. I mean, I'm learning from Michael Patak. I'm learning from John Hoagland. Patak and Hoagland, great people. And John's at like the wizard level, and Horn and Patak are sort of like just following behind going, yes. But Michael, I met Michael in the trading pit, and he was screaming and yelling. And I think we were all on the trading floor. So, but anyway, this is something that you learn something new every day. And I learn things from our traders. Somebody suggests something, and it's like, out of the corner of my eye, I'm looking, going, let me see that level. Wow, that looks pretty good. I didn't see that. I'll watch for that next time. In the Discord channel, in the YouTube chat, not to say, one of the things I really do not like, I didn't want to say hate, but I do not like, is when somebody says, buy here, in the chat room. Buy it at 47.20, and that's all they put. And it's like, well, why? I don't mind you saying that, but give me a reason why you think I should, or you should. It's been a solid bottom. Support it's heavy. It's tested it so many times. There's, have a reason behind what you practice, what you preach. Have a reason behind what you're preaching.
Absolutely.
That works.
I do it with a lot of traders too. I'll send them like a screenshot of why I would have taken a trade, why I got in, where my risk was, why I took it, and I give like an explanation. And I think it helps them. A couple of them are really thankful. I have probably about at least a handful of traders recently who passed the combine, going through the coaching program. And I'm finding out that most of the ones that are doing the homework that we're assigning, they report back. I had one guy, he was struggling a little bit. He was in Topstep for about 2 months, kept on resetting. So I reviewed his trading, made a few tweaks to it. I had him go back and, back test, but not like back testing like mechanically, right? This would be like, you go back, you start at the beginning of the day, each day, you plot your trade, where you would get in, where your exit would be, specific entries and exits, and then, check where it's at, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1 on your trade, right? And then document it, and let's do it over a month or two. And he did that. He's my paisan from Italy. He's a trader in Italy. Yeah. Yeah, he's in Italy. And, so he did all the homework, right? So we did everything, and he ran a test of 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1. Turns out 3-to-1 was his best strategy at the time during current market state. So he started trading his strategy in the combine. Within 10 trading days, passed the combine, now he's funded. So it's just little things you can do that might just get you to that goal. Right. It might not just be you have to change your entire strategy. It may just be a couple little tweaks. I don't try to change anybody's strategy that they're doing. So, I've trained for 20 years. I've pretty much tried everything, right? I've tried breakouts. I've tried momentum. I've tried range, trend. I did everything. So I'm able to resonate with the trade a little bit because I've been through all of the different types of trading strategies. So I'm able to, help them out a little bit to try to keep their strategy maybe in the right target. Yeah. But there's no guarantees, right? Past performance doesn't indicate future results, but.
Right. Vince, that's one of the things that I was mentioning, I think, this week about giving other strategies, other indicators a try. The thing is, if you are spinning your wheels, if you are having a tough time, you're frustrated. It's like, man, this is not working. It might, like Vince said, it might just be a little fine tune. But then again, it might be something that you can't read well, or you can't utilize what this indicator actually does, or actually what it's telling you. I mean, and honestly, you're innocently. I mean, you don't realize. Oh, it can do that. I didn't know that, and I've heard that a lot. And myself, I've been like, oh, really? I didn't know that. And now, obviously, it's too late for those bad losing days. But I mean, use that practice account. Utilize it. If you're in the program,
Absolutely.
You got that practice account.
I tell them to do it all the time. And another big thing that I like to tell the traders is, I'm a numbers guy. I might not be a stats guy, like Robert, but I don't have that technical knowledge. But math is math, right? So the first thing I try to tell some of the traders is this: if you can, let's say you take 4 trades a day. Right, so it's 20 a week, 1,000 trades a year, and let's say you're just risking $250 on a trade, right? And say it's the S&Ps, and you lose 60% of the time. Okay. You lost $150,000 on your losers, right? 600 trades. If you can get 2 to 1, right? So every trade you take is either you lose 1 or you make 2. And I would just say try to bracket order, just to try to get that consistency. So I try to help them do that so they can take some of the emotional game out, right? Because most of us will get in, it'll go up 5 points, it'll pull back 2, and then we jump out and it goes 6, right? And that's one of the big things that we experience, that I'm experiencing with a lot of the traders I'm talking to. But, the math is the math. So you take 400 trades, right, that are winners at $500. And you're up 50,000 for the year on a 1 lot, right? And that's just at 50%,
right?
So if you could get consistent, you can make, you can win 4 trades out of 10. You can still be profitable at the end of the year. Now once you get consistent, we could try to find 3 to 1 opportunities or 4 to 1. If you get 3 to 1 on your trades, now you made 300,000 in profits, right? You lost 150. And you're up 150 grand for the year on a 1 lot, and you're not even having to trade size. You're getting 3 to 1 reward over risk. Right. And if you get 4 to 1 over risk, you're at 400,000 for the year. So you're up $250,000.
Right. I mean, it's nice to definitely, if the trading god is on my side, definitely. And that was one thing too. I mean, you don't have to. I used to like to say, if you can't trade small, you can't trade big. If you can trade small, you know what? Build up the account, and then you can start adding in. You can start getting a little bigger. But I mean, that's smart. I appreciate what you're sharing here, Vince. Vince, usually we got coaches on here. I know we've been doing it. I know we've only been doing Topstep TV a week, but like Rob said, we've been putting together this entity for like a month and a half or so. And, this is something that, we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing here. So my question for you is, do you have any good stories to share with us? You don't have to mention names, but any of the traders that you coached with, seeing success, turning them around, showing them the light. You got any of those stories for us?
Yeah, I got a couple. Like Pierre from Italy, my paisan. He was. That's an amazing story.
Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
Pierre from Italy. That's a French name in Italy, right?
Well, it's Luigi. Pierre. Yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah,
right.
Great guy.
Hey, okay, I'm kidding. All right. So Pierre from Italy. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so his was a great story. He was lacking the confidence, and by me making him go back and do all the practice, because that's what I'll do too. It's kind of like, you're playing football, right? And every week you review your film. I believe in reviewing film.
Okay.
So I will check what I did, what I didn't do, where my targets could have been, how far I may have went. And I kind of try to journal that kind of stuff, right? So that I kind of get an idea of what I might be able to change, because you might go into the next week of a game, in a sports game, and then you just do one little thing different, and then, you're winning the game. So it's the same thing with trading. It's just like a sport, right? So you got to make your adjustments and always go back, watch the film. So I had him go back, go over his film, make his notes on his charts, and he actually went through the work. I mean, he really put a lot of effort into it. And I was very pleased that he actually sent me what I requested. And, after he did that, he felt more consistent, like he felt more confident. He built up confidence saying, okay, my strategy is working. I'm getting 3-1, and before he would kind of get in and not know where he's going to get out. So we kind of took the emotion out of the trade and he just went at it. And he ended up passing the combine within 10 trading days.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, I had another trader on the downside. I had another trader who, we kind of went over his strategy. He was not getting good trade location. So I helped him with finding better trade locations and how he can minimize his risk, because he was taking too big of a risk on each trade. So I was like, look, you're jumping in too early in your trades. We need to try to find a better trade entry where you can limit your risk, right? We want the asymmetric opportunities. And, we went over a couple of things, so a couple of screenshots showing like why I would get in a position or out. He started to use that. He ended up passing the combine. But the problem that he was having was he was trading 15 lots at a time. And I was like, whoa. Why are you trading 15 lots, or 10 lots at a time? It says, you're a brand new trader. You have no right trading 10 lots or 15 lots, with no experience. So let's scale that back. So he scaled it back to, I think he wouldn't go less than 5. I was like, all right, I'll let you go 5. So we went 5 lots. He was finding better locations, got funded. Okay. Probably within like 3 weeks, a month, he finally got funded, sent me an email, screenshot, congratulations. I was excited for him. And then he got into the funded account and we talked, and it's like, look, you got to take it slow. It's all about consistency. And what happened? He started going back to full size. It was a 150K combine. Mm-hmm. He started trading full size and he blew it up.
Oh, man.
And then.
Yeah, I mean, Vince, I mean, I've seen that and heard that. And with the thousands and thousands of traders that I've talked to and the thousands of trade reports I've looked at, we tend to do, we're only human. We tend to do that. We tend to fall back in our bad habits, and our promises are broken. And the thing is, promise yourself. This is about you. It's not about Topstep. It's not about the ES. It's not about the guy down the block walking his dog. It's about you. And once you sort of deviate, it's tough to get back into control. And one of the things, over the years, it took me years to get to where I am now, where if I do something foolish, well, let me take a step back. Usually what I'll do is, if I'm going to make a hasty decision, I'm always asking myself, is this something that I should be doing? Is this in my game plan? Is this, am I being reckless? Mm-hmm. And give yourself an honest answer. Why did I just buy 3 here at the market? Well, let's take a look back. You lost 275 just 3 seconds ago on you got stopped out. So you're going to reverse your position now and try to get it back. Well, that's revenge trading. It might happen. Mm-hmm. You might get that money back, but is that how you want to run a company? Exactly. We might make profit on it, so I'm going to invest $50,000 in this little item here, and hopefully we can sell it. You know, I mean, you've got to make sure that you're checking in with yourself. You know,
absolutely.
Why did you cancel your stop? Because I exited with a profit. All right, cool, good idea. Remember to cancel that stop. You know, why did I do this? Because of this. It's in my game plan. Okay, good. Keep doing it. But if it's not, if it's like, you know, I don't know, I'm pissed off. You know what? 4 trades today. I can't. I'm in the hole. I'm going to try one more trade here, and then that one more turns into one more after that, one more after that. So you've got to have control of yourself and your account.
Absolutely. Yeah, I had one trader I was talking to last week, and that to touch on running it like a business. You know, I'm reviewing his trade logs, and I'm saying commissions $400, $500 a day. I'm like, I'm looking at him and saying, how many trades are you taking a day? And I'm like, what's your goal? And he's like, well, I'm trying to make like 500 a day. I was like, okay, but your commissions are $400 or $500. And he's like, yeah, I know. He's like, I'm getting in, and I'm taking a couple points, and you know, but I seem to have like a 70% win rate. But then I take my loss, and I'm like, well, first of all, you know, you got to look at this as a business. You can't be spending $400 or $500 a day,
right? You have
in commissions. You know, I mean, you want to make 400 a day or 500 a day, you got to make 1,000 just to you know, to hit your target and cover your costs to do business. I said that's kind of crazy. I said, you know, we need to slow down your trades, maybe look for a bigger opportunity. You know, cut down how many round turns we're doing. You know,
right?
And you know, he did that. You know, we cut it down in half. He started looking for a little bit bigger risk reward over risk opportunities, and I think he's getting back on the right track now. But it was absolutely it was crazy because, you know, figure just to cover your costs is $5,000 a week, not $5,000, $2,000 a week.
Right. I mean, you know, there is a cost, obviously, and it will cost you if you don't follow through. You know, and you know, the thing is too, it's like when I drive past one of those little mini malls and you see big sign in the window, 75% off closing sale, going out of business, 50% off everything. You know, those little shops, that's somebody's dream. You know, boy, I'd love to open up this shop, and yeah, oh boy, that would be one of my dreams. So they open up the shop, and it just doesn't click. Same thing with us trading. You know, as far as failure, I hate to see that. Now, I mean, sometimes, what do they say? Location. All right. To get a good spot, a good storefront. Well, the same thing here in the charts. Location. You know, do your homework. You know, like you said, Vince, I did my homework. Do your homework. Find the best location. So, I mean, that's something also. But so our friend Pierre got funded. Did he have a payout yet?
I don't know if he had a payout. I was looking at his account actually earlier today, and he's a little bit in the negative at the moment. So I think I'm not sure if he took a payout or not. I'd have to check in with him though.
Okay. All right, man. And then we'll see, Vince. We got you. Friday's your day. You think you can make it back next Friday?
Yeah, that should be fine. Let's see. This is the 5th. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah.
Any closing comments since you are our Friday coach? We've got to send people off into the weekend. And what do you got to say what can you share with us? Give us a tip for the weekend, and then we'll have you back here again. All
right. Friday. So the tip for the week will come from my mentor and friend, Mr. Hoagland. It would be look for cheap trades. Some of my best trades, I know some of his best trades have been good just because they were cheap. I took a trade with one of my coaching students the other day. He was looking short. I was looking long. I only had to risk 3 points. Point of control was, I think, 11 points. High value was 22 points. I was like, what do you think? He's like, I think momentum's going lower. I says, well, I'm going to take this long just because it's cheap. And it paid out beautifully. So look for those cheap opportunities. You want to risk a little bit for that much profit.
Yeah, Fabi, I'm going to ask him that question too. When you say cheap trade, now I've heard a cheap trick, but what is cheap? What's a cheap trade?
Well, for me, it's 5 points or less in the S&P. So it might be different for everybody else. But sometimes I could find an entry, 2 points, 3 points, and then if you could find it for less than 5, I'll add size, right? So if I could find an entry that's 1.5 points, I feel like I could pull it off, then you could put on 3-4 lots, or whatever it is. You just gotta look for those cheaper opportunities. Some people a cheap trade might be 4 ticks, but for me it's 5 points, so everybody's a little different.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, Vince, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you. I'm very glad that you're on the team.
You guys.
You are a big part of our traders' success, and looking forward to talking to you again next week. And in the afternoon, if you're not doing anything and you feel like stopping by to join me and Hoag any day next week, just chime in, contact Jack, say I'm going to come in here, and you can join me and Hoag.
Sure.
Anytime you'd like.
Yeah, I'd be glad to.
All right. Vince, have a great weekend. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll catch you next week, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Take care.
Later, everybody.
All right, my friends. We've got almost 12:30 Chicago time, and we do see that the markets are no, they're not sort of. They are. Markets are cooling off a bit right now, and obviously we're getting close to our close of the week. And the question is, well, how did you do this week? Are you happy with yourself? Are you angry at yourself? Was it a week where it was a battle, a struggle, or was it a week where you were a trader doing the right things? The reason I say that is I tend to see too many traders fighting the market, right? Fighting the market. We're not, maybe some of you are, but I know I'm not a warrior. All right. I'm a trader. And if I experience a market or a trade day where I need to fight, those are days that I'm going to walk away. Okay. I don't need to be a fighter where the anxiety and the stress is like, it's like battery acid. I mean, it's just corrosive, and it's not good. I'm going to wait for that day where I can honestly say, okay, I'm a trader today. I might take a little heat here and there. But the thing is, I'm not going to keep digging that hole deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into negativity. So, once again, easy to say, hard to do. But what's real easy right now is we've got a podcast, and I'm sure a lot of us know who this wonderful lady is, this wonderful, brilliant, good friend of Topstep. Good friend of mine. I've known her for years. Had her on the broadcast many years ago. As a matter of fact, I think she was one of my. Do you remember your first St. Pauli girl? Well, I remember my first Anne Marie Band interview, and I was like, oh wow, she knows what's up. So what I'm going to do is, from now until John Hoagland comes on. Hoag's going to be with us here coming up at 12:30, 1:30 to 2:30, and we'll have me and Hoag on. But from now until then, we've got a archived podcast that Anne-Marie and myself did. So sit back, enjoy, grab yourself a bourbon, grab yourself a beer, grab yourself a nice little chocolate milk, whatever you like, kick your feet up, relax. It's Friday, and our podcast with Anne-Marie Band.
This is Limit Up, the place where we explore markets, strategies, and trading psychology to take your trading to the next level.
Hey traders, this is Eddie Horn from Topstep, and this is Limit Up. It's where we talk with traders, market participants, and trading psychologists to help you improve your trading. Well, we're taking a couple weeks to replay some of our favorite episodes. Now, this week, we're replaying our conversation with trader Anne-Marie Band. Anne-Marie is a great friend of ours here at Topstep and has an interesting story on her path to becoming a consistently profitable trader. Enjoy. Anne-Marie Band, American author, financial analyst, technical analyst, and CEO. And we've got Anne-Marie Band with us here today. Very nice to have you with us, Anne-Marie. How are you today?
I'm very well. I'm really excited to be here today.
I'm just as excited seeing you here. I know that we've been friends for about 5 years.
Yeah.
And we've been very honored to have you on our broadcast weekly, just about weekly.
And I've been grateful to be there. It's been fun exchanging with the traders.
It is fun. It is fun. Now, Anne-Marie, American author, financial analyst, technical analyst, CEO. You've got a lot on your resume. Can you give us a little background on your trading? How did trading start for you?
You know, trading came for me the way it comes to a lot of different people. I think sometimes they go, you know what, I think I want to try trading. It was really as straightforward as that. I had been working in the recruiting business a really long time. I was getting very tired of it. And I went to a seminar with my husband and saw someone show what technical analysis was. And I thought, how hard could that be? I'm hooked.
Oh, there you go. Sometimes getting hooked is part of the problem. Getting hooked is part of the solution.
Exactly.
So, how about your background trading? As far as where did that lead to?
Do you mean how did I get to trading?
How did you get to trading? How did you sit behind a computer? How did you get involved? Who was the one that sort of said, hey, you can do this?
My husband, actually. My husband said, hey, you could do this. You could do this. And he's my biggest cheerleader. And I've needed it through the years trading because sometimes your points can get really low when you're trading. And so, you know, you do need someone to cheer you on and say, hey, you can do it. And so from the very beginning, he said, listen, everything about your background brings you right to this space. So go for it. And so I said, all right. I was in a good enough space that we were able to have a good amount of money to trade. And so I was off and running, trading with real money.
Now, it says financial analyst, technical analyst. How would you explain technical analyst to somebody that's unfamiliar with that term?
Being a technical analyst is someone who looks at the market data by itself. And a lot of times the space of technical analysis gets a little bit of a bad rap because there's so much that's nebulous. And as people, what we have a tendency to do is look for things that are outliers. When we look at a crowd, we will look for someone who doesn't look like us. If we are looking at a row of jackets, we'll pick the one that looks different to the others. Even from our small ages, you know, we have those games that go, one of these things is not like the other. Which one is it? Can you tell? Right. And so from that space, we're all sort of geared to look for different things. And a lot of people who look for technical analysis to drive them in the right space, they actually pick outliers, things on the skinny sides of the tail instead of the fat part of the curve. And so what I learned through technical analysis is that our success comes from paying attention to the fat part of the curve and not the tails if we want to get ourselves in the right side most of the time.
Now, could you say focus on the common rather than the unique?
That's exactly what I mean. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Thank you for that clarification there. I fell into my statistics background with that curve.
It's okay, though. But you didn't fall. I was right here to catch you. That's all right. Now, when we talk about technicals, for someone that's interested in technicals, where should they start? Now, is it always a complex pattern, or is it simple indicators?
You know, the simple answer there is that in order to be very good at something, we have to build a very concrete foundation. And the concrete foundation needs to be simplistic. And I like to start with support and resistance. Now, a lot of things happen with support and resistance depending on what kind of trend we're in, right? If we're in a downward trend, support breaks more often. If we're in an upward trend, resistance breaks more often. But it's where you start, support and resistance. And if you study that, you build a concrete foundation. It's sort of like learning to add and subtract, and then learning how addition is something like multiplication, only faster, and that sort of thing, right? So in terms of not knowing anything of technical analysis, start simple and really solidify your understanding at that level before hopping into complex spaces. And for many of us, we want to hit the ground running. I talk to people all the time that go, hey, I want to get this in 3 months. And I speak to people like that and I go, wait a second. I know people doing this for 30 years and they're still studying every single day. You can't get it in 3 months. There's no warp speed drive to send you off into wherever.
Too bad there's not. Making a million on that one. But I understand too. Yeah, you've got to understand that it takes a long journey before you can actually be comfortable and have success consistently.
Yes.
So it's a process. It's a process. Now, trade setups.
Yeah.
All right. How many trade setups would you look at, and what kind of products do you trade?
Well, here's the wonderful thing about what happened with me, and I'm going to answer this question in kind of a long, drawn-out space. So forgive me for that. When I first came into trading, I really wasn't used to making a lot of mistakes, and I was very bullheaded. And so I really thought that once I had my idea fixated on where a chart was going, I could pile in and eventually it would do what it was going to do. And so I turned a relatively large fortune into a relatively small one. So during that space, what I learned was I was trying to do too much at the same time. And when I sat back and I said, wait a second, what are you looking for? Well, I'm looking for consistency. And consistency doesn't mean right every time. But consistency means if I'm wrong, I can manage that risk. And if I'm right, the chart will continue and I'll be able to participate. But building that consistency doesn't really come well if you are in looking at 15 different kinds of setups. And so today, I look at 2 kinds of price action events. I look for a chart that is holding support and in continuation, or rejecting resistance and in continuation. And if it's in a sideways patch, I'll say, okay, are you ready to trade sideways from one to the other and then one to the other? If I say yes, then that's fine. But if I don't, I sit back until the chart gives me the setups that I'm looking for. And so the key thing is to make it simple and straightforward. Now, here's what happens when somebody listens to that. They go, yeah, but, and your mind immediately can think of 15 different examples of, well, you know, that's not that simple. But indeed, if you go right down into any space, if a chart is moving upward, it's going to hold a higher support, it's going to break resistance, and it's going to come back to an even higher support. When you see that, you know you've got motion into the next line of resistance. So many of us sit back and go, yeah, well, I hear what you're telling me, but that's sort of in depth and you have to do step by step. Let's take a look at any January Kiplinger or whatever they have, or Forbes or whatever, and they go, hey, tell us what we're going to do for the year. And they pick the 20 best voices of the market or whatever. How many of those guys are right at the end of the year? 2?
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah.
There is proven statistical data that says nobody can predict the distant future. Not with any consistency. They might do it a couple of years and then they're wrong for 10 years in a row. Or they might do it for 1 year and then miss 3 years and then get another year. That's not consistent. But what we can consistently do is look at small chunks of time and realize because price action is related to the prior price action, we are looking at that space where we can say, hey, listen, I can go from here to here because that's reasonable. And so that's what I say. Start with something very simple, straightforward, and then study it backwards and forwards until you go, oh, I see a nuance there. Oh, I see a nuance there. And it will help you pull your rhythm together.
Right. Now, products. What are your favorite products?
Well, I love the futures, but the great thing is if you use support and resistance across the board, because humans are trading and we're moving backwards and forwards in that flow of traffic, it works all the same. There's a cornerstone of the human condition that makes us gravitate to where each other is and then pull back from those areas. And it's present in any market you look at, bar none.
Okay. Now, Ann, we talked earlier before the podcast, and your progressive movement towards trading, why it made you such a good trader, why you were able to write these books. What were you doing before trading that led to this?
I began as a mathematician, and during my studying as a mathematician, I realized that I liked statistics better because it sat in the real world as opposed to the theoretical world. And so I focused on statistics, and then during my graduate school years, I moved to biostatistics and neuroscience. And that really came out of the fact that I just enjoyed watching people. It was just a thing. I would think to myself, well, that's odd. But I enjoyed the analysis of that. And so I worked as a neuroscience researcher for a while, but I wasn't making any money. And so I moved into recruiting people like myself so I could talk to them. And that's where I stayed for many years until I was really burned out. And all of that together, working with people day in, day out, understanding how they make decisions, watching how they can move back and forth and vacillate between one decision and another, and then having all the math and pattern recognition background that I had, this was the perfect space for me. And so when I saw trading, I literally was like, well, this is what I've been working for the last 30 years or whatever to make me ready for this. Yeah.
Right. Well, on the trading floor, we would have called you a rocket scientist.
Not even. Not
yep,
even.
There's one of those rocket scientists. Yep, she's wearing new shoes again.
Yeah.
Very successful people on the trading floor. Let's talk about building consistency. Consistency is such an important word and direction and goal for traders that have been in the business for a while, that are just starting out. Now, we talk about experiences with high fluctuations. We talk about passion. How did this become a passion? And were you influenced by the experience of the high fluctuations?
Well, that's sort of a layered question. And so first thing, I have to give props to Brian Shannon, who was really great at talking about key things and keeping them simple, right? He's very simple and very direct about how things work in the market space. And so I have to give props to him because he really said, pay attention. And then these are the things to look at. And he talked about multiple time frames. As far as understanding market motion, the next person was Peter Resnicek, and he's the one that talked to me about market internals. And so I got to give those guys props for that. Outside of that, all by myself. And the one thing I noticed was absolute inconsistency all the time. I mean, I would get one trade good and then 20 trades bad. And really the one trade is just luck. It's absolute luck. And so I thought to myself, wait a second, why am I being inconsistent? And what I noticed was, well, everything about me is inconsistent. I don't eat regularly. I don't do anything on a regular cycle. I don't exercise on a regular cycle. I don't do anything. And I think it's really a lot of us are inconsistent. We're inconsistent about, hey, I really need to lay off X and I don't, I really want to. And so building consistency is part of a human condition, which very few of us actually have in spades. And so what I saw was, all right, you've got to get consistent, but you've got to get consistent in a way that's easy for you to do. And so for me, it had to be 1, 2, 3, 4. I couldn't do anything more than that. One of the most difficult things that I have to work through as a trader in the space is being overwhelmed by too much information, because being functioning autistic, I am often extremely overwhelmed and bombarded by information. I have to filter it out.
Right.
And doing that actually forced me to say, okay, if you do 1, 2, 3, 4, then 7 out of 10 times or 8 out of 10 times, this is going to happen.
Let me ask you real quick.
Yes, sure.
How long did it take you to start saying, you know what, I need priorities? Sometimes you were mentioning, you weren't eating right, you weren't exercising, consistently, but sometimes our lifestyles don't let us do what we want to do, but we've got to do the best that we can.
Exactly.
Where does that take us? I mean, where would you give somebody some information and some insight on, what, my lifestyle, I got kids, I got to do this, I got to do that, but I want to do this. I've got the passion for trading. I got the desire for trading. I want to trade. I want to see success, but the time is not there.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I have this philosophy about the human condition. We'll make the time for what we really want to do. For instance, if you love sports, my husband's a sports junkie, he's made me a sports junkie, he finds the time to catch up on XYZ, whether it's 30 minutes here, 45 minutes there. It might not be a specific regimen, but it's a passion of his. And so he makes the time for it. And I think for all of us, the great equalizer is time. Mm. No matter what our socioeconomic class, from low to high, we've all got the same 24 hours. Now, many of us can use the duplication of others because we have the finances for that. But at some point, we have to go, I need to make the time for this. And that's the regiment of, this is how I'm going to structure my space. And in the end, that's really what you have to do.
Keyword management,
yes.
Lifestyle management, trade management.
Yes.
One of the things I'm always sharing with our traders is manage yourself, manage your account. And
oh my gosh, that's profoundly true.
It's like a full circle into, if you want success, this is what you need to do.
Yeah.
You need to do that.
Yeah.
Now, you were talking about earlier, and I want you to share with us here, rhythm and flow.
Okay.
What is rhythm and what is flow? And I'm not talking about dancing.
Right. You know, this is an interesting thing to put quantitatively into words, and so you'll forgive me for peering off into space as I try to
Go
do
ahead.
that.
I'll turn around this way, and I won't watch you.
So rhythm and flow is really about what the traders are into for the day. And you can sort of tell, you know, sometimes we come into the market and price action leaps from one area to the next upward. And so we know, hey, traders are excited about participating to the upside here. So there's a rhythm. It's a speedy flow, or it's a more cautious flow. That means we'll go up and we'll come down maybe half as much as we went up, and then we'll go up a little bit more and come down about half as much as we went up. So the rhythm and flow there is slower, and then the rhythm and flow can be steeper in either upside or downside. And so one of the first things we can do is notice that. Now, a lot of us might think about what I'm saying there and go, well, how do you do that? And there's something really straightforward. It's called your moving average. And as long as you don't use one of those micro moving averages that just runs really close to all your candlesticks, look at something like a 30, right? A 30 or a 50 if you're looking at a smaller time
Can we break
frame.
that down? What is a 30? What is a 50?
My apologies.
No,
a 30 simple moving average. What that does, a 30 simple moving average, if you're looking at a daily chart, it takes 30 days and measures the average of those. If you're looking at a 30-minute chart, it takes 30-minute candles and then adds them all together and gives you the average, right? Of the close. They'll use the close of the candlestick for the most part. So that really is what that average is. And that average gives you the relative speed of the traffic. And sometimes the speed of a traffic looks like just a nice smooth hillside, and then other times it looks like your favorite roller coaster, either in one direction or the other. And so assessing that at the beginning tells you the probable answer to the question, wait a second, how far will this come into support if I want to buy it? If you are looking at something that is an undulating flow, it's nice smooth rhythm with hills and valleys, you know it's likely to come back in pretty nicely to old resistance, new support. But if it looks like the upside of a roller coaster, it's not coming back to those spaces that you're accustomed to. So what you would have to do is look even closer to those edges of those candlesticks very close by to see where you can hop in if you're running with momentum, right? Like a momentum trade, which is the one I just spoke about, you can catch that rhythm. If it's very steep, you know it's very unlikely that you'll fall back into your steep spaces, unless, of course, you've been running for a long time, and then you're going to have volume exhaustion and price exhaustion in that space.
Now, let me ask you, does flow always follow rhythm, or can we have a market that's flowing and we can gain rhythm?
Oh, well, the rhythm is actually the market's rhythm, not our rhythm. And the flow is actually the market's flow, not our flow. So when you say, if we can catch our rhythm, maybe the term would be, maybe we can catch the market's rhythm, because our rhythm doesn't matter, particularly to the market. And
right. So I mean, what I'm saying is, when we do see a market, could we see the flow of the market before the rhythm, or is it we're seeing rhythm and then into the flow?
You know, it's all the same. It's interconnected, and it's interconnected this way. If I'm looking for flow, my word might be order flow. Where is it packing, right? And the rhythm might be, you know, more of the steepness of that motion once it gets into that space. But in the end, I feel like I'm, what they say in the South, slicing a frog's hair. And so somebody will say, wait, frogs don't have hair. Exactly.
There you go. See,
exactly.
How many people listening here are trying to visualize that? Because I'm looking at a frog, and then wait a minute. You got me because I've been born and raised here in the Midwest. Frog's hair.
Yes, size of frog's hair. Yes. So, yeah, and so it's all a piece together that really might mean, hey, what's my overall trend? But a trend by itself doesn't only tell us. We need more to understand that, and that's why I use that rhythm and flow term in that space.
All right, now, Ann, talk about personal metrics. What would you look at to get an indication on consistency? Is it all about P&L, or are there other things that you can track?
In the end, it really is all about P&L, but here's the thing. When you're first learning, when you build yourself a strategy, you have a set of rules. If you follow the rules start to finish and your rules are good, that's a good metric. Because sometimes the trade's going to go bad. But interestingly, if you have a good strategy and you always follow those, your P&L is going to be upward also. So the two are very closely connected. What would matter is if you hit, if you're a slugger and you're always swinging for the fences, you are going to strike out, right?
Many times,
right. Much more, right? So that can skew your P&L if you've had a big run and you think you're all that in a bag of chips, and when really it was just this one big win that you had and everything else you've been chipping away and making that overall win smaller and smaller over time.
Right.
So I come right back to the rule base, which is really all about consistency. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I follow my rules? Did I get nervous and get out too early? Or did I actually wait to see it break the level that it needed to break for me to go, you know what, this trade's done? Or did I do something I should not have done that's not in my defined set of rules?
Let me ask you something. Do you journal?
I used to a great deal. Now I sort of jot things down. And when I do take a trade and it doesn't go well, my key thing is to use a positive reinforcement space that says, next time, make sure you've qualified that support. Next time, make sure you've qualified that resistance. And in my words, qualifying the resistance would mean it failed to breach and then collapsed, or it breached and then failed to hold. So when I say qualify, those are the things that I mean for myself, but I'm always looking to put notes down that are going to assist me the next time I come into that situation. When I first began journaling, all I talked about was what an abysmal failure I was, what I couldn't do. Really, there's a whole chapter in my first book called The Trading Book that I really sort of bared myself out. And I said, hey, listen, this is somebody who was not a natural. I was not a natural. I made an unbelievable amount of mistakes. And I literally took sections out of my journal and gave them to my editor. And I said, just put them in there. And it was a little bit nerve-wracking, right? To know that somebody was going to be reading the inside of journals that you felt were for you. But I thought in the end, if people really understood the fact that there is a big mental struggle in the game, in addition to finding parameters that work consistently, then it was going to help them do better, which is why I wrote the book.
Right. And that's a good point, because I think when you're transparent, when you're trying to educate someone, whether you give them your prior good, your prior positive, and your prior bad, your negative, we're always talking about learning from failure. And if we can learn from somebody else's failure, that's going to save us some time. A ton.
Right.
And in this business, I know that, on the broadcast, we try to share our gains and our failures. And I tell you, I've been in the business 30 plus years. I'm learning something new every day, even from some of our new traders, situations that come up, actions that were taken. So that's something that you can build great consistency and great success on. Well, Anne-Marie, I've got some fun questions now that I would like to ask you. If you do, you have the time?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I do. Mm-hmm.
All right. Awesome.
Always ready for fun.
All right. Me too. Me too. All right. Now, you're a mentor to a lot of people. You're well respected here on the broadcast to a lot of our traders. Somebody getting started in the business, somebody new, a new trader. What would be the best advice that Anne-Marie would tell this person?
Don't use real money when you're learning.
Okay, that's a good point.
You know, I find this to be a very straightforward thing to say. And by golly, I even think somebody said it to me, but I thought, well, what's the point of that? No skin in the game. If I had skin in the game, then I'd be paying attention. Well, that might be true if you actually knew what you were doing, which is what my problem was. I had no idea what I was doing because I was trying to follow too many threads, and I was sitting in some sort of salad bar technical analysis space, picking a little from Peter, picking a little from Paul, picking a little from Mary, picking a little from Jenny, and putting that all together in some sort of hodgepodge that did not make a consistently reliable system. And so I was doing it with real money, and good grief.
Let me ask you something. Why do you think there is such a differential when somebody learns on a sim, which I completely agree. I mean, it's like walking into Major League Baseball and taking that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. I mean, you're just going to look completely silly unless you've been in the cages and you've practiced.
Exactly.
But
that's a great analogy also.
Now, the problem I see is when somebody is trading the sim and they go to a live account, account with real money. Why is there such a different mindset? It's, I mean, what's something that you would tell a trader that, keep your basics and think of it as a sim, or what would be your advice there?
It would actually be quite similar to that, but the reverse of it. Treat your sim like it's real money.
Okay, that's a good point. I like that.
You've got to treat, if you don't treat your sim like it's real money, it's useless to you. For instance, had a student, he came to me, he was like, you know what, I could trade my sim account and I'm up XYZ. And now I get into my real account and I'm down XYZ. I said, all right, well, let's compare the two. Where do you put your stops in your sim? Oh, I don't use stops. Where do you put your stops in your real account? Well, I just give myself 10 cents. I'm like, see, you got to trade these things the same way. That's why sim accounts work for some people and they don't for others, because the people who are trading sim feel like, hey, I'm trading sim. It doesn't matter.
Gamification. Next question. How about sharing with us your scariest trade?
Okay, so one thing I love about Topstep Trader is that you tell folks that have the accounts that you are not to hold during major economic releases. And that's to keep the traders safe. You know, a lot of us are gunslingers here as traders, right? We're cowboys. We want to do maverick things. And so we think to ourselves, but really, it's to keep us safe. And one of those things, before I moved to futures, I played in the stocks, and I don't want to use the word played. I worked with the stocks, and I was trading a company that went into an earnings report, and it had been flying high, and I was short puts, and I can't remember if I was long calls, but I was much more short puts in that space. And the very next morning, it opened up $100 a share lower. Oh, yeah. And I was absolutely as leveraged as I could be. It was just literally, I felt sick to my stomach. And that, I lost a ton of money on that trade. And I've never forgotten it. Really, I made that trade, I think it was probably 2008 or 2009. And I've never forgotten it. The sheer panic, it's actually causing my lip to sweat a bit thinking about it.
It's hot in here. Let me open the window.
It was just, I couldn't believe it. And so I started trying to lever my way out of it, and it lifted a little, but I still lost a ton of money. And it's still, I still feel that visceral state of sick when I think about it.
Let me ask you something. Emotions at the time.
Oh my goodness sakes. I was a deer in the headlights.
Was this a point in your trading days where you were like, you know what? I need to step back a bit and possibly look at some other ways around this business?
It's very funny that you say that, but no, I was a good grief. I would not give up for anything. My husband had to say to me, listen, honey, I'm not really sure that you know what you're doing.
Wait a minute. My wife says that to me now.
You've got to stop trading real money until you figure this out. And so, you know, always the best supporter ever. I said, all right, okay. And, you know, some things you just have to be pulled out of. For me, I have some very good traits. You cannot keep me down. I'm called, what do my family calls me something like Sunshine Mary or something like that, because I'm always looking at the silver linings. So much so that if things are going bad and they want to wallow in it, they don't call me, because I'm just always, well, let's look at the bright side for this. And that's how I was looking at myself. This is another learning opportunity. This is just another learning opportunity. Here's what you're going to learn. But the market kept teaching me the same lessons over and over and over again. Right. I thought I was learning them, but I really wasn't, because I wasn't looking at it in terms of present motion. I was still fixated on future motion. How does future motion supposed to look? And instead, what I believe that a person's supposed to do is when they look at the market, they think to themselves, what is most reasonable to assume based on this current price action? Not anything that happened last year, last week, last month, 10 years ago. What's happening now in the current environment? What is the most likely thing to do? And move from there, which is really why I've sort of drifted away from that option space and sit firmly in the intraday future space, because I find it to be extremely rewarding from that perspective.
I see you as somebody naturally successful with PMA. And PMA is positive mental attitude.
Yes.
Now, when I was right out of high school, I got a job in the mailroom, and I met W. Clement Stone.
You did?
I was the AV kid from the mailroom, and I put on a presentation for them, and he took time out. He took time out to sit with me and tell me about positive mental attitude. And I tell you, the guy was a flair. I tell you, dressed to the T, looked like Cab Calloway with the thin mustache, but he told me about positive mental attitude. And I try to share that with my traders, and I try to share that with my family. And what you just explained was that, you know what, nothing's going to put me down. Yeah. Okay. If you look towards positivity, I tell you, negativity can be knocking on that door all day long. Mm-hmm. All right. And it's never going to come in.
Yeah.
All right. It doesn't matter how hard it tries. So I think that you're a perfect example of complete PMA, positive mental attitude.
Well, I appreciate that. I think it's amazing you got to meet him. I've listened to so much of his stuff. He's just
He was a great person here in Chicago.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
But anyway, this podcast is with you. Let's talk about you. I just wanted to share that with you. Now, we talked about the scariest. How about your favorite trade? Something that shines, Sunshine Mary.
That's going to be a name I'm
going to call you
complete.
Sunshine Mary. Actually, I think it's pretty cool. Best trade.
You know, I try not to focus on those best or worst spaces because I really do try to keep myself even keel, but I really don't have a best trade. I have setups that make me very comfortable, and you know, different people say different things. They say things like you've got to get out of your comfort zone. I am not a party to that, particularly because getting out of your comfort zone can tend to make you irrational. And so the better thing might be stretch yourself a little, which you have enough comfort to perform, but you're not going to break down under the stress of having to perform. And so that's what I always focus on. Am I putting myself under too much stress that would give me an outside chance of not being able to perform? And so I look for those setups that are tried and true. I love looking for a chart failing to advance and coming back into support while still holding a nice upward rhythm and flow, and the reverse. And so I would say, though I don't have a favorite, I do focus on those spaces that make me know that I will feel good.
All right. You got to feel good. You know, like you mentioned, you got to get out of your comfort zone. A lot of people say, no, you know, I'm going to adjust so I'm comfortable. I don't need to get out of that zone. Next question is, well, actually, you're in our broadcast booth here at Topstep Trader headquarters, and every once in a while, this turns into a time machine. Now, we're gonna give you the opportunity to go back in time and meet the young Anne-Marie, okay? And we're going to give you an opportunity to tell the young Anne-Marie something that would benefit her moving on in life. So we're going back into time. You meet Anne-Marie, and she looks at you and says, boy, you look like me, but older. So what are you going to tell this young Anne-Marie?
Well, you know, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say that even no matter what I tell her, unless she believes it for herself, she's just going to kick it to the curb. Just hard-headed, absolutely. Oh my goodness sakes. But if I could tell her something, I would say, make sure you paper trade.
Paper trade. Then she'd be like, so she gets a job in the paper industry. No, I don't want to. Let's trade. I'll trade some for this paper. No.
Yeah.
Understandable. It's a must. A lot of people say, you know, I don't believe in paper trade. I don't believe in the sim. I don't believe. All right. Obviously, they caught something lucky and moved on beyond that. But
you know, my favorite analogy is always towards professional sports. How much time do you think those guys spend on the practice field versus the playing field?
Sure.
And we are operating in a space where we have the most capitalized, smartest, well-informed people out there, and we're just going to jump right in and try and trade with them and think that we can hold our weight? I mean, are we being completely... I mean, that's just crazy.
That would be like if you heard a news report. Yeah, the Yankees just signed this really hot pitcher. Used to be a real estate agent last year.
Exactly.
They sort of just signed. He's pitched. You're not going to hear that. You're not going to hear that. So, all right. Now I want to ask you something. I've said that we're very happy and very proud to have you as part of the Topstep Trader community, an educator, a great friend. And being a female, being a woman in this industry, can you sort of tell us a little bit about women in the industry and your journey?
Interestingly, I think the time that I'm in trading right now is the best time for women to be in the space, period, because there's the opportunity for independent work away from a very big environment that is still male dominated, right? And so I think as a woman, it's a great space. You and I talked about being in the pit, and there's no way I could have survived in that space, just not mentally equipped for that kind of frenetic exchange of humankind all over the place. And in this space where I've got very organized and orchestrated systems like the ones at Topstep Trader to use and get myself steady in that space, I think it really has been great for me as a trader coming in at this particular time. Now, do I notice when I have exchanges with others that there aren't as many women? Yes, I do.
Why do you think that's part of the factor?
Trading is an aggressive occupation. And so there's a sense of women being uncomfortable in an extremely aggressive environment because we're taught that that's not something to be, right? And it's sort of like, if a man is very aggressive, we call him a go-getter. If a woman's very aggressive, we have other words for her, right? And so we're sort of cultured away from that aggressive space, and that might have a little bit to do with it. There are a lot of things that hold women back from the space, but I think most of it is self-contrived, really, because the space is magnificent for women. It's a meritocracy, meaning that we can rise to any level we choose based on our efforts. It's not about whether Joe likes you or Beth likes you or whomever that's above you that likes you. You get the job done, you're going to move higher in the space and you're going to have accolades because of it. So really, trading is the ultimate space for women to be in my mind, because it gives us freedom to move as fast as we want to without any kind of hindrance. And there are not a lot of occupations for women like that, very frankly.
Right. And we talk about the electronic trading where you can set it up to your liking. You can trade as you like. You can trade when you like. There's no boundaries. You're your own boss, and you can progress very well from this. But I appreciate that insight, and hopefully a little later on we can talk more about that.
Absolutely.
All right. Anne-Marie, it was very nice having you here with us today. And before you go, I want to make sure that everybody knows where they can get in contact with you online. So what are some of the venues?
All right. You can email me directly at info@thetradingbook.com, or you can tweet to me directly at Anne-Marie Trades, or you can find me on LinkedIn by searching on my name. I try to make myself very available to traders because I struggled a lot as a trader. And my goal really, when I finally caught my stride, I said, you know what? I'm not just going to shuffle numbers back and forth and make money. I'm going to make a difference and be a service to my fellow trader. So interaction with me, I hope, makes for a better trading space for someone else, because then that way my life becomes more fulfilling. I'm giving back to the space that's been so good to me.
And I tell you, it must have been really good because you give us 100% every time we give you a call. It's so nice to have you a part of us. and hopefully we're a part of you.
Thank you so much.
Now,
yes.
and you've got a few books out, author, CEO, and give us some. You mentioned one of the books. Tell us about these books.
All right. The first is the trading book, and it really is a look at the market and how technical indicators move together. Now, if you're a quick study, you can just jump right into it and read through the whole space. A lot of it's very readable. A lot of folks in my family actually have read the book and said, well, there were a couple of chapters that I just didn't get. But everything was very real and cemented. And I tried to use very physical examples. I'm a very physically, I always like to look at real world spaces just to bring the trading space into view. And so that was written a few years back. And then on top of it, I have a second book called The Trading Book Companion. And what that book does is it takes examples of real trades that I have taken where they went well, where they didn't go well, and then break them down in terms of saying, all right, this is what you look for. This is what you look for. This is what you look for, as opposed to only pointing out the negative spaces, which I really have chronicled in my journal there in the first book. But those two are very, very useful. And I've had people really all over the world buy them and send notes and say, hey, one guy took a picture of it and he said, oh, it's finally here. And in the background were the Alps. So I thought that was kind of cool. And yeah, so.
You could find these books on Amazon, correct?
Yes, you can.
All right, check them out. And one more time on the information, info at
thetradingbook.com.
All right, check out that website also, thetradingbook.com.
Yes, and then at Anne-Marie Trades on Twitter.
All right, Anne-Marie, ANNEMARIE. Anne-Marie, once again, pleasure having you here, and I'm really looking forward already to our second time you come in here in the broadcast booth, and we'll riddle you with more questions.
All right, sounds super. Looking forward to it.
All right. All right, Anne-Marie, take care. Thank you again.
back. Danny. Oh, Danny. Hey, I'd like to thank each and every one of you personally. Thank you. I got, what about almost 700 thank yous to thank. We smashed the buttons. We hit the number, and Danny's going to wear his...
Look at that. We did, didn't we? Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Danny's tough guy ripped those sleeves off the button-up shirt and with a tie. So he'll be in here Monday. He wasn't... he's a good sport, but he's having fun with it, you know. They're also giving him some crap about it also. But anyway, I appreciate that.
Kind of reminds me of a story. There was a guy in the S&P pit, and I actually have one or two of his old trading jackets. He had trading jackets made out of like sparkly, like spangly kind of stuff, so that he looked like...
we used to call him Dice Man. He looked like Dice Clay, right?
Yeah. Bruce Chancellor was his name. Everybody called him Chance.
Chance. That was CH. Wait, what was his badge? CH.
That was his badge. Yep, him. Yeah. I actually have a couple of his old trading jackets.
You do?
Well, yeah, he'd wear them and they'd start to wear out, and he'd have, he had some tailor who would make a new one for him. So he had like a silver one, and then a red one, and then a blue one.
I've got a tailor. He's called Simon. I know it's going to fit. What's that from?
I don't know.
Roxy Music, Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll.
Oh, I'm not that familiar. I was still listening to Led Zeppelin back then.
You put the tune on, you'd be like, oh, that song.
Yeah. Oh no, I know that. I know the chorus of it. Right.
But it is Friday. But no, that's. I remember those going, man. There was like sequence on it.
Yeah.
He was like the Elton John of the trading floor.
Yeah. And I'd say, well, everybody's going to be looking at you, and he'd say, I hope so.
Yes, there was some cool trading jackets.
Well,
who was the guy that had his...
There's more to the story, Eddie.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Tell me.
We were talking about Danny with the sweatshirt or the dress shirt with the sleeves cut off. Chance, under every one of those trading jackets, he didn't like sleeves. He was kind of a bodybuilder, had these big arms, and he would buy dress shirts and cut off the arms. So underneath that trading jacket, he was wearing a dress shirt and tie with the arms cut off.
And I tell you,
which is what we're asking Danny to do on Monday.
Yeah, have those jackets like grown anything on them at all or anything?
No, they're hanging in a closet here at the house somewhere. I'll find them. It'd be kind of funny to kind of see one. Maybe when Dolby comes on, I'll pop off for a minute and come back with one.
Okay.
Unless my wife finally threw them away. She's been trying to throw them away for years, and I've refused to let her.
And I was going to add to that. Your trading jacket basically was your baby blanket. You'd have it designed, decorated to your liking. I always used to get like a one that was like 3 sizes too big. I liked them real big and long. Who was the guy that had his kids airbrushed on the back of his jacket?
Jordan Dolan.
Okay. Yeah, it was a beautiful picture of his beautiful girls. It was professionally done. I did a jacket for a girl in the Canadian Dollar. Her name was Colleen. And I did a Betty Boop. She wanted Betty Boop, so she had the Betty Boop jacket. But the thing is, she liked it so much she wore it like only once a week, She
wanted to keep it nice.
She wanted to keep it nice, yeah. But that was your, that that was yours. It was. I know that some of the pictures that we have of you, you got buttons of your children.
Yep.
On your coat, and that was a big thing too. A lot of the, we used to put buttons, rock buttons, whatever buttons, on the collars, on the coats. But that was something that, you had your own little personal thing going.
Yeah, there were the custom made ones like Bruce's or the Betty Boop one or the airbrushed with your kids on the back. And there was two guys I used to work with, and one of them had the Punisher airbrushed on the back of his. The other one had Michael Jordan airbrushed on the back of his. And if you ever watched the movie Floored, Rob Prosnewski, the guy who was kind of the subject of that movie, has the album cover from the Beach Boys' "Endless Summer."
That's what that was.
That's
right. That's right.
Yep. So, well, but I just use the ones that my clearing firm gave me, and I didn't get too crazy with that. But yeah, you had to have a little bit of your life on there, pictures of your kids or the buttons, You
sort of fancied it up the way you felt. Yeah. And what I liked is when I worked for First Chicago, we had those purple jackets, and it was like purple and black. It was because the manager, I think the manager, was from Northwestern.
Oh.
And Northwestern colors were purple rain. And that's why we had the purple jackets. But it was like a deep purple. It was like a cool deep purple. This was way before Barney too. So I'm sure that.
So even before purple was cool.
Yeah. But it wasn't before Deep Purple. No, the band. No, we did that. But our Topstep coats, the coat that Mike was wearing.
Yeah.
Those were custom made.
Yeah, I got one behind me with all my badges and my dad's and brother's badges on there.
I don't know where my coat went. I think somebody grabbed it out of the office. I hope somebody did. Maybe Mike's got it. I don't know.
There it is, right here.
Oh, you got it here? You got it by you?
And I got mine.
Oh, I'm talking about mine. I don't know where my coat is. But they were cotton. They were stiff. They would have a company that would come and collect your coat, press it. Pico. And then, you usually have like a 1 or 2, 3 sometimes coats. And you'd exchange it if you had time. If you weren't running out of the building trying to catch the next train home, you'd actually have time to switch them out. Take all your stuff out of your pockets. Oh, my God. That was another thing. How many pockets did we have on that? 8? About 8 pockets?
Yeah, there were the breast pockets, the outside pockets, the inside pockets, and the inside breast pockets.
Right. And those are where you'd smuggle your food in those inside pockets.
Right.
Yeah.
I got caught trying to sneak a burrito on the floor once. And I had it on my inside pocket and, some cards on the outside. So I figured that would kind of mask it, but I got stopped and they're like, are you bringing food on the floor? I'm like, no. And so they're like, what's in your pocket? I'm like, well, these are just trading cards, like inside pocket. So I pull out this burrito. It's like wrapped in foil, and they're like, well, what's that? And I said, well, it's a suppository.
I tell you, we were the worst liars to security. We go back in time. Let's go back in time here. John, remember when we couldn't chew gum on the floor?
Yeah, that was, you could smoke on the floor when I first got there, but you could
smoke, gum. But you couldn't chew gum. Right. But and then the thing is also, you could, if you were going to wear a shoe with a rubber sole, it couldn't be white. It had to be black. So you had to have your tie, your collared shirt buttoned up, tie pulled up, and then I guess the rule changed there, and everybody's like, "Cool, we got now I can wear my Reeboks, That got to a thing.
They lightened up on the shoes, and then they took the ties off.
The ties did. Well, the ties came off at the board. Did they come off at the Merc?
I don't remember if we were able to. I don't know. I have to look at some old pictures, but they would never. You could wear jeans, but they couldn't be blue jeans.
Right. Like I was wearing black jeans. Yeah. I was wearing
all Romeo in black jeans.
Yeah. Hoop says mesh backing to breathe. That was on the coats.
Yeah,
I don't know if I ever had one like that. Maybe I did.
It says a meth mesh. The whole thing is pretty much mesh, except for the pockets.
Right. It was for, so to sort of give you a little air on that one.
Yep.
Yeah. Remember, we're talking about shoes that you couldn't have the white rubber-soled shoes. Then we went to black. Another thing with shoes was if you were short on the trading floor, you would actually have, which I thought was very comical, but you would have these specially designed shoes, or I should say upgraded or downgraded, whatever you want, with like Herman Munster platforms.
I have a picture of mine.
You had a pair?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Let me see if I can find the picture. There it is.
Send it to Jack. Maybe Jack can.
Well, here, I'll just put it on my screen.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then if we want to change the screen share, you'll be able to see them.
All right, let's do that. Now, these were shoes. The reason for the big Kiss, Herman Munster, Elton John platforms was to get you higher in the pit. There you go. Okay.
So you see there's an extra 2 inches on the bottom here. I used to joke and say these were Gene Simmons workout shoes.
I mean, that was sort of a rare thing to have. Not too many people had that. Well, let me ask you, where did you get that made?
Well, at the Mercantile Exchange building, there was a garage, parking garage underneath, and in the parking garage was basically a cobbler. So he would charge you $100 you'd bring in the shoes. They couldn't be worn, but he would charge you $100 to put these platforms on there for you.
They did a good job.
Yeah, there was the only limit eventually was they could only be 2 inches. They could only be as wide as your badge.
Really? See, now some of them didn't have that though. Some of them had a little bit larger.
Yeah, but they were breaking their ankles, so they had to limit the amount of size. That
you can have those, but you can't wear stilettos. No.
Right.
But it was. I mean, it was crazy, and obviously they started to open things up. But I'm laughing about it. Hoop's laughing about it. Dan Trader's laughing about it. You could smoke on the floor, but you can't chew gum. And what they would do, I mean, we all chewed gum. I mean, it's just a nervous thing. You chew gum. What's next? Come on. And then when security would come around, you'd like stick it under your tongue. And there would actually be security guards that would be like, I saw you chewing something. Oh, no. You'd have to open your mouth and show them. I got nothing. All right, now get away from me. But
how do you think
the guards were cool?
How do you think they felt like, okay, I see you chewing gum. You got to spit it out. Yeah. How do you feel doing that? I
mean,
come on.
such is life. I mean, that was their job. We didn't give them heavy crap. I'd be like, oh my God, what the hell? Okay, yeah, but spit it out. But
a lot of people had them on the payroll.
No, you weren't fun. Let's rewind that real quick. Can we rewind that real quick? We weren't fun. No, it's said and done. Yeah. But yes, it was like prison guards. And the thing is too, if you were doing something that you weren't supposed to be doing, you would get a fair warning from another pit. Yo, security, security. They'd let you know. I mean, if you were divvying out beef sandwiches or something, they would. You'd have like one pit, security, and you'd hide the beef sandwiches.
Well, unless you bought them beef sandwiches, then they were fine with it. Eddie, you got Pew Live Pie here talking about adult children playing with money, and that's exactly what it was. As a matter of fact, Michael Patak says it was high school with money.
Yeah, I mean, the overall atmosphere on the trading floor is nothing like I got some good analogies, and I just can't think of anything like it. Like a little village. I mean, or maybe a big village, maybe like a city. And each little pit was like a little town in this big city. And that was it. It was a good time. A lot of pranks. When there was downtime, it was just, okay, who can we get? I think one of my favorites, there's two favorite pranks that I like. Now, we had the shark fin. I think we talked about that before, but we'll bring that back up. But one was the one where you had fishing line. Now, this is when the market's dead. We're doing nothing. We're doing nothing at all. Market's not moving. It's like a Friday, like right now. Not too much is moving right now. But somebody would have fishing line, and then what you do, you tape like a $5 bill, $10, $20 bill on the fishing line. Now you picture this: the trading floor was probably an inch thick with dupes, paper, garbage, newspaper. You name it, cheeseburgers, whatever, on the trading floor. I mean, it was, if you ever see the trading floor, I think John could back me up on this one. Just a lot of stuff. And what you would do is you would tape the bill to the fishing line, and then you would just sort of throw it in between the aisles, where everybody's walking. And not only would the pit and the people that threw the bill out, it's just sitting on all this garbage, $20 bills just sitting there. The phone clerks would be looking over. You'd have about 50, 60 people watching this. And what it was for the new kids, the runners, would definitely fall for this, because the educated or the experienced people on the trading floor would be like, oh man, there it is. You just look around and you'd see everybody watching going, oh, they're on for a prank. Okay, so I'm going to step over this $20 bill. But
I'd step on it and grab it.
You'd ruin it. And everybody probably be like, oh, come on, man. Jesus Christ.
Almost a tick.
I'm up $20. I'm up $20. Bag of fives. But you'd see the kids come by, the runners, brand new kids, and they'd walk past it, and then you'd see them slow down, and it's like you're ready to set the hook. Whoever was holding the fishing line to be ready to set that hook, and they'd sort of like, look around a little bit, back up a little bit, or make a U-turn, come back around, and as soon as they'd go for that bill, you'd zip the line, and it I tell you, the look on their eyes, that was a funny one, because once they got played once, they would know next time. They would probably pass it up, or at least look around to see how many dozens of people are watching. So that was one of them, because you'd always get the runners there. The other one was the spurs. Did you ever get spurs put on your shoes?
No, I was never had the benefit of doing that, but I saw it happen to a lot of people. Sometimes they were really elaborate too.
But they were made out of trading cards. Yeah, you would make them out of these trading cards.
Anybody who wore cowboy boots on the floor would get spurred. And yes, you're right. They would have like the little the spur star on the back, and they would fit around the heel of the shoe. I mean, some guys would go to lunch
with the Spurs on their feet and come back, and the Spurs would still be on their feet. Now, that was pretty funny. That was funny. How about the gum bomb? You remember the gum bomb?
Yeah. What I was going to say was if there was like a phone clerk that fell asleep like at his desk, they would build a tent around him with newspapers.
I don't know if I saw that one.
Or if their hand was sticking out, they would paint their nails with
I've seen that one a lot with white
paper,
out. White out. Yeah,
white out. Yeah.
You come back, you got like all white nails. The hell, you guys. The other one was the phone, the earpiece on a ink pad. That was a good one. They used to like get the earpiece with the phone with an ink pad, and somebody pick up the phone and they'd be like talking, and either it was black or red. That was a funny one. Yes, we had many pranks, but the gum bomb, what an ingenious invention. This was sort of like an animatronic. What you would do is you'd have a trading card, and you would put a piece of gum on one end. And what you would do is you wouldn't crease it, but you'd just tag it a little bit. So it looked like that. And then eventually that gum, since it was warm, would open up very, very slowly. And that piece of gum would be a whole strip across the card. And when somebody would come by, they'd step on it and take it with them until they realized it and then pulled it off. That was another one.
Yeah. You could always draw. You could always write some message on the card as well, like "Welcome to the CME."
Welcome to the CME. Another one was like when traders would bring their kids in. I used to do the duck for them. Here's the duck.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the things that kept us busy when the market wasn't moving.
Well, that was some of the things.
Yes, some of the things, as you say.
You could always go down to the Merc Club or Limit Up and kill some time down there as well.
Right. I mean, if you didn't have to be home before the streetlights were on. I mean, many of Fridays, you'd go from what the CME Club to Cannon's. What was Cannon's place by the Board of Trade? Where's that place that you met Donna? What was the name of that place?
Elcox.
Yeah. That was this guy's badge. I guess he was one of the family members that owned it. Elcox, which was probably maybe about 4 blocks away. So you'd hit one, and then you'd take a walk you'd stumble to the other one and see who's over there. And that was a pretty cool play. A lot of video games, big like a sort of a high ceiling and stuff. That was pretty good. But the Merc, what was it? Well, what was that? What was the name of that bar? The Limit Up bar. Was it the Limit Up bar?
Yeah.
Red. Remember Red?
Yeah.
Good old Red.
And Larry Bird. One of the other bartenders looked like Larry Bird.
It was like Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah, it was too.
One guy was big, and the other guy was like skinny. It was Larry Bird. And that was the place you can go. It's not there anymore, but they'd never card you. I think it was like 18, 19 over there. You drink your fill, and they wouldn't card you. No, they never had a problem. But yes, those were the days on the trading floor. So now you know. So Hoagland, myself, our book's going to be coming out this November. It's called The Time Machine. We go back in time.
So I was listening to the podcast before we came on. The podcast you had with Anne Marie. That was a really good podcast, and you mentioned the time machine to her. You were like, you know, what would you tell your younger Anne Marie, younger self that you know now? And her answer was paper trade first.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was one of the, you know, I do it on the funded trader interviews. I always have that fun question. And I used to do that too with the podcast. Just, you know, break up the monotony and the podcast on a good note. Yeah, so that was fun. I tell you, when I did, if you listen to that interview with Annie Duke, boy, she that was like an hour and a half with Annie Duke, the queen of poker tournaments, now retired, but we did like an hour and a half podcast, and after we ended the podcast, I think we talked for another 45 minutes.
Oh,
it's like, wow.
Nice chat.
It was a very long chat. Happy to have her there. That was pretty cool. I think she enjoyed it also. But speaking of enjoyment, John, let me ask you, Bears Packers this weekend. I know this is only Chicago stuff, but this is like one of the biggest rivals. You know, we got the Cubs and the Cardinals. But when you say Bears Packers, it's like it's time to sharpen the blades, you know. What do you think this weekend, John?
Bears 72-4.
Bears 72, Packers 4. I like that call there, the Bears.
I don't know how they're going to get the 4, but they're only going to get 4.
I think the Bears are gonna say, you know what? We feel sorry for you. Here's 4. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah. Mason Lee says, "Oh wow, Topstep TV still going on.
Still going
Go
on.
Topstep."
Yeah, well, we're trying to figure out what we want to do on Fridays. Do we just keep it going, or let everybody go do their weekend? Whatever. We're here.
Well, you know, one of the things too, I mean, during the week we talked about, you know, with markets, breaking news, what's coming out tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. And Fridays, let's, you know, a little story time on Fridays would be cool. I know we've got lots of stories. I've got a ton of stories, good stories, you know, and some stories that I will keep to myself. And I'm sure you've got those too, John. Keep them to yourself.
I've got a couple of them.
I'm sure you do.
Jay
wants to know. Go ahead, Johnny. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, Jay wants to know what your birthday plans are for this weekend.
I don't really know. My best birthday ever was when my daughter was born, and she's going to be 25 tomorrow. But she's busy. We're not going to be able to get. Yeah.
It's your birthday and her birthday on the same day?
Yeah, she was born on my birthday.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she's my little sweetie, and but she's busy. We're not gonna be able to get together this weekend, but we're gonna get together next weekend to celebrate our birthdays together. So I may just go have a nice steak dinner with my lovely wife Donna, and have a nice quiet birthday.
You tell Donna that Eddie says hello. It's been many moons since I've last seen her.
Yeah, it's been a while, huh?
Yeah. So I tell you, we get this all straight. Maybe our Christmas party. Maybe we could hook up on the Christmas party.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
I don't remember why she didn't make the last couple, but well, I mean, we didn't have them for 2 years because of COVID. But
yeah. Well, there you have it. Well, we got D time coming up here. Nick Dolby going to be with us here again here. I know we're trying to get him on. Jack's Dolby just dropped.
Yep. Okay. He got lost. We'll bring him in. Yeah, I'm gonna go see if I can find one of those trading jackets.
Coats. Yeah, look for the trading coats.
Very entertaining.
Yeah,
Thank you, James.
All right. You know what? I'm going to take a look at what we've got coming out here in next week. Tomorrow. That would be tomorrow. Would that be tomorrow? Economic data next week. Here we go. That would be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That would be the 12th. Coming up Monday, the 11th. Oh, 9/11 Monday. That's going to be a special day. Let's take a look here. We usually used to have a minute of silence on the trading floor.
Yep.
The only thing you would hear would be the time clocks. Click, click, click.
Yep.
100 time clocks. Click, 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 click. Doesn't look like much. We got a 3-year note auction coming up at high noon with Jackie Cooper. Gosh, there's nothing coming up here Monday. I don't see anything. Nope. 3-year note auction, noon, and that's it. So really nothing to be watching for on Monday, September 11th. So.
All right.
So what, he got tea time with us? I think he's with us. We'll get him on here. Okay, I've got till about 2:30. Thank you. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome all the way from Utah,
the drummer.
Now that sounded like Frankenstein. Where is you, Mr. Dolby? Dolby, what nationality is Dolby? That's just such a cool last name. Dutch. Okay. So I'm
Dutch and German.
Okay. Was ist los? Was ist los?
I don't know. I think that was Russian, actually. I'm not sure.
Right, Jake, I'm going to pop out for 1 second. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah.
He's going to go find this trading coat that we were talking about. Not his, but somebody else's. But
that's cool. Those coats are cool.
Yeah, you know what? I tell you, you carry a lot in those coats. I mean, it was.
Oh yeah.
8 pockets. You'd have 1, 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom, and then on the inside, same 2 on the inside, 2 on the bottom. So
yeah, what kind of stuff were people putting in the pockets?
Well, your trading cards, you got maybe some gum, your pens, maybe some crackers or something, just everything, your charts, your dupes. Dupes were the paper orders. So after you'd have on a trading card, there would actually be a carbon dupe where you'd write your trade down, and then you would peel it off, and it would be just a real thin piece of paper. Now this is like a thick card, but the thin piece of paper you would keep so your trade checker could go around and check. Nick, my guy sold you 5 at 38, and you'd look and you'd be like, yeah, my guy paid 38 on 5 from your guy. Check.
That paper card sounds pretty thick. I mean, can you get some paper cuts from that?
You know what? I tell you, I was in the Deutschmark pit, fast market, and I mean we're back to back, and we're screaming and yelling, terrible fast market. And one kid has got a trading card that wasn't right. Something was wrong with it, and somebody had handed it to him. He was a clerk, and he went to turn around to hand it to his filling broker, and he caught me in the eye. Me, sliced my and I was out for like 2 weeks.
Oh my God.
Went to the nurse's office. I got this big patch on my eye, and the thing is, your eyes don't move like this unless you're one of those iguana things.
Yeah.
They move like this. So if you move one, the other one's going to move.
Yeah.
So it was really hard to get to the train station because I had to open an eye and I'm looking. So I get to the train station and my girlfriend picks me up and she takes me to the emergency room. And lo and behold, I'm walking past and there is my stepdad and my mother. He had like a heart attack. He's in the emergency room. Oh my, Eddie, what are you doing? I'm like,
what?
Yeah, so that was a very eventful day. But yes, these things, they're probably the thickness. Not as much, maybe like a baseball card. I mean, they're pretty thick, you know.
Yeah, I mean they sound thick. I remember dealing with like cardstock that has that kind of weight to it, and I feel like the edges are really sharp sometimes, and so you can just like shred your fingers, like dealing with that type of paper.
Oh, you cut yourself. And ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome?
Oh, look at this,
John Hoagland.
What song are you doing?
The Fabulous. Sweet Caroline.
You're doing Topstep karaoke now, huh?
That is, Jack, can we get him on a little bigger so people can see those sequences?
Oh, yeah, we can have all Hoag.
Let's do like all Hoag.
That's all we need.
24/7.
All Hoag.
We don't need these charts up anyways. What's going on? There's nothing going on. I want to see Hoag in the full screen. Yeah, there we go.
Look at that. Actually, that looks like it's still in good condition.
It's lined. There's pockets.
That is nice. Where's that? When and where is that from?
And then I got the red one too.
Oh my God.
Where did these come from, Hoag?
These were trading jackets, actual trade jackets that a friend of mine wore in the pit while he was trading.
Wow.
What did you say? Can I have your coats when you don't want them?
Well, there were 4 of them sitting up in the office. I'm like, hey, what are you going to do with those? He's like, I don't know. I'm just going to throw them away. Probably. I said, can I have them? So I took them, and then there were 4 guys in the band. So we, at one show, just like brought these out and wore them for a couple of songs just as kind of a lark.
Wait.
Kind of funny, but.
And those are well-made coats, you know. Don't get you.
Yeah. Oh, they definitely tailored. I mean, these are not. They're not costume. They're real.
Yeah.
Like,
I wonder how much those cost him each coat. They weren't cheap.
No.
A couple $100.
At least.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, look sharp.
Dan Trader. For some reason, I can't see your dad wearing anything like that. No. Probably not. But I'm glad I kept these because, you know, they're just kind of talking points, you know?
Yeah.
You might have to do a show in one of those. I don't know. How many likes is it going to take to have Hoag do a show in one of those
just
codes?
that. Just that
on?
Nothing else.
I
bet you we'd hit 1,000 easy.
Yeah,
it'd take a lot of likes.
Big gold cross.
Gold cross, and that's it. And some Elvis glasses.
Right.
1 for the money, 2 for the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Johnny Presley. Oh my goodness, that's good stuff, though. See,
that'd be funny.
See, this is how old it is. The lining says year 2000.
Oh wow,
2000. Wow. Now, have you checked all the pockets in there? Because
Yes.
Eddie and I were talking about pockets and coats, and so you probably got some hidden ones in there.
with secret trap doors.
Yeah, you don't
probably
wanna
on that coat.
You don't want to go through the airport security in that coat.
Well, what's in here?
Swear that's not mine. This is 20 years old.
That's not
Tackle him.
Yeah, sure, kiddo.
So Dolby time.
You got me digging through the pockets now. You never know.
You never know what you might find.
Well, $20 back then, you lost like half the value, if not more. You should have spent it.
Ow! Something bit me.
Heavens to Murgatroyd. It must be a bear.
Exit stage left.
Exit stage left. It's a bear, man. It's a bear.
So here is the patch.
Barely possible.
On the one of the pockets. That was his clearing firm.
What, DT?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that stands for Dolby Time, actually.
Yeah,
you bought that those rights.
And there's his nickname was there, Chance.
Oh, nice. That's a cool nickname. If you're going to be a trader.
Well, his name was Bruce Chancellor.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
And he used to he used to have little like rhinestone buttons on here that said Chance, like Chance, just
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He used to come see me when I was tending bar at the Half Shell with his girlfriend or wife or whatever, and he's a good guy.
Awesome.
I wonder what he's doing now. There's some really good people down there. A lot of people I wouldn't really care to talk to anymore, but a lot of really good people out there as well.
Well, John, that get together was beginning of August, and the turnout I was told was about 200 people. So I imagine spouses, girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, whatever. But there was a get together for floor people, floor traders, runners, people that worked for the CME, which would have been pretty cool. But then again, like John said, there was a lot of cool people on the trading floor. And of course, there was always a handful of non-cool people. Does this guy say that?
Uncool, yeah.
The uncool people.
Yeah, uncool.
And the thing is too, there were people there that didn't even know you existed. I mean, I remember some people on the trading floor so focused that they'd walk right over you and not even say sorry. They'd knock you over, say sorry, not even say it. But they would be like so focused to get to that pit. I need to get to that pit. I need to make this pit.
Like in the zone?
Totally.
That's
totally.
Crazy.
But I mean, that's people. We're all different. So one person that I liked that worked by you, Hoag, was Jan. Jan was one of the coolest dudes on the trading floor.
Yeah. He's a very charismatic individual.
Yeah. He's one of my Facebook friends. But
Jan was at that party.
Was he? How do you know?
Yeah. I got a whole guest list of who was there.
Oh, why don't you tell me? I'm sure. How many people?
I don't think it was 200. From what I understand, it was like 80.
That's who the host told me. The host texted me and said, "Yeah, I'm over 200 people." Oh, okay,
maybe over the time, maybe.
Is this the Topstep event, or is this a different?
No, this is just people from the CME trading floor.
Oh, like a reunion, like a high school reunion of sorts, something like that. Oh,
yeah, pretty much.
Got it. Yeah, I mean the Topstep reunion was pretty fun. That was a great time. Not reunion, just the meetup was great. That was
it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're out there and we do it again, definitely come out. It was a good time.
Yeah. I didn't even go to any of my high school reunions, so I didn't go to the CME reunion either. But
that's fine.
I guess Jan was there. Jan lives in Costa Rica now, so
really,
yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that would have been fun meeting him.
Yeah, a couple of people I used to work for I know were there. Ralph Davila, there were a few people that I would have been.
What was that? Count Chocula? Who?
Ralph Davila.
Oh, okay. Count Chocula. Count Chocula was there. Didn't know he worked on the floor.
Well, yeah, he's good at math. I mean, come on.
Oh man! So D time. How has the Discord channel been since we started TopstepTV?
It's been great. It's changed a lot. It's been cool to see. Discord is so sensitive to changes. You know what I mean? Because if we run something, if something changes on platforms, or whatever, we find out immediately in Discord. And so what I'm seeing is that it looks like we're getting a ton of FX traders coming in. A lot of FX traders coming in and wanting to learn about futures and kind of get trading with us, which is pretty awesome. So,
that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think we're going to talk about doing some sort of feature next week and try to book like an hour and just dedicated time of doing futures versus Forex and kind of like the change, like what's different, what's similar, terminology, basic stuff like that. It's like a nice easy primer where FX traders can come and ask questions.
No, that's a good idea. I would like to be a part of that if that's a possibility.
Yeah, totally. I think we're going to try to grab maybe a partner or something, someone who's done both, and see if we can bring them on.
Yeah, good.
Someone who's like actually traded both, not just like knows of one but trades the other.
Right.
So
that
it
would
should be
me.
real education.
Never traded
exactly.
FX.
I'd feel like a fraud.
Andre has, right?
He's done some Forex.
I don't know. Maybe Andre. I don't know. I'm not
Probably
sure.
ask around. I feel like everyone has traded a little bit of everything, but I didn't spend nearly as much time.
No, neither did I.
As I did, say like options or penny stocks or something. I kind of just skipped Forex entirely somehow.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, a lot of new Forex traders, which is cool. I mean, we love seeing it grow. Got a lot of people.
A couple of years ago, that's what I was told, that you're going to see an exodus of Forex traders moving to futures.
Futures are great. They just they just need some marketing love for retail. Retail just doesn't understand futures, but everyone else does. All the professionals do, but the retail traders don't. So we just gotta, spread the word. But I think once they finally start trading futures, they realize how great it is. And so, eventually it's going to start spreading, and we're just going to see more and more people. It's cool though, because it means that there's more growth in the space for us. Like sometimes you hear. Like we still get people who come in the Discord and are like, I never knew you existed. Part of me is like, I'm really mad. How do you not know we exist? Then the other part of me is like, well, damn, that's pretty cool, because now it means that if we're 12 years in and you still don't know who we are, that there's still even more people out there, that we can, try to get into our program and help educate. So it's cool. It's good to see, to be honest. I'm happy with it. And, Discord's at 18,000 people. Do you know that?
You got 18,000 people in there?
18,000. Wow.
18,000 members. Yeah. And it's like,
how are you feeding these people? You got porta potties?
Memes, so. and that's it. Yeah. No, it's BYO. So, yeah. Separate channel for that. Separate channel for that. Yeah. Yeah. 18,000. Isn't that insane? It wasn't like
18 Cuervo. You've reached the Cuervo band.
Yeah, no, we're now cruising at 18,000 feet. So got about I think 3,000 actively on during the day and stuff. It's crazy.
That is.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you haven't experienced our Discord channel,
moves fast.
Any chance that you put that link in there for some of the people that are listening right now in the YouTube channel?
Yeah,
check it out. I mean, it's we talk about the floor being like a big city. Dolby Time Nick has created a metropolis over there, and lots of different channels for different trading situations, and all the way from products to language, to styles, to the fun channels in there. It's a good place to have open. As we're doing Topstep TV, we're watching questions in there. We're watching questions on YouTube, and so we'll do that. But
yeah, and we haven't even done the cool stuff yet. So just wait till the cool stuff comes, because then we're going to start actually offering, content. It's not just going to be chat, but we're going to start bringing people in to actually start helping people actively, whether it be, platform demonstrations, walkthroughs, or coaching sessions. We're going to start actually adding content in. So we haven't even gotten started. It's already great, and it's just going to get greater, which is awesome.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like I mentioned, the sky's the limit, really.
Yeah.
That's going on here.
Yeah.
But
cool.
Let me ask you, D-Time. You're a horse of a different color. What do you do now? You got the weekend coming up now.
Oh yeah.
Me and John are sort of maybe on the same bus a little bit. You know, I mean, we're not doing any marathons this weekend. Maybe drinking marathons. That's about it. But you know, right before you came on here, you go, I'm going to take a jog around the block. Mm-hmm. I'd still probably be just about coming up my doorstep now if I went around.
I was short. I just went to the gas station and went around the block. I didn't. Just a quick little walk to get outside. It was nothing.
Tom Fullerstein says you got some ripple. Yeah, you got some ripple.
Didn't even
some good old Fred Sanford ripple. But you know, what do you do for the weekend? What's your cool down? What's your re-energizer?
Let's see. I mean, I'm probably going to go work out today. Maybe do rehearsal or practice drums tomorrow. See if we'll do it with the band or by myself. And then watching the Bears game on Sunday.
Oh yeah,
Football's back, so I'm pumped. I'm a huge Bears fan, so I'm looking forward to this season.
Yeah, the Bears.
It was fun watching the game yesterday.
The Bears.
Kind of bummed Detroit won, but you know, good for them.
They beat the Chiefs.
They did. I mean, they beat them fair and square.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think they're going to be a tough team. I feel like their attitudes really changed. They got some swagger to them now. See if they
got to give them credit.
It.
You got to give them credit, man. And they went what? Almost 0-11. They won, I think, one game. How many years ago? 2 years ago or so?
Yeah. I'm like, that's fine with me. Like, if Jordan Love turns out to be another Hall of Fame quarterback, I think Bears fans might just quit being fans. But if Detroit gets good, I think Bears fans can deal with that. But God forbid if Jordan Love and the Packers hit another 10 years of Hall of Fame quarterback play, lose their damn minds. But I've been digesting a lot of football content. I've been really getting excited for the season. And it's a cool team.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hockey too. Hockey. I mean,
when's that start?
And then if you are a Chicago fan, I mean, these Cubs are coming out of. Almost the cellar, and I think they're like a game out. So
really,
but don't get too excited, folks here in Chicago.
Yeah, no.
It's the Cubs. It's the Cubs.
I just hope the Bears are good enough that the winter games are actually worth going to this year, and it's not just like, oh, I'm going to go suffer in the cold for 3 hours.
You know, let me ask the room here real quick. How many people go to football games, like your professional city sport football games? Like we'd go to Soldier Fields to see the Bears. How many people actually do that? Obviously, Nick, you like to do that.
I do it. I'm pretty fortunate. My stepdad has been a season ticket holder for, I don't know, probably 30-something years.
Wow.
And so he's still hanging on to them, but, you know, my mom and him, they don't live here, so me and my stepbrother get to enjoy Bears tickets. So
that's pretty cool.
It's really nice, yeah.
Dolby.
So,
I used to have Bears season tickets, and it was one of those family things, like where they were my grandpa's from back at Wrigley Field. We held on to them for 60 years, and then I got rid of them during the Trestman area.
No way.
Oh yeah,
they wanted the new seat licenses. I've never felt better.
PSLs, yeah.
You know, sometimes you got to just say, you know what, it's not worth it anymore. I mean, I could see it, and you probably thought bad about it now or so or whatever, but the Trestman years, how many years is that? 7, 8, maybe 10 years?
How long ago? It was a while ago.
Yeah, 7, 8 years.
That was Jay Cutler era.
What's happened since then, I don't feel bad at all.
No, I mean, I think he's some coach on the. He's not a big name coach anymore, but he's on an NFL team or maybe Canadian football. But that's where he started, right? I think that's.
Oh yeah, it was Canadian football.
He started as a bond trader, I think, and then.
Was that true?
Yes.
Oh wow!
I didn't know that. Where was he trading bonds?
Let me look this up real quick.
God, he was trading bonds. He seems like such a quiet guy. I couldn't imagine him being in the pit.
You'd be surprised.
You know, being a killer.
I think he was like a bank dealer. By the way, he is the Tampa Bay Vipers.
Okay, I saw him on the sidelines. Right, ex-football or whatever.
Is that XFL?
XFL, yeah.
Wow.
Actually, that's not a bad league.
It's probably pretty fun.
I've watched a good number of those games, and there's a lot of rules that the NFL should really look into to adopt. I think they have adopted some, didn't they?
That has to be a hard job. Could you imagine being a coach? I mean, Mark Trestman was coaching the Chicago Bears, had one of the top offenses in the year, and now he's down at the XFL level. I mean, what a roller coaster for those guys to be working like 60, 80 hours a week.
Yeah, but I mean, it's something you like.
You gotta love
it. It's a paycheck. And I imagine his bank account isn't, unless he's
probably not hurting, yeah.
Unless he's doing some stuff that he shouldn't be doing.
I don't think he's a pretty good guy, I think, but
different type of bond trader. He had a law degree. He worked as a muni bond salesman.
Cool.
Unibond. Okay.
Oh, did not know that, and I thought I knew a lot about Chicago Bears football. That's a cool little factoid.
My wife was a municipal bond underwriter.
That'd be a really good. That'd be a great question for Top Quiz.
Well, it won't be now.
That won't be now.
No. It gives an advantage to the real sickos who are around here on Friday afternoon.
That's right.
Wait a minute,
listening to this exactly.
They're real diehard fans. We love you.
Here's a freebie for everyone who's tuned in at 2:30 on a Friday.
We love you, man. They're still here. I think yesterday I read somewhere where somebody actually logged back in and said, "Oh my God, they're still here."
Yeah.
Wasn't that? I forget who that was. We're still here. We're still here.
Yeah, Topstep's a chatty bunch.
That's okay. Like we said, we're going to be here from opening bell to closing bell and more. Don't forget here today, top of the hour, 3 o'clock, as we say here in Chicago. We've got the Hogan, we got Jack, going to tie the knot and send us off in the week. They're going to send us off in that Viking boat and launch that burning arrow.
Yeah, join us for a drink.
Oh, I could go for one. I could go for one, but I got to go to my nutritionist right after this. Nutritionist and then the workout.
Oh, okay. Then after that.
Yeah.
My nutritionist is Jack Daniels.
Dr. Jack Daniels.
Dr.
Jack Daniels.
That's right.
Yeah. And I need to do something here. I'm just too big, and I'm getting too old. And thing is, I don't want my buddies carrying my casket going, God, what a fat ass. This dude's, man, he's.
Yeah, they're just gonna put your casket on wheels and just roll you around. That's what they're gonna do. Like they're taking like Home Depot, get one of those carts.
To cremate, and then I got like, what is it?
On a dolly like Hannibal Lecter.
Do something. Kingsford Edge, they got like 3 tons of charcoal to cremate me. Dude, he's still not done, man. He's a little pink inside. Little Cajun seasoning on there. No code dad. I'll take a puff, no booze for this old man. Yeah, that are the gummies, huh? Get those gummies.
Hey, those are great.
They sell the gummies at the gas station. I mean, you can
get them anywhere.
You fill up your tank and get some CBDs.
This is a funny story. Do you want to hear a band story?
Sure.
That's like.
I got a minute.
This is crazy. Okay, so we forgot where we're at, but it doesn't really matter. So we're playing the show up by Ohio somewhere, and we talked to this band. I think we were in Youngstown, Ohio, and they were coming from like Pennsylvania or something, and they stopped in this Indian reservation to get gas. And for every $20 of gas you spent, they gave you a free joint.
Of what?
So they ended up getting like 2 joints from this gas station on this Indian reservation and then drove to Ohio. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. They're like, yeah, swear to God. And he pulled them out. Legit as could be. That is insane. I've never heard of that before.
This was your band?
So the last tour I was on, but it was another band on the bill that we were playing with that had this experience. And so they told us about it.
I hope they're okay.
Oh, yeah, we're fine.
Oh, okay. I mean, Indian, I'd be laughing as you guys drove away.
The first one's free.
Yeah, that was great.
Maybe the weirdness I've been feeling after I buy gas and gummies at the gas station, I'm buying the wrong gummies.
Well, yeah, you have to go to like Pennsylvania and get them.
Oh, Pennsylvania. What do they got in Pennsylvania?
I don't know. They were up there somewhere, or it was like New York, like rural New York or something like that. They were driving
them here
from up there. So I don't know.
You need them? Let me know.
It's crazy. Well, I got a gas station. They got all my vices in there. They got my energy drinks. They got like my honey barbecue Fritos,
Hostess products, barbecue chips.
Oh, it's the worst.
Oh, yeah.
They're open 24/7 too. It's like
Flamin' Hots.
Flamin' Hots. I'm not a big Flamin' Hot guy, to be honest. It's really the honey barbecue Fritos that I love, and they never give them enough rows. They get like one row on the rack, and there's like a million regular barbecues, and they're terrible. So
You got to say something. You got to start a petition, old boy.
It's bad marketing from Fritos because they're delicious.
Tell them to order you a case.
They should. That's the problem. I'm paying like an extra $1 for everything going to the gas station,
true.
and not just buying like my 4-rack of Celsius or Monsters or whatever.
Costco, Sam's Club.
I know I'm paying for the convenience, but it's really just me just paying more money because let's be honest, it's not like I'm not going to go through, 4 Celsius in a week. It's bad habit, man. Bad habit. They should make it illegal. That's what they should do.
Make what illegal?
Energy drinks.
Oh,
I need them to prevent me from harming myself.
They're pulling some of these off the. They're making children show their ID. It's just like cigarettes and booze
for energy drinks.
For energy drinks, these this is something new. I mean, like you see a kid drinking a cup of coffee, and you're like, "What are you drinking coffee for?" I mean, that's really not that bad considering these drinks. Now, I think one of the Kardashians has this drink where it's, 300 milligrams or something of caffeine, which is like outrageous.
Yeah, because Monster is 160, and then Celsius is 200.
Monster is one of the lighter ones. I was looking at the graph. Anyway, all right. Let's see here. Bill Phillips saying you guys have a great weekend. You also. DC Lifestyle. Dobie, are you an active trader?
Oh, no, not really. Not right now.
Not right now. We're just really too busy.
We're just so busy. It's frustrating, man, trying to trade and work, because if you put a couple bad trades on, and it kind of kills your mood for the rest of the day. So it's just I don't want to wallow and then have to put in another 7-8 hours of work because you just feel like crap. So it's not worth it right now.
Cameron says I have to be 18 to buy a lighter in Wisconsin.
And really?
I'm gonna fire up my cheese.
That's
and then Bill Phillips says have a nice birthday, Hosh.
Maybe it's wearing that.
Your new name is Hoss.
Hosh.
It's Hosh.
Hosh in the blue coat.
Thanks, Bill. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend.
All right. I gotta fly in the house. No, I gotta leave. But I'll be back here Monday. Don't leave yet, because top of the hour, make sure you put the cap or the cherry on top of the sundae. Stick around for Jack and Hoag and Dolby Time. Appreciate you jumping in and having a little fun with us on this Friday afternoon.
Pleasure as always.
Great to talk to you, Dolby.
Yeah, it was awesome. I'll see you guys next week. Have a great weekend, and join Discord.
Join Discord.
See you guys.
All right, take care. All right, Johnny. You have a great weekend. Have a great birthday. Wish your sweet daughter a very happy birthday. Tell Donna I said hi. And
thanks, Fast Eddie.
Give Lacey an extra treat for Uncle Eddie.
I sure will.
All right, brother.
We'll
Love
you next
man.
week.
All right.
Love you too. Bye.
Everybody, take care.
are live.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Jack. Welcome to the afternoon reflection. We'll turn those machines back on. If you're still here on Friday, you are a marathoner.
Totally.
Glad to see a few of you still here.
Impressive. Hoag, it sounds like you're under attack there. You got the landscapers, Lacey's going nuts.
Yeah, Lacey's barking at the landscapers. I was really hoping they would be done by now, but that don't get to choose that, I guess. But she'll be quiet here very shortly.
Well, in the meantime, I can display. It's Friday afternoon, end of a long week there. I am going to have a Hell's Frozen Over, a Munich-style lager from Door County. Let's see if we get the sound effect here.
We're both having Wisconsin beers. I'm having a Spotted Cow from New Glarus. You can only buy it in Wisconsin.
That is correct.
Cheers, Jack.
Cheers, Hoag.
And cheers to all of you.
Yeah, double for them.
Hope you had a good trading week. It's our first really full week of Topstep TV. Jack, kudos to you. I think everything went really well.
Yeah, with JD out, it was an adventure, but we got through it. So
I'll bet.
Going well so far.
Yeah, I thought it went really well, and of course, we hope all of you enjoyed it and are going to enjoy it for a long time. So, yeah, long week.
Yeah, somebody mentioned bad spelling in there. I want to make sure I did the right thing in the thing at the bottom of the screen. Spell check real quick. Turn those machines back on. Okay, yes, we did. Looks good. So, you want to dive into the charts?
Yeah, let's do that. We get through the end of the week here and be ready for the weekend. So, all right, we have equities in rollover. The September contract put up 1,572,000 so far today. The December contract, 853,000 contracts. So Monday or Tuesday, we will be switching to the December contract. As the volume rolls over, we want to roll our activities into the more liquid month. So that's probably going to be on Monday, the latest on Tuesday. The weekly kickoff levels will be based on December levels. So make sure you're aware of that if we're still trading the September on Monday. Most of the week next week will be in December, so the weekly kickoff levels will be based in November. That is the S&P and, of course, the NASDAQ. So what were our expectations today? With volume and open interest blurry, knowing we were in rollover, was looking for a smaller range-bound day, and I think that's pretty much what we got. I mean, we're looking at the daily chart here. We've come off the highs a little bit. We were an inside day, I think, before the open. We've got an overlapping to higher day. The market tried to move higher, moved lower. We traded both sides of the initial balance were extended, which is another reason I thought, especially by the end of the day, we weren't going to get a big range extension to the downside. Here's the 30-minute chart. Let's make this nice and large so everybody can see it. So we opened in range and in value. We had the opening range, the low of the regular trading hour session, not something I was necessarily expecting, but we don't get to choose those things. It didn't mean that the best trade location by the end of the day was that opening range trade, which was part of the thing, part of the hypotheses of being range bound throughout the day. We put in the high, the third 30-minute period, we extended the initial balance higher. That did not maintain any momentum or continuation. So by the end of the day, the market had rotated back through the opening range, down below the opening range, which puts our best trade location all the way up here. Where was that? Where does that line up with? Thursday's value area high. We were talking about that very thing in fast money. Maybe some of you were able to take advantage of that. By the end of the week this week, I was exhausted. I didn't take any trades today. And part of that is because it is rollover. I'm not a big fan of trading rollover. So we're going to, we're going to see the rollover come to an end next week with quadruple witching next Friday. Then we won't have to worry about rollovers for a couple of more months as far as the equities are concerned. Let's move on to the NASDAQ now, which was a little bit
one thing right before you go from that, Hoag. I just put the Max Payne options thing in there. It's interesting. Someone was talking about what that pop was at the end of the day, and it's an interesting one because it bounced off that 44.50 level right at the end. And given where the Max Payne is in the options, there's going to be a whole lot more expiring options at that relatively round number. It's kind of interesting that
big fat round number, right?
Yeah, oftentimes, especially on Fridays, that's something to look out for. The numbers where there's a ton of expiring options, and this is more important, especially if you're at a quarterly or monthly, mostly quarterly. But now there's so many short-term options that on Friday they want to get sucked towards a round price with a lot of expirations on it. So
they want to get to the high open interest strikes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Max Payne.
Cool. All right. Dan's asking a question. I think I should answer. Do you think it makes any sense to trade both contracts when the volume is about equal? Is it even okay to do a little arbitrage? That's what the longer time frame traders are trying to do. They're trying to basically leg their positions from the September to the December contract.
Go ahead, Doug.
No, please go ahead.
And we used to do this with the bonds. And, if you're familiar with the calendar spreads, there's no arb to be had there because there are, one firm I was at would be rolling so many at once, and you would just be working calendar spreads, just trying to get hit. And if you didn't, you'd have to chase it. And that was painful. But there's so many people trading those calendar spreads that.
Yeah, I think that I think what Dan Trader's talking about is, in the trading pit, there were people that were trading the future month. In other words, they'd be in the back month. They'd be in the December contract right now, which is also where the spreads traded. And then the September month would be the front month. So if an order came, a December order, an outright order came into the back months, they would try and either lowball or highball it. And then if they got the fill, they would execute in the September so that they could lock the spread in at a more profitable level than actually working the spread. And then they could just unravel the positions by working the spread. And it's not really something that I see as a viable opportunity for us now because, if we get filled at something in the December, by the time we sell the September, it's already a locking in a loss, basically.
Right.
Okay. Right. And Q, got to remember to go to the D's. And that's the September. Whoops. Oh, no, that's right. September. Okay. D's next week. The same situation. The market opened, left the opening range at the high of the day. Did not take out the high of the initial balance. Remember, the high of the initial balance is the first hour of trade. Best trade location of the day, obviously, when we could not take that out because we did take out the low of the opening range by the end of the day. Range-bound trade is really what I was looking for, and by the end of the day, that's proven to be what was right. But we had to wait all day to figure that out. Take a look at crude oil now. I haven't looked at crude all day, and I'm wondering what happened. Okay, we did talk about it a little bit with Dan. So overnight inventory was long. Overnight inventory adjusted in the first hour and a half, trading right back down to settlement. Buyers of course, when all the sellers got out here, there was nobody left to sell it, though they probably turned tail, ran, and pushed us right back up towards $88. Guess what weekly kickoff high is going to be in crude oil next week? It's going to be $88 because it's been revisited 3 times, 1, 2, 3, like the 3 ghosts, and it has been able to hold off buyers at that level. So we're still looking for longer time frame participants to enter the marketplace in and around this neighborhood up here of $88. Really look at the daily. So here's that daily. Boy, oh boy. We talked about this morning the extremes of the day that I would be focusing on. We're going to be the last week's high and weekly kickoff high. I got the notes right here. Both of those areas were the places I was going to be looking for opportunities if I were trading crude today. We hit the last week's high in the overnight, weekly kickoff high in the regular trading hours. And it's pretty much what the markets offered us today if we were trading here at 11:30 last night or 11 o'clock this afternoon. 12-hour difference there. Interesting. GC. Gold. Daily. So, I mean, still by and large short time frame controlled. Very few changes, very little changes in open interest. We did increase volume a little bit, but looking for over time, there's a moving average that just has volume slowing and slowing and slowing, and that makes sense because this market is coiling and coiling and coiling. There is a big move coming. I don't know when, I don't know what direction, but I'll be peaked for it when I think it's going to happen. We've got this trend line right on the 200 session. We've got the 100 session just below this trend line. There's something going to happen here, and I guess my first goal, Jack, would be not to get in front of it, and the second goal would be to take advantage of it. Really, the second one should be the first goal, is to take advantage of it, but you want to make sure and protect yourself at the same time. It's going to be something going on.
Breakout.
Yes.
Like if you're looking at this, you're looking for the breakout. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's getting awfully narrow there to be range trading it.
Most certainly is. Dun, dun, dun.
I know. It's always sad when these things disappear. I know, like in the ES for like 11 months or something, there was a pattern kind of like this going upwards, and then it just bust out of it to the high side. And I miss those days.
Yeah. Well, maybe we're going to be able to catch something here in gold. I don't know. We're gonna be watching.
Let's trade some gold next week. What the hell?
Yeah, it might be. I mean, the closer we get to the apex of these two lines, I mean, it either has to get outside of it through attrition or something has to happen.
It's going to do the Ghostbusters thing just in time for Halloween, October. This is meant to be, Hoag.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you may be right, man. Jeez. Well, the important thing is, remember, don't cross the streams.
Never.
An important safety tip. Important safety tips. I'm going to go back and look at the 30 minutes, see what it looked like today. And let's see if we had our one good move, and then it sat. So, God, this is a pattern here, folks. Look at this. Market opens, rallies, breaks, sits. 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 It's like, I wish I could get my dog to sit that well.
Yeah. They're pointing out the likes on the stream today got to 666 just as we were.
Oh, and that was the low in the S&Ps in October 1987.
Do you think that, I think about this a lot. Do you think the person, I think the same thing with the flash crash. Has the person revealed himself who like sold the very last tick? Like who the person was that sold, I think it was like 666 3/4 or something in the
right
S&P. They're out there. or maybe they're not now. Maybe that was the end.
Right. Well, maybe it was somebody from the underworld who just had to make sure that tick got in there.
No, creepy. I'm set. I love fall. I love September. Love October. Big Halloween fan. We'll have to do something for that.
Yeah, I've got quite the mask for that.
Oh, Dan Trader says it was him. Well, thank you. You you died so that we could fly.
Well, hopefully you sold one at 666 and bought 100 at 667.
Exactly. Well, what else we got, Hoag?
Well, I think that we've been S&P's, NASDAQ, gold, crude. I think we're ready to just chill, call it a day. I got weekly kickoff levels to kind of go through and review. That's going to take a couple hours. And then we go have some dinner or something, or relax, get a good night's sleep, whatever it is. Big day tomorrow. Not for me, but
for someone out there.
For someone, right?
Yeah, we're getting dinner as well tonight.
Where are you going?
It'll be nice. Just to some childhood friends' place. So it'll be good.
Oh, cool.
Taking Lukey, doing the whole deal.
Very nice.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. You got your birthday tomorrow. That's the big one.
Yeah. No, Sarah's birthday.
I'm gonna go get the screenshots too of you with those sequins today. It's a good thing to have around.
Yes, for what's the word I'm looking for? Extortion purposes.
Extortion purposes, yes.
Yes. Gotta have something on.
So you can tell our brains are melting at this point. But
I know,
yeah.
Right.
Well, Hoag.
All right, Jack. Yeah. Well, good to see you, Jack. Blessings. Great job this week. I thought we did a really good job, and hopefully everybody likes it. And a lot more coming. And on that note, let's call it cut.